Iman is here and little Miss Flint. Got a great program for you all here today. Ready? So, as you take your seats, I want to first of all thank Wayne State University for hosting us today. It's great to be back here in Michigan and the beautiful city of Detroit. Today we will hear from our great candidates for office of the Democratic National Committee. We are also here to celebrate Black History Month. And Black History Month is a very important period of our year. This is history that we all share together as Americans. The Black history of Detroit and Michigan runs deep and includes not only the Honorable John Conyers, who championed the recognition of Martin Luther King national holiday, the former boxing great Joe Louis, Rosa Parks, Barry Gordy, and Motown, just to name a few. So we've been holding these forums for a few weeks across the country to discuss the Democratic place. And we made a point to get out of Washington, D.C., but this region, as you all know, is very critical to the success of the Democratic Party. So before we turn the page on the 2016 electoral season, we have a few more lessons that we have to learn, and we are here to listen. We know that this was an important state, and we lost. For me, losing Michigan and losing it by such a small margin, fewer than 11,000 votes, hurt more than anything else, especially when you know the human cost of a broken government. And just 70 miles away from where we are today, the city of Flint knows that cost too well. They're living through a humanitarian crisis, one that was caused by the suspension of democracy, and it has dragged on for too long. It's 2017 right now, and their water was contaminated in April, not April of last year, but April of 2014. And what have congressional Republicans done? Well, they very, very quietly ended their investigation in December, and that's about it. And that's not good enough. And that's not good enough for us Democrats. Silence from Republican leaders in Congress is not good enough when children are sick from poison in the public water supply. So I'm going to start this meeting by asking all of you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked little Miss Flint, she is here with us today, Marie Copany. This 8-year-old is a community activist who has helped bring national attention to the water crisis in Flint, Michigan. In May of 2016, little Miss Flint met with former President Barack Obama after she wrote him a letter inviting him to Flint, Michigan. She can be frequently found in Hasash and Tyra at local rallies advocating for her community, and she hopes to become Miss America one day and afterwards a police officer. So please join me in acknowledging this great, wonderful voice, community activist, our next generation of leader, helping to lead the fight in what is happening in Flint, Michigan. Mari, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. There you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Don't forget about Flint and vote for me in 2044 for president.
We wanted to thank Mari for all of her leadership in bringing to the national attention the water crisis in Flint. So on behalf of the Democratic National Committee, we want to say thank you, continue activism, we love you, and we will be there for you in the future. God bless you, Mari. I need a picture. All right. She tweeted that she wanted to take a picture with me, so I am so proud to say I want to take a picture with her as well. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mari. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the Imam Amir El Turk. Iman El-Turk was born in Beirut, Lebanon in 1955. He immigrated to America, and for many years he worked as an electronic engineering consultant before becoming interested in learning about Islam and the Quran. Today, the Iman acts as a leader and speaker of the North American Muslim community. So please join me in welcoming Iman Amir Al-Turk.
Good morning. Let me begin in the name of God, the most compassionate, the ever merciful. May his peace and blessings be upon his apostles, beginning with Adam, ending with Muhammad, including Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I greet you all, the greeting of the prophets, the universal greeting of Islam, the greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be with you. In my 41 years as an immigrant, I have never seen America so divided and in so much pain. I am honored to stand before you and lead the DNC Future Forum with an invocation. Please join me in prayer as we gather today in the presence of our God Almighty, the Lord of the worlds. Gracious God, we bow in humility before your majesty as we ask of you to bless us with your grace and wisdom. We ask you to bless this gathering. We ask you in these times of crisis to instill love in our hearts. Help us to overcome hate and intolerance. Help us to learn forgiveness, kindness, and acceptance. Merciful God, join our hearts. Make the result of our affairs good. Deliver us from disgrace and help us tread the path of righteousness. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. Gracious God, help us help those whose cries from abroad are heard in our homes. Help us help the refugees who are seeking refuge in the land of the free and the home of the brave. O Lord of the oppressor and the oppressed, the strong and the weak, the rich and the poor, the white and the black, help us love one another and help us turn toward each other with mercy, compassion, and love, not with cruelty and hate. O God, the healer of all wounds, heal our wounds. Guide us by your grace. Give us from your bounty. Shower us with your mercy. Cover us with your immense blessings, and grant us protection, security, and peace. O God, the possessor of peace, give us peace on earth. There's so much to do, and we can't do it without you. We need you, so help us, God. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Iman. Before I bring up the next speaker, I would like to remind you that all of our forums are being live streamed on democrats.org/livestream. We also ask that you use the hashtag DNC Forum to tweet about today's event. Now, let me bring forward a wonderful public servant, a great leader of this remarkable city. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan. Now, as mayor of this great American city, he has taken on challenges to untangle problems that directly impact the quality of life of all people here in this great city, including access to health care, public transportation, blight, expanded recreational opportunity in the city, job creation, economic empowerment, and much, much more. This is a beautiful city. This is an American city. This is a city that is being renewed each and every day because of the great leadership and the people of Detroit. So it's my honor to bring forward Mayor Mike Duggan.
Well, welcome to Detroit, DNC. If you haven't been here lately, you will have noticed a lot of changes as you've been around town, and the progress this city has made is a product of something we don't see often enough in this country. It's actually a product of unity. In Detroit, you have the mayor and the city council working together. Our president, Brenda Jones, has been side by side in the job creation, the affordable housing creation, one initiative after another, and the workers of Detroit, who gave up so much in the bankruptcy, are driving the recovery of our services. And so, while you're here, you're going to hear about these things, but the police and ambulance response times have been cut in half. All of the parks are opened again and are well maintained. The buses are running on schedule. We've actually added 1,300 trips a week so we can move people to jobs. And the street light situation that was a national embarrassment, with most of the lights in the city being out in December, the final 65,000th light was installed, and now Detroit's the largest city in America with 100% energy efficient LED street lighting. These are the things we've done together. And maybe most importantly, the unemployment rate that sat above 20% 4 years ago is now under 10%. We've cut it in half. And so we're making some progress. We've been able to do this at the same time being a city that welcomes everybody. And we have been unapologetic in our support for President Obama's refugee program. And I'm proud to say that in the city of Detroit today, we have 50 families who are refugees from the war in Syria who have moved into our West Side neighborhoods. And in Detroit, when these families moved in, they weren't greeted with anger and protest. They were greeted with smiles and hugs, which is what Detroit's about and what America should be about. And so you don't see the stories of these families starting their lives and getting jobs and working again, but it's happening here. But we're not under any illusion about how far we have to go as a city. Even at a 9.8% unemployment rate, we're still the highest in the state of Michigan. And I know all the polling that shows all kinds of divisions in the way people feel. But here's what I'll tell you talking to people. I think the problems that Detroiters are facing and what they're feeling is very similar to what people are feeling in Macomb County, in Youngstown, Ohio, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. And here's what I hear every day. We've got a lot of folks with high school degrees who want to improve their standard of living. They're willing to work hard. They're willing to get additional skills. They just want to know how. You hear that in Detroit. You hear it in Scranton. You hear it across the country. And at the end of the day, our success as the Democratic Party is going to be whether we're the party that makes sure those opportunities are there. And so as you meet here in the city of Detroit, which was in many ways the birthplace of the middle class in America, I hope we produce the next leadership for the DNC that really does get us back to being focused on real solutions for why America's prosperity should actually be shared in by everyone. Welcome to Detroit. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Thank you, Mayor Duggan. And as I said earlier, it's a great honor to be here on the Wayne State University campus, the home of the Warriors, and what a great campus to be on, the home of the Warriors. It is my honor now to introduce and welcome Sandra O'Brien. And Sandra is the chair of Wayne State University Board of Governors. She is the first person of Latina heritage to be elected to the Board of Governors. And since taking office, she has been a tireless advocate for diversity here at Wayne State, as well as diversity and inclusion across this beloved community. As a self-proclaimed political junkie, she serves as the fourth vice chair of the Michigan Democratic Party. So let's give a warm welcome to Sandra O'Brien.
Thank you, Donna. And good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here to welcome you to the beautiful campus of Wayne State University, home of the Warriors. I wanted to recognize, I haven't seen her yet, but I wanted to recognize Wayne State University Governor Emeritus and United States Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Welcome home, Debbie. Today's conversation is an important one, and Wayne State University is the perfect place for serious reflection. We are a premier urban research university in the heart of a growing city that has astounded the nation with its strength and dedication of its people and the commitment of its community. And as you just saw a few minutes ago, not to mention a really badass mayor. Our faculty are dedicated to their students and committed to the creation of knowledge through cutting-edge research and discovery. The importance of diversity and multiculturalism are a central part of Wayne State's mission and an integral component of our strategic plan. They define who we are today and who we were nearly 150 years ago at our founding. Our student body study with people from all over the world and from kids down the street. It is the fabric of our campus community, the fabric of this great city, and the fabric of America. 15 days into this new administration, we all are aware of the divisive path that's being taken. This is why it is supremely important that the next DNC chair help cultivate a plan of action that is able to harness the energy of the Women's March, the airport protests, the campus protests, and the international protests. The next DNC chair needs to be able to get our people focused, energized, and moving in the same direction. A tall order, I know, but as a woman of faith, I know it's possible. I wanted to end today with a short excerpt of a letter that President M. Roy Wilson, who is the president of Wayne State University, wrote to our campus community in December. These are Dr. Wilson's words to the campus. At Wayne State, we will continue to protect student privacy. We will not share private student information unless required by law or court order, nor will we require students to disclose their immigration status except as required by law. Our police do not inquire into or record the immigration status of students or other persons unless a serious crime has been committed. Wayne State uses E-Verify only for its intended purpose, which is concerned solely with determining employment eligibility. In summary, Wayne State University remains fully committed to ensuring our campus is welcoming, inclusive, and fully nurturing of all people from all backgrounds. In a broader sense, I hope we use this time of transition and uncertainty as an opportunity to better understand one another. The diversity of our campus mirrors the wider world in so many ways, and it is a key reason many of us choose to come here. Here we have the opportunity to appreciate our differences and also learn from them. This is how we grow as individuals and as a community. Again, thank you so much for choosing Wayne State, and I'm so glad you're here to hold this very important discussion. Welcome to Wayne State University, and have an awesome day.
Political junkie. All right. So thank you, Sandra O'Brien. I want to acknowledge the Michigan Democratic Party. They're in the House. In fact, we're in their house. So in acknowledging them, I am going to take what I like to call my own personal privilege to bring up right now the chair of the Democratic National Committee's Black Caucus. Virgie Rollins, would you please come up for a second? Virgie and I, we've known each other for decades. She won't tell her age, I'll tell my age, but Virgie has been a tireless leader and advocate for Michigan, Detroit, the Federation of Democratic Women, and so much more. I want her to say a few words to highlight the importance of Black History Month and also to welcome us here in the great city of Detroit. Virgie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's give our interim chair a great hand. She's awesome, isn't she? I just want to say welcome to Detroit, welcome to Michigan. the city that put the country on wheels. Are you excited to be here today? I just want to say that this forum, this is so great. I want to thank our interim chair for having the Midwest region come to Michigan. We're just so excited that you'll get a chance to hear today from all the candidates that are running for the office of the DNC. And then you'll get to feel to see what the DNC is all about. So I want you to sit back today, enjoy the cold weather today, and enjoy being in Detroit. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Also here, I believe, Brandon Dillon, the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party. Thank you, Brandon. And the Wayne County chair, Betsy Sheets. Is Betsy here yet? And my great friend, Amy Chapman, is also here. I saw Jill Alper. So thank you all from the Michigan Party. And my great friend, also Ryan McGlynn from the great state of Ohio, the interim chair of the Midwest Caucus. And this morning she said, do not call us Rust Belt. So the great interim chair of the Midwest Caucus. So thank you, Ryan McGlynn. So 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the American people are hungrier than ever for what we have to say as Democrats, for what we hope to do. 2 weeks and we've seen an illegal Muslim ban tearing families apart, a 5-year-old who was separated from his mother, a baby scheduled for heart surgery here in the United States. And may I add this morning that Governor Cuomo announced that that baby who was stuck in Iran will be coming here to America, and that the hospital in New York City, Mount Sinai, will pay for all of the costs. And thank you, Governor Cuomo, for your leadership. Then there's the stolen Supreme Court seat. The president nominated someone more extreme than Antonio Scalia. Judge Gorsuch is only 49 years old. He could be on the court for decades. Do you want to live with the consequences of Donald Trump's decisions for the next 30 years or more? No. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump has everyone chanting, drain the swamp, then he gave us the swampiest cabinet ever. I hope on Monday or Tuesday that the Senate defeat the nomination of Betty DeVos for Education Secretary. And I am proud that the Democratic senators are standing together, and we want the Democratic senators to defeat Betty DeVos and the other cabinet nominees. With climate change and rising sea levels decimating the Louisiana wetlands, Donald Trump seemed determined to give swamp creatures a habitat in Washington, and we should not allow that to happen. Now, how in the hell do you get away with a fight with Australia in your second week in office? Can you believe that? So, I don't want to even get started on Russia. The Secretary of State Donald Trump picked was actually awarded the Medal of Friendship by Vladimir Putin, the highest honor the Russians can give to a foreigner, other than making them president of the United States. So we have some serious work to do as Democrats. The main reason to understand what happened to us in 2016 is to help us get to figure out how do we move forward, and that's why we decided to come to Motor City. The recovery of the Democratic Party is inevitable. We are going to come back, and we're going to start that process now, because there's nothing in our core values or political goals that wouldn't appeal to a majority of voters, including those blue-collar Trump voters. We're going to appeal to them. We're going to go back to them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to win them back in 2018. Think about it. The good ideas, we know we have great ideas: universal health care, social safety nets, Wall Street reform, which Donald Trump is also decimating, reducing income inequality. These are winning ideas. And if we're not winning with them, then the fault lies in us. So we have a lot of work to do, and that's why we are here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an important day for us to get to know all of the candidates who are running for national offices at the Democratic National Committee. And as you can see here this morning, we have many of my colleagues from the DNC. They are here. They're here to listen to the candidates, to also question them, and you also have an opportunity to raise your voices and ask them questions as well. We will be passing around documents or sheets of paper, 3x5 cards or 5x7 cards, so please jot down your questions and we will make sure that the moderator will be able to hand those questions over to the candidates. So now it is my great honor and pleasure, because I want to stay on time, to introduce a great friend, someone who I've known for a long, long time. She has been exceptional in her leadership in the beautiful state of Ohio. She has worked very hard throughout her years as a young activist, as a state representative, to represent the people of Cincinnati and the state of Ohio as the chair of its Black Caucus. So it's my great pleasure to introduce my friend, Alicia Reese, from the beautiful Buckeye State.
Good morning, Democrats. Oh, come on, we got a fight out there. Good morning, Democrats. I want to thank Chairwoman Donna Brazile, who not only has served us well as chair and is a longtime Democrat and has done so much for not only our party but our country, but she's someone who has groomed people like myself. I come out of civil rights and was marching as a little girl with Reverend Jackson and then with Reverend Sharpton, and I learned all of the skills of what it means to fight in the streets. And right now what we have going on in America is a fight in the streets. People have taken to the streets to fight for our democracy. In this last election, one of the things I said all the time was that America was on the ballot. And we now know that America truly is and has been on the ballot. Democracy is at risk. We're at a crossroads right now in America. How do we move forward? How do we make sure that every person in our country has an equal chance at the American dream? Now, I had a chance to serve on Cincinnati City Council thanks to people like Donna Brazile and so many others, Ryan McGlynn, and certainly our Ohio delegation, and certainly the great people of Cincinnati. I came home from college at Grambling State University and was elected for the first time, my first office, to Cincinnati City Council. I went on to become the vice mayor of Cincinnati and then went on to now be a state representative and just came out as president of the Black Caucus. And while we have had some downturn in terms of the presidency, and everybody's down about that, including myself, we did have some wins. And one thing I learned from Dr. King, that you have to also highlight some of the wins. And I will say that in Ohio, we took to the streets. We had a 7-city tour with the Black Caucus, and we have elected more African Americans to the state legislature than over a decade, because Democrats got out and voted. And these African American candidates were elected in areas that were not majority African American communities. So we did have some wins. At the same time, we had an election where we've never seen before. We had to take on the FBI, we had to take on the Russians, we had to take on all of the alternative or fake news facts that were coming out. And even with that, we got millions more votes as the popular vote. So the people saw through that. And that's a win. Even though we're not in the White House, we know it was stolen. That was a win. People came out and voted for our candidate. So as we move forward, and I want to thank the DNC for letting me be on the platform drafting committee to finally, from Ohio, they always said we need Ohio, and I got a chance to sit on that committee. But we got a platform, and that platform deserves to be implemented. It's not to be sat on a shelf. And the people are out in the streets. And so one of the things that I would recommend for our party as we move forward is that, number one, we have a bottom-up agenda. And I'm looking for this for the next chair. Donna Brazile grabbed me and years ago, and here I am. We need a bottom-up agenda, not a top-down. From the bottom up, all the way from the grassroots, from the streets, all the way to the State House, to the schoolhouse, and yes, to the White House. In our platform, we have a Voter Bill of Rights constitutional amendment. The Voting Rights Act did not make 50 years. Dr. King is dead, and it did not make 50 years. And in my speech at the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington, I said, no more temporary solutions to permanent problems. We must relaunch Dr. King's movement. So I'm looking for the next chair to not only talk about voting rights, not only look to Congress to do the right thing, but to put constitutional amendments throughout this country where they are allowed. Starting in Ohio, we got 100,000 signatures. Let's let the people decide their voting rights so that they can protect their voting rights. So we don't have to spend millions every year trying to protect the vote. So I'm looking for funding for constitutional amendments across this state so we can take the movement from the streets all the way to the ballot box to protect the vote. The third thing I'm looking for is inclusion. Inclusion of contracts and people to be able to help advise us and African American businesses. One of the things that the Black Caucus in Ohio was able to do, and Ryan McGlynn was on the Black Caucus years ago, they got a law in 1980 that said 15% of goods and services must go to people of color. It took us from 1980 to 2016, but the Black Caucus implemented, and now $300 billion is going to minority and female-owned businesses. We need that kind of plan with the DNC because we have a diverse group of people that we represent. So we want inclusion. Number 4, we must build, as I said, from the bottom up. So we can't afford to knock each other out. We spent so much time fighting each other that we knocked each other out. We must come together and be united as a party that represents the people and is ready to fight in a strong, united way. And that means starting with these local races and state races. We must build right now in 2018. We must be all across this country, and I'm looking for the next chair to lead that effort. Let's not just wait for the White House. We need to take the state houses in 2018. So we're looking for the next chair to be able to also get in the streets and help build those coalitions. I'll end with this because I know my time is limited. But I come to you from Ohio. A lot of times they say, we're waiting on Ohio. What's going on in Ohio? I come to you from the people in my community, the fighting 33rd District, who are in the streets and never get a chance to come to a DNC meeting. Don't know what we do with the DNC. They don't know. They're just trying to make ends meet. They're working 2 and 3 jobs every single day. They're trying to keep the lights on, trying to keep the water bill paid, and they want to see someone that will deliver for them. And so when we get into these offices, this is some tough love, we have to be seen as the party of delivery. When we get these positions as mayors, as council people, as governors, we got to deliver. They want to see some dinner table issues delivered. They don't understand all of the fancy talk and all this what we can't do. So we've got to be the party of we can, not we can't. We got to be the party that says, oh no, the red tape got us and we can't do it and this is why. We got to figure out a way to cut through that red tape and deliver for the people to their dinner table so they can take care of their families. And then we've got to be a party that can get the message out. Make it plain. Don't get so academic. A lot of my folks aren't watching CNN and MSNBC and all of that. Some of them can't even get the television turned on. We got to take it to their doorsteps, not just knocking on doors and say we knocked out 100,000, 200,000. What did they say when we knocked on the door? What was the feedback? When we knock on the door, we tell them, listen, we did this so now you can get a paycheck. We did this so now you can feed your family. We have to make the message plain. And that's the marketing background in me. So I'm looking for the next chair that has some big shoes to fill, because Donna Brazile, Hillary Clinton, and the DNC had to take on the FBI, the Russians, alternative news, and even with that, we still had millions more votes, and America is in trouble because we're not in the White House. So I think our charge is to build from the bottom up, from the city council to the state house, and then we'll get to the White House. And with your help, I'll ask one thing. Let's not beat each other up. Let's not knock each other out. And this is not about an election. This is about a movement, and it's the people's movement. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Alicia Reese. Thank you for your leadership. As you all know, since the inauguration of Donald Trump, we've seen Americans speaking out in unprecedented numbers. We want to give their voices a chance to be heard by channeling their passion to meaningful political clout and action. Donald Trump may have cracked the blue wall, etching out a small victory here in Michigan and also in Wisconsin, but he did it under false pretense, lying to workers. We Democrats will never turn our backs on working men and women, including the United Auto Workers. We will not turn our backs on any American worker. It was the Democrats who fought to rescue the auto industry when Republicans said, let it fail. We will not turn our backs on those still struggling after the worst recession in a generation. It was a Democratic president, let me call his name out, Barack Obama, that dug us out of the worst unemployment rate in a generation. So go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for us to continue our fight. It is now my great pleasure to introduce one of the great labor leaders in our country, Mr. Chuck Jones. Chuck Jones is the president of the United Steelworkers Local 1999, a union located in Indianapolis. And he represents the employees of a corporation such as Carrier and Wexnor. Chuck Jones, as you all know, made national news after criticizing President Trump's failure to keep his campaign promises to union workers and continue to fight for the rights of workers today. So Chuck is a great American hero, and here on the campus of Wayne State University, where we have the Walter Reuther Library, it is my great honor to bring forward a great champion of working people and working families in this country. Chuck Jones, come and give us a rousing talk about the future of American workers.
Thank you very much. I'm the guy that was trying to give Donald Trump a little corrective numbers, and he took exception to it. So, he was wrong, I was right, and I think everything shook out. He never could address what I said. Only thing he did, he went on a personal attack. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. They wanted me to talk to you folks about what happened with labor. Well, in order to do that, I have to go back a little ways. During the primaries, our locals and a lot of other labor throughout central Indiana and the surrounding areas probably got more excited than I've ever seen behind a particular candidate. And they were excited behind Senator Bernie Sanders. I've never seen as much enthusiasm as I saw during the campaign, during the primary. Our people were getting people registered to vote in record-breaking numbers. Our DNC in Indiana Chair John Zodi, our AFL-CIO President Brett Voorhees worked tirelessly in order to get people out. The AFL conducted phone banks for 3 or 4 months. We had a candidate named John Gregg for governor that was 5 points ahead the day before the election. But let me back up. When Bernie got put out of the primary, a lot of our folks were starting to drink some of Trump's Kool-Aid. We couldn't reel them back in. They felt like, and labor felt like, in Hillary Clinton, and this ain't gonna go good for a lot of you folks, was a flawed candidate. With some of her stance on trade issues, a lot of our people really wasn't shot with her being the nominee that she would do something in our best interest. So consequently, what a lot of people did, they did various things. Some of them went Trump, some of them quite naturally went Hillary. Some people stayed at home, and some people voted third party. So in our local, I don't know. We got 3,000 members. I don't know how it shook down. If I'm going to guess, the people that voted, probably Trump was close to getting the majority. Never happened in the 30 some odd years that I've been involved. Our people always go with a Democratic candidate, irregardless who it is. It didn't happen this time. We couldn't argue when Trump come out and he started saying that keep jobs in this country. We got to do something with NAFTA and some of them. The hell is Hillary going to argue on? She couldn't. Her husband's the one that gave us NAFTA. She was behind the scenes cheerleading behind that. She was for PNTR, said it was a gold standard trade bills. Then she was against it. We had a candidate that we couldn't argue in her defense on why our people that are affected with trade and the loss of jobs. A lot of you guys, you're not affected under that. Right now, 2 of our plants here in Indianapolis, the Cary facility, we're losing 550 jobs here in the next 6 months. Rexnord, where I'm from, hired in that plant in 1969. We're losing 300. You know, these are families that will have a hell of a time being able to provide in any type, shape, or way a meaningful life for them and their families moving forward. In Indianapolis, there's not a lot of $23, $25 an hour jobs. What are these people going to do? Well, they're going to have to, do the best they can, and on a job or two, they might be saying you want French fries with that, but they pay $7.50 an hour. So, to the working class people, jobs are what we are interested in. We're not asking for handouts. We just want an opportunity to work. And I'm probably going to screw this up, but I'm going to try it anyway. Martin Luther King, I didn't write nothing down, but Martin Luther King said years ago, we may have all come on different ships, but now we're all in the same boat. I'm asking you, I'm telling you, you need to get labor back in that boat. We're not in the boat now, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me just say what a great honor it is today to have Chuck Jones with us. And as a Labor Democrat, I'm a member of the Service Employees International Union, Local 500, and I'm also a member of the SAG-AFTRA Union. I'm a proud Labor Democrat. Now it's my great honor to introduce the distinguished mayor of the great city of Kansas City, Missouri, Mayor Sly James. Mayor James focuses his effort to make Kansas City the best in the country in 4 areas: education, employment, efficiency, and enforcement. Mayor James has worked to raise Kansas City awareness across the state and across the nation. He's raised the profile by highlighting the cultural and human capital resources in his great city. At the state level, he has been a voice for common sense gun control laws, economic development tools, and education reform. So please join me in welcoming my good friend, Mayor Sly James, who is also representing the Democratic municipal officials, who will talk about the important role they played in last year's election and all of the upcoming elections this year featuring our mayoral contest. So Mayor James, where are you? Come on. Oh, there you are. Come on.
Well, good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. I would be remiss if I did not recognize my good friends, former mayors and mentors, Michael Nutter and Stephanie Rawlings Blake, who is the current secretary. They were immeasurable influences on me when I first became a mayor. I suppose it goes without saying that we're living in some rather unpredictable and polarizing times. And we all know that these days it can feel like the only thing that provides a break from one ill-conceived, dangerous policy coming out of Washington is the next ill-conceived, dangerous policy coming out of Washington. So I'm being sincere when I say it's refreshing and energizing to be here with you today. Because this is a room full of people who know that when we face unprecedented challenges right now, this country was not made great by leaders who offered empty promises like "I alone can fix this." We know that our country was made great by leaders who locked hands with the marginalized, gave voice to the voiceless, never surrendered to fear, and pledged that we're going to make it through by working together. So this is the challenge I think that we're called on to meet right now. It's our job during turbulent times to remind people across the country, in our towns, in our cities, in our rural areas, in our states, that hope for a better future doesn't rely on the failure of our opposition. We can and we must affirm for people that the future we know is possible can be achieved because we will never back down, we will never let politics divide us, and we will never surrender to hate and fear. And we will never compromise the character that defines us. But we know that meeting this simple challenge is not going to be easy or simple. The communities we call home are being tested right now. Whether it's a travel ban that targets a religious group under the guise of national security, or proposing walls to keep people out, or casually making false claims of widespread voter fraud, these actions are the ones that drive wedges between people, and they challenge the very foundation and the character of the people and a democracy. And we know that is not what leadership is about. Like many Americans, I learned about leadership through service. From 1971 to 75, I enlisted and served in the Marines. And as a Marine, I learned that leadership is about identifying the challenge at hand, bringing people together, and as the battlefield conditions change, you learn to improvise, adapt, and overcome. So when we lead through service, we're always capable of weathering the unknown. No obstacles can slow us down unless we let them slow us down. So we're in for some rough times, and we know that, and elections have consequences, and there's no getting around that. But we can't surrender the progress that we believe in simply because it will be under attack and threatened at every turn. And I'm not just saying this, I believe it wholeheartedly. Because no matter what they do in the White House, the State House, or the Congress, now mayors are on the ground in cities across the country, both big and small. And one thing we know about mayors, they get things done. They have to. As mayors, we also have the ability to stand up for the values of our communities, then what we believe in. We have an obligation to find solutions to problems. And I'm proud that my home in Kansas City, Missouri is an example of that. 7 years ago, we were stuck. We were struggling to find a vision, and we never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. We were waiting for someone to solve the problem for us, or some silver bullet that would come from Washington, D.C., or the Capitol in Jefferson City. And I'd never been in politics before, and I ran for mayor because I knew that our city didn't need to just keep settling for good enough when we could, in fact, be great. And because I believed that we had everything that we needed internally to solve our problems, if we were committed to the solutions rather than the rhetoric, and if we didn't wait for someone else to take care of our business for us. So in Kansas City, we did focus on that 4E agenda of enforcement, employment, efficiency, and education. We fostered an attitude of what if, and we challenged our community from city staff to neighborhood groups to come together, come to the table, and work towards progress. And I'm honored to say we've been able to do some amazing things, like implement a smart and connected city with 50 blocks of Wi-Fi, the only close place is Barcelona with 30. And to have a streetcar for first after 50 years that generated $1.7 billion of economic development within 3 years. We convened a collaborative effort including my office, the county prosecutor, ATF, FBI, police, U.S. attorneys, universities, and community groups to establish Kansas City No Violence Alliance in order to interdict group violence and to cut down homicides. We still have a lot to do, but we've reduced our group-related homicides by 10% in the 3 years that we've been working. We recruited more than 900 community members and volunteers, dozens of businesses, and a collection of partners and organizations to tackle head-on the problems of third-grade reading proficiency. And Turn the Page KC started off as something in my office. It's now a free standalone organization with its own board and self-sustaining resources, and we've raised third-grade reading proficiency from 33% to 52% in 5 years. In 2015, we established a Women's Empowerment Initiative, a group dedicated to representation and advancement of women inside and outside of government and management and boards and commissions. And in 2 years, the city government has fully embraced the initiative. We were the first governmental entity in the state of Missouri and one of the very first in the country to actually implement paid leave for our workers, not just women, but for men too, so that they could take time off when they needed to in order to take care of their children and their births and their families. I could easily talk about Kansas City all day, but that's not really my point. What I'm here to tell you is that I'm proud of what we've accomplished, but I'm proud of the way that we've accomplished it. My point is that progress like this, progress that I know cities across the country are making, flies in the face of people who want to be fearful, think small, and blame others. Our success in Kansas City is because of our commitment to the vision that we have for our future, and it is not subject to political tides. So my advice is that we have to keep moving forward. And the way that we keep moving forward is through service, real service to others, dedicating ourselves to serving people and getting things done for them, making sure that their needs are met, not our ideals, but their needs are met, and to let them know that our progress will never be slowed by people who say it's our way or the highway. And working towards that future doesn't mean that we have to wait for the future to arrive. There are some who would have us believe that we have to wait until the midterm elections in November to bring some order to this chaos, and I'm saying, why the heck wait? If we wait until 2018, it's going to be too late. We need to have waited last year. We need to be doing things now. What's happening right now in Washington is having real consequences. Slogans sound good on the Beltway, but once they reach the communities, those policies affect the real lives of people. The lives of teachers, parents, business owners, and students, families, people who want to do better for their kids and their families. So we can't wait. Here's what we can do. First of all, there are tons of mayor's races across this country. Good people who have served their communities well. People who know how to get things done. A lot of them are Democrats. I'm the president of the National Democratic Mayors of America. I'm also the president of African American mayors. I can tell you that a lot of people look at mayors for answers and solutions on a day-to-day basis. We need to be about doing that on a statewide basis and on a nationwide basis. There are mayor's races all around the country, from Albuquerque to Atlanta, and some of those mayors are people that you probably already know, like Nan Whaley in Dayton, Ohio, organized the bus tour of Ohio during the election, but even more importantly, got a tax pass to ensure universal preschool for the kids in her city. In Philadelphia, Mayor Jim Kenney has brought in more than 260 refugees to demonstrate that Philadelphia remains the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, even after Michael Nutter left. The city of Detroit has done a great job in welcoming immigrants into this community. And Mayor Dugan's leadership, Detroit has become a national leader in publicly offering a home to those families. Bill de Blasio in New York is a person who continues to embrace refugees and fight for their rights on a day-to-day basis. In Boston, Mayor Marty Walsh has said that executive orders were simply morally wrong, and as Americans, we must fight against them. In Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, Mayor Bill Peduto spoke for all Democratic mayors when he said that we'll continue to show everyone the respect and the compassion that they deserve. And in Los Angeles, Mayor Garcetti has inspired people with his words about America arriving at the kind of moment in history that will determine who we are. So find your mayors, support the candidates you like, support those who have the ideals that you can live with. Elect strong mayors who have a vision to share. Elect strong mayors who have a history of actually delivering for the people on the ground, not just talking about it, but getting it done. Second, support your own local mayor. Push them to support the local causes and praise them when they do the right thing and kick them in the ass when they don't. The great thing about mayors is that we listen. When I go to the grocery store, my wife and daughter hate going with me because I cannot go in and buy a bag of groceries in less than an hour. Because when I'm in the aisle, somebody always wants to tell me about some issue and some problem, and they want me to find a solution. Isn't that what the Democratic Party has always been about? Finding solutions for people's problems. We have to break it down to that lowest common level so that we can extrapolate on that and find solution for the problems of the people in this country who, for whatever reason, went a different direction in this last election. The people we serve are not numbers, they're not statistics. We know them, we hear them, we see them in the grocery store, we see them at dinner. Now, finally, I want us to challenge us to remember something. Presidents come and go. Congress will change, hopefully. But the passion that we feel right now is not just about Donald Trump. It is not about what we fear or oppose. It's about us. It's about our character. It's about who we are and who we want to be. That's what we have to live for. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you and to speak to you, and I look forward to standing with you side by side during the work ahead. So thank you all. God bless our collective efforts. God bless our beloved country. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mayor James. You gave us a great roadmap to the future, not just of the Democratic Party, but making sure that we have Democrats in every major city representing us, so we will be there on the front lines helping the Democratic mayors. I want to acknowledge all of my colleagues with the Democratic National Committee, my officers of the Democratic National Committee who are here. We'll have an opportunity to introduce these individuals during the afternoon session. As you all know, I'm a card-carrying member of the Democratic National Committee. I've been a Democrat now for 40 years, 40 out of my 57, that's not bad. I'm proud to be the interim chair of the party. I believe in this party, I believe in this party's future. I know it seems bleak at times when you lose elections, especially presidential elections. I know a little bit about that. But there's reason for hope. There's reason for us to begin that we can rebuild this party stronger and more resilient than ever. Over the last 3 weeks, I've had the opportunity to attend meetings with the college Democrats, the Young Democrats of America, on various, thank you, Ellen, who is one of our future leaders. Ellen told me she's from the Upper Peninsula, that she's going to run for the State House in a few years. And so yesterday, thank you, Ellen. And by the way, we need more women to run for public office, Ellen, so I'm glad that you're going to help lead the way. But over the last couple of weeks, I've been on the campus of Arizona State University, the home of the Devils. Then last week, I was at Texas Southern University, the home of the Tigers, and this weekend, I'm here, the home of the Warriors here at Wayne State University. And the reason why I wanted to sit down with these young people is I wanted to hear from them exactly what they need from us as Democrats, as leaders of the Democratic Party as we move forward. I talked to them about how we begin to rebuild, how we need them at the table, and why it's important for them to serve. And what I said to Ellen and all of her colleagues is essentially that this is your party, this is your home, and we need you to stand up and begin to run for office. So I am really, really convinced that we're going to leave this party in good, strong hands. A stronger party, a unified party, and a party that will uphold the values of freedom, justice, and equality for all. We all know that we had a very tough and contested primary during the 2016 race. It was also a very exciting time for many Americans who got involved in the Democratic Party, registered to vote, and helped to bring people to the polls in the fall. So I want to say thank you to all of those volunteers out there. But one of the things that we did at the convention is that we created the Unity Reform Commission. The Unity Reform Commission was created through a resolution that was approved at the 2016 Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia with a goal of studying key elements of our party structure and nominating process and provide recommendations to the full Democratic National Committee. It is my great honor to have, as the chair and vice chair of that committee, two wonderful, strong Democrats, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who will serve as chair, and my brother, the former president of the Communications Workers of America, Larry Cohen, who will serve as the vice chair of this important commission. I've known Larry for a long, long time. He is an activist, he's an organizer, and he's a leader. And Larry has attended all of these meetings and forums, and he wants to listen to you. Larry's job, along with Jen, is to make sure that we find ways to strengthen our process so that we can come together before 2018 and 2020. So it's my great honor to bring up another of what I like to call Labor Democrat, Mr. Larry Cohen, who will talk a little bit about the Unity Commission. Come on up, my friend.
Thanks, Donna, and I know we all know this, and we're thanking her repeatedly, but in the last months, I've worked closely with her, and she is always there. She takes to heart what we just heard Chuck Jones say, and what we all need to take to heart. This is a time to listen and to learn and to figure out how we fight forward. And thanks, Donna, for always being willing to listen and learn and to support change. So, as Donna said, the Unity Reform Commission came out of the convention, came out of the Rules Committee deliberation. And what I like to say is unity is not like the rain. It doesn't fall out of the sky. We got to work for it. And in this next year, this commission is gone in a year. And it's not like some commission where, you put a bunch of stuff in there, and I'll talk in a minute about the list of things, and then, you bury it. If that's what happens, that'll be tragic. But the resolution adopted in Philadelphia specifically says that's not what will happen. And that as we, have all this deliberation about officers, at the same time, we need to keep our eye on, what is it that we're going to change? It can't just be we're changing officers. We have to be changing how we do things. We have to be changing how we include new voters. And that's not just by saying unity, unity, unity. It's what are we doing? My great-grandmother grew up in her house, used to say, I'll watch your feet, not your mouth. And so this is about our feet. This is about what are we going to do? How are we going to change ourselves so we are more inclusive? And I have spent some time since the election with Jen O'Malley Dillon. She's the chair, appointed by Secretary Clinton. I was appointed by Bernie Sanders. And woo, let's hear a woo for Bernie. But that's not the point, right? The point is to figure out, regardless of how we got here, and there'll be 21 people on this commission, 9 others appointed by Secretary Clinton, 7 from Bernie, and 3 from the new chair. But it's not how we got there, it's what do we stand for, and what do we need to see, and what do we need to change. And if in fact we're the big tent party, and we talk about inclusion, and I was proud to be out there on the Women's March and listening to so many women, not so much the podium, but had it in D.C., more than 500,000 women come together from all different places. I don't mean just the geography of it. And that kind of inclusion is what we have to come to be. And, yeah. So, before I forget, I'm going to list some of the things we're supposed to do, and we want to hear from you now, like literally today. We have a table out there. I'll be out there. We have a website, and I don't know if the website's going to go up on there, but I don't see it. So Democrats.org. They'll put it up later. They do have it somewhere here. Anyway, Democrats.org and then /unity-commission. And again, we have a table. We can give you that again. But you can put website input in through the website. You can write it down on forms we have. We have copies of this 2-page resolution, which I'm going to highlight now in a second, out at this table, and we can just talk. But the important thing is to really think about, regardless of whether you're coming out of Detroit or somewhere else in Michigan or the Midwest, what is it that we need so that the kind of things we just heard from Chuck, and I was in that plant, many times with him and those workers. And we may not realize it. Those workers are half black and half white. And Carrier Corporation, United Technologies that owns them, doesn't care if they're black or white. They're going out the door. And that's not the kind of unity we want, people going out the door. We want it coming in the door and fighting to make this party even more inclusive and winning in these states in the Midwest. So, again, come out to the table, talk to me and about what you want to see in this. So what is it that the commission does? It sounds boring. It's a commission. So number one, it's going to look at the whole nominating process for president. And that's a big reason that it got created. How do we make that process more transparent and where everyone believes that, hey, this is the best that can be. This is not some closed thing that you got to be an insider to figure out, but it's wide open. We want more voters, not fewer. We want it easy for people to vote, and we want to make it easy for people to see how it went. And then beyond the presidential, obviously, we get focused on that too often. At the state level, how does the party function? How does the DNC itself function? What about issues like redistricting? When everybody talks about, just like unity, everybody talks about redistricting. What kind of resources do we put in, state by state, into fighting for that redistricting, starting right here in Michigan? And then empowering grassroots leaders. Again, those are nice words, but how do we really do that? How do we really lift up these new leaders? And there are many here in Michigan that I've met and that I know. But not just in Michigan, across the country, where again, it's not just words. And so college Democrats have to scratch for their own resources. College Republicans get funded. We need to take that to heart and not just say we want more young voters. And how do we do that? And this commission is only a small step in that way. So again, looking forward to getting your input, looking forward to working with Jen and folks who came from the Clinton campaign as well as the Bernie campaign, and the folks that come from the new chair, and looking forward to coming back and reporting at the end of the year. First of all, lots of listening and lots of ideas, and then reporting at the end of the year. Okay, here's our ideas. They may not all get implemented, but we are going to shout with a loud voice about those ideas. They're not going to go off quietly into the night. And when we talk about change, we need to live change. Thank you all, and let us know what you want to hear.
Larry's a great leader, and thank you, Larry, for leading this effort. And I know next week, Larry and Jen will be there in Baltimore. Before we close this morning program and turn it over to our moderator for this morning session with the candidates, it is my great honor to bring forward a remarkable lawmaker, my friend for many, many, many decades, a true champion of working people, not just here in the state of Michigan, but all across America, a great voice of wisdom, and someone who will not hesitate to call you or email or text you in the middle of the night when it comes to taking care of the people of Michigan. The Honorable Debbie Dingell, would you please come forward to bring greetings?
Good morning and welcome to Michigan Ground Zero. And Virgie's down there. God bless Virgie. I love Donna Brazile. I've known Donna for decades. She taught me what I know about politics. That is a true statement. I have been very lucky to have her as my mentor over the decades. It is great to have you here because I think that it really is important for people to be here and the discussion that is happening. I was one of the people that said for 2 years Donald Trump is exciting people and that Michigan could go the way that it did. Unacceptable, but we as Democrats have challenges, and we not be afraid to have the discussions we are having right now as we elect a new chair of the DNC. We have to have it. And we have to have tough conversations. We have to figure out how we're going to come together with one message. We have to understand that when we're talking about working men and women, how we make sure that that phrase encompasses everybody, we're not offending anybody, and that there are people that are working 2 jobs and still living at the poverty line, and that there are people working here in Michigan and in other Midwest states, what used to be called the Rust Belt, we're coming back and we're never going to be the Rust Belt again, that are worried about their pensions and their health care, and how do we talk about these issues and be a party that is there for everyday men and women, not the billionaires. And I wasn't here when you started this morning because I have Dearborn, Michigan, the very ground zero for a significant Muslim population, where people are scared that someone is going to knock on their door at 3 a.m. any minute, even when they are legal American citizens, not just residents with official green cards where they've been vetted for 2, 3, 4 years, biometrics, head security, background checks. And they're afraid someone's going to knock on their door and deport them any minute. Our job, we need to make it clear we are defending our national security. But national security means protecting our Constitution, and freedom of religion and freedom of speech are fundamental pillars. So, welcome, and let's not forget who we are and what our hearts and souls are, and make sure we've got a strategy to win. Because if we don't, this country is becoming a country of billionaires and a place people want to escape from, not come to. Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Congresswoman Dingell, in which your leadership and the leadership of other Democrats on Capitol Hill, I know that our voice will be heard. Now it's time for the main event. As you all know, this is an opportunity for our candidates who are running for national office of the Democratic National Committee to share with us their vision of the future of the Democratic Party. And this is an opportunity for DNC members to ask their questions of these candidates. And if you in the audience, you're part of our Democratic family, and it's very, very important that you are also involved in this process. So if you have a question, please write your question down, and staff will walk around. I will help them to collect your questions, and we will also hear from those online who will submit their questions as well. This morning, we will first hear from the candidates who are running for treasurer and then secretary in that order. We will hear from the chair and vice chair candidates during today's afternoon session, so please stick around. I would like to now bring forward the moderator of our session, Mr. Stephen Henderson, who will be pretty much in charge for the rest of the day. Stephen is a native of this great city. He has worked for the Detroit Free Press for a long, long time, and he is now the editorial page editor for the newspaper. He's held that position since 2009. He hosts a weekly talk show and co-hosts a weekly news wrap-up show, both on Detroit Public Television. Previously, he was reporter, editorial writer, and editor at the Chicago Tribune, the Baltimore Sun, and the Lexington Herald Leader. He also spent 5 years covering the United States Supreme Court for the Knight Ridder newspaper, and he has been honored with so many awards across his years as a great journalist. So, Stephen, this is your time to come forward. We're going to take a small break to reset the stage so that you are able to hear directly from the candidates. And thank you once again for coming this morning. So, Stephen Henderson, please come forward. I'd also like to ask the staff to help me set the stage up here. national awards. I failed to mention, Stephen, that you are also the recipient of the 2014 Pulitzer Prize for commentary. So my deep apologies. He's a terrific writer, brilliant. I often read his columns, tweet him out. So it's my great pleasure once again to welcome Stephen Henderson. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Henderson.
Good afternoon. Good morning. See, I've already got us in the middle of the day. As Donna said, I'm Stephen Henderson, the editorial page editor at the Detroit Free Press, and the host of Detroit Today on WDET, the public radio station here in Detroit. Also, the host of American Black Journal on Detroit Public Television, and the co-host of My Week, also on Detroit Public Television. All right, up next we have the forum for candidates for treasurer. I want to explain how this is going to go, and it's going to go the same way for many of the forums, and then the last two will be a little different, but I'll try to make sure you know what's going on and how it works each time. For the treasurer candidates, each candidate is going to be given a 1-minute opening statement. Then we will go to questions. I will start with questions for the candidates. They will be given 2 minutes each to answer any question. Then we'll go to the audience for questions. The first questions will go to DNC members who are able to just stand up and ask questions. I think we have a microphone. There we go, right there in the audience. You find the person with the microphone. If you've got a question, we'll get to that. And then we'll also be taking questions from the audience. And if you have questions for the candidates, you just write them down on a card and hand them in, and they will hand them to me. And then we'll get to those as well. So with that, let's introduce our candidates, Joyce Amico and Bill Darrow. And the candidates are ordered according to a blind draw that was done backstage. So even though they're alphabetical this time, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, Joyce, go ahead with your opening statement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Amico, and I'm running for DNC Treasurer. How many of you, the members, have seen the DNC budget? How many of you have actually participated in seeing or planning this budget? With a show of hands, I'm curious. Look at how there are no hands in the air. This is exactly why I decided to enter this race, because we need real transparency in our finances at the DNC. As a member of the Finance Leadership Council this last election cycle, raising over $1 million, I wanted to know about where my money that I was raising was going. Did it go to help any of the candidates in municipal, county, and state offices? I believe this culture must change. As a member of this committee, it is imperative that you have a working knowledge of the state of our finances. There are a couple of ways I can address this, so here's what I'm proposing. I'll meet with work with each state party chair to form an advisory board to collect and administer necessary funding for each state. We'll participate in budget planning together. Bring real transparency to our budget so state leadership has an informed say in where the money is being spent.
Okay,
We'll open up this dialogue.
We're out of time. You have 1 minute for the opening. We'll get back to you, though.
All right.
Bill Darrow, 1 minute for the opening.
Morning, everybody. My name is Bill Darrow, and I'm also running for DNC Treasurer. We've got 1 minute, so I'm going to keep it short. You got some flyers out there that you can look at. You can go to my website, billfortreasurer.com. I have a 5-point plan. First is be smart with our dollar. Make sure we spend the money well. Second, ensure transparency and communication. Third is rebuild our state parties. Fourth, create a reliable, recurring funding model for the party at the national and state level. And the fifth is raise money consistent with our values. I'm running for treasurer of the DNC because I grew up in a household that benefited every single day from the great work of this party over the last 100 years. My father was a union carpenter for 35 years. I know what it's like to have a father who has anxiety about being on the unemployment line, about losing unemployment after 6 months. My mother was an immigrant from Guatemala. I know what it's like to have people make fun of her and question her patriotism, even though she'd been a citizen for 40 years. If I'm elected treasurer, I will work every single day to rebuild this party, to bring the skills I've developed over 30 years turning around companies and nonprofits to the DNC, and ensuring this party will dominate for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I should also have mentioned that when they are getting close to time, I'll tap on the lectern. That's for them, it's not for you. Just to remind them that they need to wrap it up. Okay, you both mentioned transparency. And Joyce, you started with a question about how many people had seen budgets for the party. Talk about what that transparency means in practical terms. What kinds of things would you do to make it more transparent for members?
Well, again, I say I'd like to work with each of the state party chairs and talk about the budget that they need, because they feel that the DNC has not been there on a state party level to help candidates in your own state. And it's about time that we relooked at how we handled this approach with our finances. And for over 15 years, I've been in an elected position as president of a metropolitan district in Aspen, Colorado. And my district is about $1 billion. As a president of this district, I've dealt with all aspects of financial planning. And I've handled the issuance and repayment of more than $4.5 million in municipal bonds. I've worked with accountants and auditors and tax collectors to ensure our financial compliance. I've also set and maintained budgets for our roads and our water delivery systems, controlling almost 10% of Colorado's water at one point. So I'm ready. I'm ready to go in there and work with those state chairs and be able to put this together with you so that there are finances, and if we're going to raise money in a state, we kind of should keep that money in the state, and we should help those states that can't raise. That's what the mothership's all about, right? So I would like to do that with each one of you. So I hope you'll consider.
Okay. Bill, Darrow?
Sure. So in my plan here, I commit to making quarterly presentations to the members about what's going on with the finances. And obviously we need to be mindful to not give all the secret sauce to the other side, so we have to be careful what we disclose. But I work with lots of companies, public companies, right? Companies that file 10Ks and 10Qs, and we file our FEC reports. Those same companies that file their SEC reports also make presentations to their investors that summarize and lay out what they're doing. And the DNC should do the same thing for its members. You shouldn't be treated like the redheaded stepchild in this organization. You should be treated like members and partners that the DNC is working with and making sure that you understand what is going on at the DNC. I've heard so many issues and complaints from members that DNC fundraisers happen in their states, and not only do they not get invited, they don't even know they're happening. That makes no sense. The DNC should be fundraising jointly with the state parties. The state party chairs and the DNC members should be at these fundraising events, and we should be sharing the revenues there. The idea that there's a limited amount of dollars that people will give, I don't believe in. My father didn't have a lot of money, but he gave to a lot of charities over his lifetime when there was a good story there, and I think that we can do the same thing here. But ultimately, you guys need to know what's happening with the dollars in a much more transparent way, and I would have quarterly updates for you.
Okay, I'm curious to get each of you to talk about what you think the major differences are between your candidacies. What would you do, Joyce, that would be different from what Bill would do? And Bill, how would you approach the job differently from Joyce? Joyce, go ahead.
I'm coming from a state party perspective, and so I'm on the ground. I have gone out there in the trenches with all of you during campaigns. I've knocked on 3,300 doors just this last cycle alone. Basically made about 1,800 calls, raised $1.3 million for the candidates in this election. I'm down on a grassroots level, but I'm also financially responsible to handle this position. And so if we can just marry we could marry state parties with the DNC, there would be the help that could happen. And it should stem from the DNC. When you make a phone call, you should get the help that you're calling to get. And that's what I would like to do.
Okay. Bill?
So 80% of the large dollars that come to the DNC, large donors, come from New York, LA, San Francisco, and Miami. I live in New York. I was born in San Francisco, grew up there, and I lived in LA for 10 years. I have deep and substantial networks in those cities and really across the United States. We need to expand our fundraising. Andy Tobias has been an amazing, amazing treasurer for this party. He raised tens of millions of dollars for the party. Andy's not going away. Andy's going to be, as you saw, treasurer emeritus. He's going to keep working his network. I will bring my network of people. I looked at some of the donations that my network has given the DNC. It's been 2,000, 3,000. Those same people I know could go to 33.9 now. Ultimately, we need to build a long-term, sustainable, recurring funding model that's a grassroots model. Think about this. 65 million people voted for Hillary Clinton. If 1.5% of those people, 1 million people, gave $5 a month to the DNC, we would have $60 million a year coming in. If we got 1,000 more maxing out donors at 33.9, we would have $34 million a year. We could create a model of $100 million recurring revenue every single year if we just work at it and we're smart about it. We need to bring modern approaches, modern technology to this approach. It's not recreating the wheel, and I believe we can do it. If we can have that, we could be sending hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars to the state parties to rebuild them. At the end of the day, we can't be a party, a national party, if we're not running candidates in every election in every state in this country. The way we're going to have to do that is this committee, this national organization, needs to work with the state parties and bring whatever they need, money, resources, technology, ideas, marketing, support. We can only do that if we fund the DNC. And going back to what Joyce has said and what I said about transparency, it's not just funding into this black hole where no one knows where the money's going. It's funding into an organization where everyone knows what our message is and what we're doing. What we're doing with that money.
Okay, we're going to go to audience questions now. Are there members of the DNC who have questions for the treasurer candidates? Joyce, you go first.
Thanks, Alice, for the question. I'm glad you asked that question because, of course, we don't want to share, our inner books with the general public out there so that they can use it against us. But at this point in our Democratic Party, how can a treasurer or a finance chair who's in charge of our finances not be able to see the books? And so at this point, we really do need to relook at this transparency and be able to work with the chair, obviously, who will help direct. And I am willing to work with any chair that you deem necessary to lead us moving forward. But not to forget the little people who are the $2, the $3, the $5 givers, because those are the givers that are 60% of what we raise at the DNC. And yes, it is important to have big-time donors. That's absolutely true. I live in an area where we have 50 billionaires in 6 miles. And so sure, I'm going to tap into that. And as a big fundraiser, I most definitely am all about raising money for this party. I want to get you the money that you need on the ground, right? But I also need to start with understanding reality with this. And I think the state chairs should also be involved in this by involving them in transparent books so that they can have input to what they need. I can work with our finance chair and our chair, and they make reference, the DNC makes reference in a bylaws about some subcommittee meetings that have never taken place. Never taken place. But yet, in your bylaws, they say they're taking place. Well, I have an issue with that, and I would like to help fix that. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And so that's what I'd like to really have happen this time around.
Okay. Bill Darrow?
This is the third forum. Every single forum, people talk about this issue, right? I advise lots of companies, lots of nonprofits. I've never seen a nonprofit or company where the board of directors doesn't see and approve the budget. And the nationally elected officials, the secretary, the vice chairs, the treasurer, are essentially like the board of directors. It doesn't make any sense to me. And whoever the chair is, hopefully every one of them is listening, that while there's tremendous power in the chair role, the people, the members of the DNC, want to know more. They want more transparency, and both Joyce and I are committing to providing more transparency. We're going to have to work with all of the members who are elected to ensure that. You know, your other question about sort of not giving away the secret sauce, so every company that files public financial statements, they provide enough information that's required under SEC rules. They also provide usually flip charts, you know, PowerPoint presentations that tell the people who invest in the company what they're up to. Same thing with most charities too, right? If you are a member of a charity, you give money, you kind of get an update. You can provide information to members of the DNC without giving away the secret sauce. Companies do that all the time. Nonprofits do that all the time. We can do that here. We just have to have a mindset that we're going to do that. We're going to treat DNC members like members and partners, not like an afterthought. And we can do it. It's not rocket science. But ultimately, both Joyce and I are saying the same thing on this, is that we will do everything we can to ensure that transparency, maybe in slightly different ideas and ways. Hopefully the vice chairs also feel the same way, and hopefully all the chair candidates feel that way as well.
Okay, very good. Other questions from DNC members? Right here.
Hello, my name is Ellen LeBloom. I'm the current CDA Vice President. My question for both of you is, if you are elected in this position, would you commit to helping college Democrats raise funds, or at least fight for us at the top of this party to help make sure we get funding that we desperately need to be a very robust organization?
Joyce?
Absolutely. I love raising money. Okay? I love raising money. I like empowering other people to raise money. I want to get you the money that's going to bring us to the top. And so no task is too great for me. I will roll up my sleeves. I will work side by side with you and get you the help that you need.
Bill?
I agree with that. One of the things we can't do or we haven't done right now is project-oriented financing. So I'm sure some of you are involved in charitable work. In my church, trying to get people to put more money in the basket every week is impossible. Catholics don't do it. It's just kind of the way we are. But if I get up there and say, we need $5,000 to fix the boiler, or we need $1,500 to fix the roof, magically the money comes. So if we go tell people we're going to raise X dollars and we're going to put aside $500,000 for college Democrats for the next 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is, and we can put this amount of money to getting to registering voters in these 5 states, and we're going to put this amount of money to getting people out to vote in these states, and have real plans and can commit to people that if you give us your money, you can invest in this, you can invest in that. Here's another thing you can invest in. That works in nonprofits. Why we don't do it at the DNC, I don't know. But we have to be able to figure out a way to do it. It's 2017. It's not 1967, right? We ought to be able to do this. Look, take best practices in the nonprofit world and utilize them in the DNC world. So the answer is yes. We need the money first, right? We have to raise the money. But we should be cultivating and creating Democrats from the time, they're thinking about voting. I always thought of myself as a Democrat. My 6-year-old said he's no longer friends with Dylan anymore. And sometimes they get in fights, so I wasn't so upset about that. But I said, why? And he said, because he voted for Trump. Obviously, Dylan didn't vote for him. His parents did. But we should be cultivating future Democrats at the youngest level. And at the college level where their minds are developing, they're engaged, that's a great place to be doing it.
Okay, a reminder that DNC members are permitted to ask questions into the microphone. If you are just a member of the audience, you got to write your question down, and they'll hand it up to me. Other questions from DNC members? No? All right. Audience questions. I don't have any up here. No? I wonder if they're coming with them. Okay. All morning. There should be a bunch. Well, I have none up here. Well, let's wait a second and see if they bring me some. In the meantime...
I know.
I was going to say, there are lots of questions, so... Yeah. Well, we can't do it into the microphone for the audience. So, I might agree with that, but the rules were set before, and the candidates agreed to them, so we need to follow that. All right. Question from Tiffany in Detroit. I would like to know from each candidate what sets them apart and what skills do they have lead the party that none of the other candidates possesses. Joyce.
Again, besides being the president of a metro district in Colorado, I also have served on several local and national boards in various leadership positions over a 25-year time span. Vice president, treasurer, secretary, development chair. In these capacities, I have raised more than $30 million towards these nonprofit sustainable financials futures. And as an organizational management consultant, I've managed multi-million-dollar budgets for large and small businesses, helping clients to preserve, reorganize, or sell individual practices based on their specific need. I do much more than just raise money. I'm also willing to give my time. I'm also willing to get to work. And I'm also willing to give you a full-time status to this job. A lot of times in the past, some of these positions, since they're not paid positions, that people do it in addition to their job. I'm willing to give up my job because Democrats need help. And I am a Democrat through and through, and I am willing to give my full-time efforts. And I emphasize that full-time. So that's what I'd like to do.
Okay. Bill Darrow.
So for 30 years, I've spent my career helping troubled organizations, large ones. So when American Airlines was in bankruptcy, I advised the unions and the creditors, and we completely turned around the plan that management wanted to do, where they were going to fire thousands of workers, cancel 100,000 pensions, and pay creditors 30 cents. We, working together with the unions and the creditors, forced them to do a merger with US Air, got a better management team in there, better plan, saved the pension, saved the jobs, got better outcomes, and paid the creditors off 100 cents. I've done this with hundreds of companies and probably dozens of nonprofits. We all agree the DNC needs some help. Some people think the DNC needs, a lot of fixing. Some people would say some tuning up. That's what I do. I help fix organizations when they're in trouble. That's what I would bring here. I will work every day for the DNC. I live a little over 2.5 hours from Washington. I will be at DNC headquarters every single week. You can't change an organization unless you're there, helping the chair, the staff, and everyone else reinvigorate and restructure the organization so it works for you. There is invariably, in any organization, some waste and contracts they're into that don't make any sense. I've worked with charities and companies to go through those contracts and get rid of ones that don't make sense and get new bids from competitors. We need to make sure that our vendors are consistent with our values, that we don't have sacred cows, that we've always done it this way, so we're going to keep doing it that way, that we keep using the same supplier because we've used that supplier for 30 years. We need to be smart with your dollars. We need to make sure that DNC is working. And that's what I've done for 30 years, and I will bring those skills to the DNC.
Okay, another audience question. In fundraising, who does the party pursue? This matters because those people have a voice. One root cause of Hillary Clinton's failure is not listening to the bottom 90% of us. Joyce Amico.
So I emphasize again, 60% of the money raised in the last election came from small donor giving. $5, $10, and up, reoccurring gifts. And that is, we need to be able to move and improve upon the President Obama fundraising tactics, the Bernie Sanders tactics, where we marry digital fundraising with traditional fundraising strategies. And we now need to improve. We've done this a couple of cycles. We've seen how we can improve and make this better. So that side of it is, yeah, we do need to worry about the people who give the small amount of dollars. Yes, it's nice to go to a nice little fundraiser and raise that, but we lost touch with our base. We totally lost touch with the base of democracy here, right? And being a Democrat and the unions and the workers and not the fancy fundraisers. So yes, I want and make a commitment. I asked everybody in this last election cycle. I didn't get out of a cab until I got money from the cab driver. My Uber driver, I have so many Uber drivers on my fundraising page because that commitment was, look, I took 2 years off of work to dedicate my time and give this to you because we need the help. I can't be the only one doing it. So I got $5 most times from my cab drivers, and I got $10 from my Uber drivers. So that was like really a great thing. So if you sat next to me on an airplane, if you sat next to me on a train, if you were anywhere in my line of fire, I would explain to you why money is how we're going to get out of this hole we're in.
Okay, Bill Darrow.
I said a little bit earlier, if we can get 1 million people giving $5 a month, that's $60 million recurring revenue. I'm sure everybody in this room gives money to some organization on a recurring basis, whether it's your church or another nonprofit. People don't think of the DNC that way. They don't. If you ask, when I told people I'm running for treasurer, they said, really? Well, what does the DNC do? And, problems and things like that. If we can create a message for people as to what Democrats stand for, what we're doing for America, there's been a lot of great comments this morning from the speakers, and harness that. We can fund the party with just small dollars over time on a recurring basis. But we have to create a message, we have to create a plan, and it's not just one person, it's not Joyce or I doing it, it's really creating a whole team of people with digital strategies and marketing people and all of that stuff to reach people in a manner that makes sense to them. I'm so tired of my email box being filled with my hair is on fire emails from every different state Democratic Party and this and that. It's not effective. We need to be using Facebook and all the other social media things to connect with people on the issues they care about and make sure they understand the Democratic Party is standing for their issues, and then get them to commit, to join up by committing on a regular basis. I think we can do that.
Okay. That's all the time we have for our treasurer candidates. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Thanks.
I think Secretary is up next, so that will take place in a few minutes. Jason Ray. Next is Roberta Lang, Anna Kupro, and Stephanie Rawlings Blake.
So I like to leave this up, and how do you like it?
Take it off.
Okay, the rules for this forum are the same as they were for treasurer. Each candidate will get a 1-minute opening statement. I will begin to ask questions then, and they will get 2 minutes each to answer those questions. Then we'll turn it over to the audience. Remember, DNC members seated up front will speak into the microphone. Someone who has the microphone. We'll get to that. And then if you have questions in the audience, you need to write them down on cards. They will pass them up to me and I will read them. All right, so also, because we have more candidates this time, I will alternate who goes first to answer questions. So let's start on your left with Jason Ray. 1 minute.
Well, thank you all for being here and participating, whether in person, in the room, or watching the live stream. My name is Jason Ray, and I'm running for secretary to ensure we do more to engage members and to create greater transparency of the DNC. It's essential that we become more open about how our party operates, and the secretary has a major role to play in this effort. As secretary, my priorities include issuing reports after every meeting, so you know what happened and you can share it with your constituents. Working with the chair to send advanced and timely notices about our meetings so you can plan ahead. Creating a mentorship and training program for new members and helping to onboard them. And most importantly, being an advocate and a resource for you, our DNC members. I want you to know that you'll always be able to call, email, text me, and I personally will get back to you. I'm proud to have been a member of the DNC since I was elected in 2004 at the age of 17. I understand how the party works and the important role that the secretary has in supporting and building our party. I'd be honored to have your vote.
Okay, also a reminder to the candidates, when I tap on the lectern for the first time, you have about 20 seconds left, and then when I tap on it for the second time, your time is up. Roberta Lang, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roberta Lang, chairwoman of the Nevada State Democratic Party. My grandfather immigrated to the United States from Mexico to find opportunity and a better life. He taught me to work hard for what I believe in. I believe as secretary, I can help build a communication system to deliver information and tools that is needed to share in our work ahead. That is why I'm proposing we connect DNC regions, caucuses, and councils so they can better communicate with each other and will work to build our shared knowledge and expertise with an archive of best practices. As a member of the executive team, I will bring my grassroots perspective with me in this new and challenging time. I will also push, as a part of that executive team, for regional DNC trainings for members, state parties, and activists. We had a good election night in Nevada. We flipped 2 congressional seats, we flipped our state Senate, we flipped our state assembly, we elected the first United States Latina senator, we voted for Hillary, and we re-elected our congresswoman. We didn't work any harder than you, but we did some things well. I know we can win, and I also know that it will take all of us, connected, informed, and engaged.
All right, thank you. Anna Kupro.
Good morning, I'm Anna Kupril. I'm the chairwoman of the Wyoming Democratic Party. I believe that the party's greatest threat is the erosion of our members and the public's trust. We must find a way to build back that trust, as well as confidence in our organization's ability to represent middle-income and working-class Americans of all backgrounds. The Secretary's office is directly responsible to our membership and will play a critical role in fostering communication and transparency in the coming years. This will be our first and best step forward, rebuilding confidence and trust, and it will be my #1 priority. We are the party of inclusion, and that means including all our members and state organizations in determining messaging, key policies, fundraising plans, and an overall national strategy to regain control, not just of Congress and the White House, but also governor seats and legislatures around the country. If I am elected, I will seek input from our members on how to better communicate with them and when and how decisions are made. I will start with holding monthly conference calls with members and party leaders, publishing monthly bulletins regarding the latest developments of the DNC headquarters, and offer monthly updates on the progress of our policy priorities across the state.
Thank you. All right, Stephanie Rawlings Blake.
Thank you very much. Good morning, I still believe, to everyone. I want to thank everyone at Wayne State for hosting us today, and the Michigan State Party for hosting us. Detroit has really rolled out the red carpets for the Democrats, and I'm grateful for that. I am the current secretary of the DNC, and I've been so extremely proud to serve as secretary. I have seen the greatness of our party. I've seen also lots of opportunity. I love being a surrogate for the party when I get a chance to speak. And I see Virgie out here. I spoke for your women's group, and I enjoyed that. And I've enjoyed it because I've dedicated my life to democratic, the principles that our party stands for. So I am hoping to have your support so I can continue this strong work, because I strongly believe that when we celebrate our diversity and bring the best to the table, we will win. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up with the first question. I'd like each candidate to talk about something that happens now under the Secretary of the DNC that you would change, something that you think is not working and how you would make it work. And this time we're going to start with Roberta Lang. 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. So I think what I would do is I think we have to improve our communication out in the field. And so one of the proposals I have was to create listservs for the regions so that our regions can have an opportunity to communicate with each other, but also for our councils and our caucuses so that they can have an opportunity to communicate directly with their members. In this time and in the next 4 years, it's going to be very trying for all of us. We have to have communication tools in the field that we can activate at a moment's notice. And so I think creating those kinds of tools that would allow our chairs and our regions to communicate with each other on a more effective basis is something that I would definitely do.
Okay. Anna Caprill, you're next.
Thank you. One of my concerns as a member, and I know many of you who I've spoken to, is we're all volunteers here. And many of us are just regular people working regular jobs, funding our trips to the DNC out of our own pockets. We're not out there fundraising. We don't have campaign funds to be able to get to these meetings. So I think more budget-friendly options for our members in places that we're staying, from giving the option of the hotel where we are having our events, to having nearby options that are easier for our members, or even cities that might be a little bit less expensive to get to or to host these events would be one of my priorities.
Okay, Ms. Rawlings-Blake, you are the current secretary, so just talk about things that you might change.
I can answer the question.
All right, good enough. Go ahead.
You don't have to softball it for me. All right. So, I think there's always a way that we can improve, and that's the approach I took to being mayor. And one of the things I focused on is mayor's transparency, and I think that I would love to bring more of that to the office of secretary. As mayor, we had a very complicated budget. I oversaw a $2.4 billion budget, and not a lot of people understood that process. I brought levels of transparency by bringing that process to the people, and not only did I get better feedback, because what I've been hearing from people is we want not to just hear from you, but we want you to hear from us. We got better feedback from the constituents when I did that, but we were also able to raise the city's bond rating to the highest it's been in over 40 years. So transparency and engagement work. It works in cities, and I know it can work if we bring that same level of transparency and engagement to the DNC.
Okay. Jason Ray.
Well, I think we all know that the Secretary's office doesn't necessarily set the meeting schedule, that it's up to the chair to pick those dates. But as Secretary, I really want to be that advocate inside the building for members, making sure that we are pushing ahead to really plan and get out notices of meetings much further in advance than we are now. I think we should actually be getting out an entire year ahead of schedule so that members have an opportunity to plan their lives around it. We are all volunteers who are going to these meetings and hoping to participate. And we need to be making sure that we can allow members that opportunity, so they can find affordable airfare, so they can find affordable accommodations. So one of my priorities will be, in addition to just sending the notices, really being that advocate and working with the chair on day one to make sure we can set a schedule for the entire year of when meetings will take place, at least tentatively, so folks have an opportunity to plan around it.
Okay. Next question. I've asked, and I asked the treasurer candidates this as well. talk about the things that separate you from the other candidates here on the panel. What makes you a distinct candidate to be the Secretary of the DNC? And Ms. Caprill, you are up first.
Thank you. I think one of the things that makes me different from most candidates is, first of all, I'm coming from the West in a very, very small rural town. So that makes a difference in my perspective about who I'm going to advocate for in the DNC as an executive council member. The other thing that sets me apart is I'm a librarian. I'm an information specialist. And so every day what I do is find resources and help people get the resources that they need. I do that in my everyday job. I would love to do that as the secretary of the party.
Stephanie?
Wow, that's a tough question, because I think that we should all be proud that we have a very strong field of candidates. But I'm a tested leader. I've been in elected office. I've served at every level of city government for the past 21 years, and I love being able to bring that experience to the table as a DNC officer. And I think as a party we have to figure out what kind of game we want to play moving forward. Are we going to play inside baseball? Are we going to play, play to win? And I think when you want to play to win, you want to put your best people on the table, best people on the front lines. I've got a national profile that I continue to use to promote the democratic principles. I'm a political contributor for ABC News, and I use that platform routinely to shine a light on the things that we're doing right as Democrats, and also take it to the Republicans. I think that's important to be able to continue at the national level for the DNC. I've been a tremendous advocate for LGBT rights nationally. The first straight elected, I don't know of another straight elected that came out before me for marriage equality. I've been known nationally for my advocacy for new Americans and the Latino community. And I represent African American. As an African American woman, I represent the strongest and most loyal membership, or the most voting bloc to the Democratic Party. So there are a lot of things that I have worked for, and that my candidacy represents. It represents the strongest parts of our party.
Okay, Jason Wright.
I think the thing that sets me apart from the other candidates is my length of service as a DNC member. As many of you know, I was first elected to serve on the DNC back in 2004, more than 12 years ago, when I was elected from our state party at the age of 17, and have now been reelected by our state convention 3 times. And I think that length of service has provided me an opportunity to see things that work well and see things that haven't worked as well, from the Secretary's office, from other DNC leadership. I've worked in, if we include Chair Brazil, under 5 different chairs on the DNC. And I think that perspective and that history is a good thing. I've seen ways that we can use the Secretary's office to be more engaging, to do things. And I think as an elected DNC member from a state, as one of the 200 elected, I understand what it means to report to my constituents. That's something that I've always done. After every meeting that I've gone to for 12 years, I've issued a report of things that we discussed, what we voted on, what was talked about, to make sure that members and grassroots leaders know what's happening at the national level. And that's something that I want to do as Secretary. I want to make sure that we're engaging folks, that we are sharing reports after each meeting. So whether you were gone, whether you missed it, or whether you want to share it out with your own constituents about what's happening. And I think that member experience is what helps set me apart.
Okay, Roberta Lang.
Thank you. What separates me apart? I was born in Southern California. My father moved us to Montana, where I grew up in a red rural state. I then went to college in Southern California, moved up to the state of Washington, and then moved to Nevada to marry my husband, who was the executive director of the teachers union in Nevada. I understand what our states are like, and in this time, we have to look at the experience that we can bring to our position, not only for the position of secretary, but as a member of the executive team. In Nevada, we are the only state in the nation that won from the bottom of the ticket to the top of the ticket. And I think that is so valuable when you are trying to move an organization forward and look at what worked and what didn't. We made everything work. And so I really want to bring that to the table. But more than that, I want to bring my over 25 years of leadership experience to this position. I was president of my teachers union when I taught school. I was a coach. I had to teach my kids about teamwork. And the DNC, we are about teamwork. We have to get our team together. I became president of, or chair of my county central committee. I ran unopposed for 2 terms. I was then elected state chair, and I've run unopposed for 3 terms as state chair. I want to bring all that experience, and I want to bring what happened in Nevada. And it doesn't mean that we're any better than any other state. It means that we had a formula that worked. And I want to bring that formula and that experience to the DNC.
Okay. Let's go to audience questions. Members of the DNC committee? Questions? One over here.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Ellen. I'm CDA Vice President. My question to you guys is, what is your experience with helping empower young people in the party, and how will you continue to do that in your role as Secretary?
Okay, Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, you are up first this time.
I think the main thing we need to do is listen. And I have a lot of experience in that. I think I believe in the future and paving a way for the future. That's why, as every part of my political career, I've paved a way for that next generation of elected officials, and I'm very proud that following me are people who I've helped advocate for to be in the city council, to be on the state central committee, because that's how I was taught, that you pave a way for that next generation. And I also think it's important to continue to tap into that resource. That's why as mayor, I focused on growing our city by focusing on millennials, and now Baltimore has the 4th fastest growing millennial population in the country. Because I understand the power of millennials to be a force for our country. So it's about listening, it's about valuing and respecting the opinions of our next generation, and paving the way, and I intend to continue to do that.
Okay. Jason Ray, you're next.
It works. Thank you, Ellen, for the question and for your service to CDA. You know, the reason I first actually ran for the DNC back in 2004 was I wanted to see more young people at the table. When I was elected, there were 6 DNC members under the age of 36. And 5 of those were automatic as representatives of young Democrats and college Democrats. Quickly, we started, and I helped found, and I now chair, and have chaired for the last 8 years, the DNC's Youth Council, where we've really worked to increase opportunities at every level of the party for millennials to be engaged and involved. We did a blueprint for change a few years back that did an assessment of state parties and how they can better increase opportunities for young people within their party infrastructure. And then started doing some trainings with the ASDC around that. As Youth Council Chair, we also focused a lot of our attention on the delegate selection process. So including young people in states' delegate selection plans, and then doing actually the trainings to get young people to understand how to run for a convention delegate and opening those opportunities. Through all that, we've actually increased the number of people under 36 on the DNC. I think right now, after we finish the last set of elections, we're at more than 25 young millennial DNC members. I think that's a great thing. And as Secretary, I want to continue to do that work to make sure that we're engaging millennials, that we're finding opportunities for them to be involved in the life of our party, that we're opening up the party, so we're being more transparent. We're letting them know how they can get involved, how they can run for a DNC position in their state, how they can run for a national convention delegate. It's why I'm proud in this race to be endorsed by more than 40 millennial leaders, including Young Democrats of America leaders, College Democrats of America leaders, and others who understand that vision, share it with me, and are excited to have a millennial in the leadership team who understands how the party works and is ready to move us forward.
So in my role as chair, one of the things that I learned early on in talking to young Democrats is they told me that the only thing the state party wants us for, the county party, is to make phone calls. And that was so sad to me because young people have so much more to offer. I have 3 millennial children, and they talk to me all the time about how change and what they think should happen, and in this election in particular was big for them. I think that we have to, and what I've done to engage youth on a different level, on my executive board of my state party, I have the opportunity to increase my executive board by a few numbers, and I appointed our national committee person for Young Democrats, because I think you have to walk your talk. You can go and talk to young people and say, we're interested in what you have to say, we want to hear from you, come and be involved, but you have to put young people in a place of prominence and tell them that they're valued. And so I have put them on my executive board. At my central committee meeting, I raise money for them, seed money for them to have their organization. I have, out of my own pocket, bought their banner for the Young Democrats. I am committed to young people being involved in our party, and I think we have to do that now. We can't wait. It is the time.
Okay, Ms. Caprell, you're last.
Thank you for your question. I think two things that I have done, especially as chair, is to not only listen but also to help educate other people on how they can get to these positions. I tell them my story. It's probably been a little over 8 years since I came into my county party to help out just as a regular person, volunteer, and here I am sitting as the chair of the party. I listened, I took the time, I attended meetings, I invested in my party. You can do that. Read the rules, participate, and there's opportunity to be a member of the party, and here I am on a national stage. So, you know, it is doable, and I think talking to people about how those opportunities come about and how they can be a part of the process is definitely something that we should all be doing. The other thing that I did is I was very interested in making sure that we have young people involved as part of the political process in my state. There aren't that many young people that help out in Wyoming. And so one of the first things that I did when I became chair is I hired the youngest executive director that I could find. She's a Laramie native. She's wonderful. She does a great job. I know there are other state parties that have been looking at stealing her, but we are keeping her home in Wyoming to do the work there. And I think it has made a difference in what we have been able to accomplish in Wyoming to have a local and young person be running the party for us.
Okay, other DNC members with questions? Right here in the front.
Hi, Jim Roosevelt from Massachusetts. The Secretary's office has a relatively small staff, and in addition to record keeping and sending out notices and some of the other functions that you've discussed, also is responsible for the logistics of our meetings, whether full DNC, executive committee, and our other groups. I'd like to know how each of you would allocate the staff time among your the various functions of the Secretary's office.
Okay, up front this time is Jason Ray.
Sure. Thanks, Jim, for the question. And, you know, for me, I think the first and foremost responsibility of the staff, in addition to the Secretary themselves, is really being engaged with DNC members, first and foremost, and is actually, you know, prioritizing and valuing members and making sure that members are responded to. I think that's the first step. I think the meeting planning is an essential part, and I want to make sure that that is done adequately, but I think it also involves bringing in folks. I think it includes making sure that we are talking to our council and caucus chairs about the meetings to see what would make sense to them, that we're opening up to members. And I think it also includes allocating time to make sure that we are doing proper record keeping, make sure the membership roster is up to date. And I think that is part of the member engagement. It's just reaching out and talking to members on a regular basis. And it's my commitment as secretary to call through the members. I'd like to do it every month if I can, just to talk, hear what's going on, to keep the list going, and have staff do that as well, to make sure we're having a two-line communication that folks know that they can be responded to as we plan meetings. I think that will go a long way.
Roberta Lang.
Thank you. So in allocating the staff, I think that, first of all, when we're elected, we have to learn about what the staff does already. I don't feel like I'm a prescriptive kind of person. There are a lot of things that work. There may be some things, and we've already talked about those things that we need to change. Planning our DNC meetings, for me, is like planning a larger scale of our convention. I know how much work that takes. It takes an enormous amount of work to make all those pieces work. So I will work with the staff. I have the time to be in DC. I have the time to either travel. I can move if I need to. I am committed to this, and I want to make it work for everyone.
Okay, Anna Caprell.
Thank you. I already work with a very small staff, but we're not a huge party in Wyoming, and so our best efforts are to work as a team. And so we find each other's strengths. We figure out, you know, who's capable of doing what, and put that person on that task. But my first priority, as far as the team members would go, would be member communications always to be a resource to what our members need. There are best advocates out in their states for what the DNC is doing. So I would want to make sure that they have the information that they need to do their job. And then from there, organization of our meetings would be my next priority.
Stephanie Rawlings-Blake.
Thank you. I'm going to answer in two ways. One, I think we have a tremendous staff, and I inherited a tremendous staff from the previous secretary, and I'm blessed for that because we have people who are very talented and very committed to the party. Part of the allocation requires presence and proximity, and I'm fortunate to be so close, and I will be having an office, a private office in D.C. as well, which would put me closer and give me the opportunity to be a more active member of the leadership team, because I think in order to make this allocation, it's not a one-time thing. You have to be nimble, and I think nimble means having an understanding of what's going on the ground, and that takes presence. And hopefully, if re-elected as secretary, we can continue to do that. But it's also about doing more with less. And I know something about that being in city government, where the push was always to provide more services with less taxes. And what that means is you get creative. And we have an enormously talented DNC with people that can help us to train more surrogates to be on the ground in communities where people feel like they haven't been heard, and to be the voice for the principles and the things that we stand for, so we can engage more effectively with the people that we need to turn out to win. And we have to do that on an ongoing basis, because if we think that every 2 years or 4 years we're going to knock on doors and people are going to want to hear from us, we're fooling ourselves. We need to be on the ground on a more consistent basis, and that means having a more trained DNC membership, and that means doing more with less, engaging our membership that can help us to get there, and that's what I plan to do as secretary if I am honored to continue to serve in that role.
Okay. Other DNC member questions? Right here.
Alice Drummond, actually Secretary Emeritus. And in that role, and I have often wondered, and this is sort of an out-of-the-box question, one of the most fun things, obviously, is the roll call at the national conventions. And it's exciting, and it brings us all together. But at the same time, frankly, some folks think that it gets a little tedious, and we go state by state by state by state. And I'm just wondering if you might share, if you have any ideas for how to make that roll call maybe look like America more, or engage states back in where they are, or some other ways to offer that to the American people for the next convention, because there's been a lot of conversation about shortening the convention, how to do that, and pushing the roll call into the oblivion of 1 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'd be curious to hear if you have some ideas to make that more stimulating, more engaging, and something that the American people would like to watch.
Okay, up first this time is Roberta Lang.
Thank you for that question, Alice. So in the role of secretary, I really thought more about the office of the secretary and the communication part. I think the convention, that is something that is under the responsibility of the secretary, and it does go on for a really long time. And I think that we are in a time where we have the internet, we have all kinds of technology available to us. At the DNC meeting, we're going to be voting with clickers for our officers. I think we have to look at every opportunity that's available, but I really, really like what you suggested is involving the communities, because I know for us, how many people can you scoot around a microphone to make them feel they're included in the process? And there's always someone that doesn't feel included, and they go home and they're upset, and that feels bad too. So if there's a way that we could do that at home and make that work, I think that's a fabulous idea.
Okay, Anna Caprill.
Sure. I think the easiest thing and probably most fun and engaging would be to maybe have a contest in the state and allow some young person under 18 to send in what their statement would be to describe their state, and allow them the opportunity to get, front, stage, center, on the microphone and speak on behalf of their state. This way we get somebody that's engaged and interesting and excited about being there, and bring that person along to the national convention.
Stephanie Rawlings-Blake.
Thanks. Growing up, going to conventions, I think I started going in 92. The roll call was my favorite part because I think it gives us a opportunity to shine as Democrats.
I often said about the Republican convention, it was like playing Where's Waldo if you were looking for anybody that had, any person of color, even women, at their conventions. But when you look at our roll call, you got to see America, and you got to see the best of our country. So when I had the chance to do the roll call of the states for this last convention in Philadelphia, it was a dream come true. And I loved seeing the pride of every state. Is it a perfect system? No. But I really think it gives us a chance to shine. And I was pleased to be able to bring my best to it. And I've had people everywhere I travel in the country said that they didn't even know the roll call existed before, and they enjoyed watching it. And I really think that we should use it as a way to amplify our strengths, our diversity, the fact that we are a big tent party, and just shine a light on it even more.
Okay, Jason Ray.
Thanks, Alice, for making us think a little outside the box this morning. I know that it is one of my favorite parts of the convention, much like Stephanie, and I'm sure Roberta and Anna's as well, because it is that moment to showcase the pride of the states. Specifically states and Democrats abroad and others who may not always get the attention that they deserve for the great work they're doing and get to highlight who they are. But that said, I think there's a way to do it, as your question asked, about really showcasing the diversity of our party. And I think, to me, it starts with, and it's not going to be well-liked among elected officials, is getting them away from being the ones to announce the votes, but trying to find those true representatives that have a story to tell. And I actually think if we find folks who, maybe it's a first-generation college student, maybe it's somebody who was helped by the Affordable Care Act, maybe there's another kind of personal story that we can use. And I actually think the media in those local states and those markets will actually cover parts of the roll call that way, and will open it up because there's somebody real that they can say and that they can highlight and that they can do interviews with. And maybe, as Roberta mentioned, maybe it's somebody doing it remotely, from somewhere in their state, where we set it up where, they're standing up, South Dakota's outside Mount Rushmore, casting their vote, or something like that. They can open it up. But I think there are ways to do it, but it's something that I would love to discuss with other DNC members and hear their thoughts, and the nominee and those who plan the conventions, to see what makes sense, what's affordable and feasible, but how we can do it to really excite people again about it.
Okay, we've got about 8 minutes left. I want to make sure we get to audience questions. So Angela in Detroit asks, how do you plan to use the Secretary's office to make an impact on the party's efforts to prepare for elections in 2017, 2018, and beyond? Anna Kuprell, you're up first.
So I would use this opportunity on the Executive Council to advocate for rural strategy. I see it in my state, I see it in lots of Western states where not only are we ignored by the DNC, even though we are putting in the work of getting candidates elected. We need to take a real hard look at what it takes to get candidates elected in rural states, and make sure that we're not just the flyover states, that folks aren't just coming in to raise money and move on while we're doing the work in the state parties. So I would definitely be an advocate for state parties to make sure that we are getting the help that we need to elect candidates, and also be an advocate for rural strategy, which is definitely something that we need and no one else is talking about.
Okay, Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, you're next.
I certainly think in order for us to do better, we have to have an understanding of what we did well and what we didn't. And as Secretary, if I, am blessed to be able to continue in that role, I hope to be able to be a place where we can have that conversation, where I can hear from the membership that felt that they could have gotten, 11,000 more votes out in Michigan and won this state, how we could have, lost some significant precincts in Pennsylvania, and how we could turn that around. I think we need to have that conversation, and I'd love to be a part of that conversation so we can do better. I think it's about how we allocate our resources, but it's also, before we can make the diagnosis, we have to do the checkup, and I think the Secretary's office has a major role to play in doing that diagnosis, and I'm looking for doing that, that checkup, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, Jason Ray, you're next.
As a young LGBT millennial from the Midwest, I want to make sure, one, that we are advocating resources and working with the executive leadership team to make sure that all those communities are talked about, that the Midwest isn't forgotten. I think that's where a lot of our opportunities to grow are going to come from. But in addition, I think it's really using the Office of the Secretary to help increase that transparency about what's going on in the DNC, so that folks want to be a part of the party. So they want to come in and they want to volunteer at the county, the state, the congressional district level, and be a part of what we're doing. And I think most importantly, it's about being engaged and supporting DNC members. I know when folks hear that we're on the DNC, they turn to us and expect us to know what's going on, and they've got questions, they want to know how they can get involved. I think it's making sure that members have the tools and resources that they need so they can respond to folks, that they can organize listening sessions in their community, that they can be the boots on the ground who have the tools that they need to really support and help in elections in 2017 and 2018.
Okay. Roberta Lang.
Great, thanks. Because of our wins in Nevada, and as I mentioned before, it wasn't that we did everything a whole lot better than everyone else, but we did what worked. And as a member of the leadership team, I would use my influence from the Secretary's office to help talk to the leadership team about those things that worked. We have to go to the places, and that's why I talk about creating an archive of best practices. We have to go to the places that worked. We have to find out from the places that didn't work. What didn't work for you? Have you ever thought about this? We have to have those conversations. I love to talk to people, and I love to talk to people about how to build our state parties and how to make them stronger. And I feel as a member of the executive team that I can help take that message on behalf of all of you. I loved hearing about what Wisconsin is doing and how they're doing the deep dive into what didn't work in Wisconsin. I think that needs to happen in more places. I think it probably is happening in more places, but we have to get that information so that we can have the bigger conversation. And I'm going to be an advocate for all of you to help make it so that we can win in all of our states.
Okay, last question here, and I can't read the name, so I don't want to mispronounce it, but I can see the question here. How would you, in your role as secretary, work to strengthen goodwill and solidarity among party members? Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, you are first this time.
That's a tough one. I think after this, we've been wounded, I think. After this election, many of us thought we'd be in the throes of celebrating a different president right now. And I think what my hope is that this election for the leadership of the DNC brings out the best in us, and we can move forward. But we have to do that assessment. That there may be people who feel like they've been left out of this process, not seeing someone that looks like them or feels like that represents their interest in leadership. We have to do that reach out. We have to do, I think, after the election, we need to take some time to let things settle, but also to listen and to make sure that we are in touch and engaged with membership, whether it's from the rural states. A lot of the Democrats abroad who I hear from a lot that feel like they want to be more included. To me, it's about valuing the opinions of people from all walks of life, all parts of our party, and making sure that we do everything that we can, and I do everything that I can, if I'm blessed enough to continue as secretary, to make sure that their voice is heard and a part of the future. In order for us to be successful, I think we need to strengthen our ground game, and that means that people need to not just, that we need to listen, we need to communicate, and we need to train, and we need to plan. And I think the secretary can play a major role in that, and I hope to do that.
Okay, Jason Ray.
I think one of the ways the secretary can really focus on building that goodwill and solidarity starts with opening up the party to more folks and helping be more transparent. One of the things that I saw this primary process in particular, folks felt like what we were doing was done behind a closed door in secret. And I think when we remove that veil of secrecy, all of our meetings are open. Let's share reports afterwards. I think the Secretary's office should work with the Office of Party Affairs and Delegate Selection to have a comprehensive website around the delegate selection process that will lay out when state deadlines are, what forms they need to apply. And when we really start opening up the party to others, I think we'll really come and start uniting together, because folks will understand how they can be involved or what role that they can have in our party. And I think with that, it includes also being a secretary that's going out and engaging with party members. I know as a DNC member from Wisconsin, one of my favorite things is going and traveling to county parties. It's listening to them, it's hearing their thoughts and taking their feedback, but it's also sharing what the DNC is doing. And I want to make sure that we're providing members with the tools and information that they need so that they can also get out there and be the eyes and ears on the ground and really helping build those relationships together. And I think when we do that, we're going to be united as a party and we're going to be victorious in future elections.
Okay. Roberta Lang.
So I don't think anyone had the experience that I had in this election. It started at our caucuses, built to our county conventions, went on to my state convention, where there was so much division, it was incomprehensible. And we worked day and night to help bring everyone together and to realize we weren't the Clinton party, we weren't the Sanders party, we were the Democratic Party. And we worked hard all campaign season long so that we could bring everyone together and win all the races that we won in Nevada. We have to do that same thing on a national level. We are divided over the campaigns, and we have to find our common ground and get everyone to realize that we are the Democratic Party, that we are inviting, and that what people have to say matters and it is valued, and we cannot be afraid of change. And together, we are going to move our party forward into the next election, and we are going to elect Democrats up and down the ticket in every state.
Okay. Anna Caprell, you're next.
Thank you. I think our party needs to expand its vision of what it means to be a Democrat and what it means to be a DNC member. I think for a lot of people, we've been labeled as DNC members as this elite class of folks who have been elected to these positions by some means, which nobody knows about. And I think the transparency needs to be there for people to understand who we are, that we are volunteers, that we are people in the community, that we are moms, dads, that we're working every day at our jobs and also to elect Democrats in order that our vision and our values could be expressed in our states. And that's going to be one of the biggest things that I think will make a difference to Democrats who don't believe in the DNC and to folks across the U.S. who don't believe in Democrats.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's give our panel a hand. That's it. We're out of time.
Thank you. We're going to break for lunch. Thank you, Stephen. You'll be back this afternoon for our vice chair and chair candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a couple of facilities outside if you want to have pizza. There are some great places outside for I don't have audio. Oh, I have audio. I was using that delightful voice that my parents gave me back in 1959 when I was born in the great city of New Orleans, Louisiana. All right. Well, as you all know, for 2 weeks, America has been under assault. Our people, our values, our whole system of government. Well, today we have some news. A Republican judge, has called the bull on this ban. He stood up and said, "No, Mr. President, sorry, Donald Trump, this is America. We do not discriminate based on religion." And just as important, our Department of Homeland Security has followed the judge's order. Yes, the Department of Homeland Security is obeying the law, not their boss. No one is above the rule of law. We know that we have many more fights ahead, and we're going to continue to protest, to resist, and we know that America will prevail. So, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to those of you who could not join us in the morning session. I'm glad that you're here this afternoon. We're ready to start our forum. And as a reminder, all of our forums are being live streamed on democrats.org/livestream. We also ask that you use the hashtag DNC forum to tweet about today's forum. It is now my great honor to introduce my colleague, a fellow DNC member, and the chair of the Midwest Caucus, Ryan McGlynn. Ryan also serves as the vice chair of the Association of State Democratic Chairs and the vice chair of the Ohio Democratic Party. In 2002, yeah, come on, y'all can get some Buckeye love. In 2002, Ryan became the first woman to serve as mayor of the great city of Dayton, Ohio. She has served in the Ohio State House of Representatives, and of course, she became the first African-American woman to serve in the Ohio State Senate. She currently serves on the Montgomery County Board of Elections. She is a tenacious, courageous, persistent fighter. She's a woman of valor. She's my friend. Please welcome Ryan McGlynn.
Thank you, Madam Donna. It is such a pleasure. For those of you who've had opportunity to see me, I wear glasses, and my glasses are round and square, and which means Ohio is well-rounded and you can get a square deal. So, as chair of the Midwest Caucus, I'd like to welcome everyone to Detroit, the home of Motown, the Big Three, Solidarity House, and John Conyers, the Dean of the U.S. House of Representatives. I'd like to thank Mayor Mike Dugan for welcoming us to his city, and the Michigan Democratic Party, and my good friend and chairman, Brandon Dillon, for helping to host this weekend's important event. I am the vice chair of the Ohio Democratic Party, and as I was driving up yesterday from my hometown in Dayton, I was heading up Interstate 75, and I looked out my window, and as I drove past the city of Bowling Green. Have you ever heard of Bowling Green before this week? It's a fine city with a great university, and contrary to public opinion, the only massacre associated with Bowling Green was when they played Ohio State last year in football. Now, did you see that the president said the other day as we celebrate Black History Month, he didn't seem to know who Frederick Douglass was, and maybe, just maybe, we can have Betsy DeVos plagiarize a report about Frederick Douglass for the folks in the White House to read. Seriously, though, I want to thank all of my chairs and vice chairs and DNC members from the Midwest region. That includes Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Wisconsin, if you didn't know what the Midwest was. The political pundits like to call us the Rust Belt. Our Senator, Sherrod Brown, he doesn't like that. He says that term diminishes the work we do and the things we make. That's right. We still make a lot of things here in the Midwest. So drop the Rust Belt and talk about the Midwest proudly. In Detroit and Flat Rock and Toledo and Lansing and Lordstown, the brothers and sisters of the United Auto Workers build the cars that move America. Thank you, President Obama. In Bryan, Ohio, the Teamsters of Local 20 make dumb pops. In Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, the Teamsters of Local 662 brew beer. In Des Moines, Iowa, the United Steelworkers, Local 164, make Titan tires. And in Ada, Ohio, workers at the Wilson Sporting Goods factory have made footballs for the Super Bowl for more than 4 decades, coming up tomorrow. We can make things in America, make great things, if our workers are given the chance to compete. It's a shame our president hasn't given our workers the chance to manufacture his suits and ties and shirts here in America. After all, we make great suits in Brooklyn, Ohio, just outside Cleveland. All we ask for is opportunity. And so we find ourselves here today as Democrats in a moment of opportunity. Today's future forum will address where we go from here as a party. But it's about more than that. It has to be about more than that. It's about how do we save health care for 30 million Americans? It's about how do we save our brothers and sisters who have come to America seeking refuge from war and persecution. It's about how do we save our economy from being taken over again by big banks on Wall Street. It's about how do we save Medicare and Social Security so these vital programs are protected for generations to come. It's about how do we save American democracy. I don't have all the answers, but I do know this. The Democratic Party will be a part of the solution. I hope you enjoyed today's forum, and I hope you can come away from these conversations inspired and energized about the task at hand. And I must quote Jesse Jackson, we must continue to keep hope alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for your wonderful comments. And Ron mentioned Reverend Jackson, crunchy preacher. Well, it's my great honor to introduce another preacher, one who has inspired so many to get up, someone who reminds us that weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. It is my great honor now to introduce the Reverend Wendell Anthony, the president of the Detroit branch of the NAAC, the largest unit in the United States of America. Reverend Wendell Anthony is a fighter for social justice. He's a fighter for economic justice. Reverend Anthony has organized and led marches throughout his entire life. He's been an organizer, and as I mentioned earlier, he has been a warrior for justice and peace. He has been active here in this community. He's been a leader here in Detroit and across the state of Michigan. He has organized missionary work across the globe and has raised nearly $1 million for food, medicine, clothing, and transportation vehicles to aid in the relief for the hundreds of thousands of refugees in Africa and elsewhere. Please join me this afternoon in welcoming my friend, the Reverend Wendell Anthony.
And if you can't hold anything, you won't keep anything. And you can't keep anything without organization. The recent national elections, if having done anything at all, have caused us to retool, to reorganize, and to revision, and to repurpose. The term action is a verb. It describes something done, an exertion of energy, a force, a sequence of events, or the motion, strategy of or play. In other words, the main story for our being here is to go back to our specific communities and to move on values, vision, and victory, and that which moves us to the next level. What are we going to do? Anybody that has to ask whether or not we should be doing something obviously ain't been around for the last several weeks. My wife and I, with our little baby, knows that she has different cries for different situations. When the baby wants attention, she cries out. She has one cry when she wants to be held. She has another cry when she wants to be played with. She has another cry when she wants to be fed. The loudest cry is when she wants to be fed. It is a deep, resonating, piecing, and piercing, saying, I'm tired and I'm hungry and I ain't gonna take it no more. Beloved, we as Democrats from too long have not cried out even when we wanted to hold folks to the values of this party. We have not cried out when we wanted to clarify our vision and our purpose, which is much more distinct than the other folks. And we certainly have not cried out when we have been starving for political action, for economic satisfaction, and for social transformation. Let me say it up front in case anybody is unclear. It's all right to be a Democrat. It's all right to be a Democrat. It's all right to be a Democrat. Now, I'm not here representing the NAACP, even though I wear that hat. I'm here representing Wendell Anthony and Fellowship Chapel and Fannie Lou Hamer and all the other hats that I wear. Because the NAACP, as you know, is nonpartisan. We got Republicans, Democrats, independents, and some folk who don't know what they are. But they all are part of the organization. We have allowed other folks to go out our progress and to make us shift and start to regress. We are the party of Franklin Roosevelt, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter, Clinton, and Obama. And in case you forgot, we got more than 3 million more votes than the other guy in the last election. Listen, we got more Americans who believe in what we believe than the other folk. Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, because sometimes we forget who we are and how we got here. Sometimes we need to be reminded of just how bad we are. We need to be reminded as to what we have done within the context of our nation. Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, during one of the most challenging periods in our nation's history, brought us relief, recovery, and reform following the stock market fall in '29, leading to the Great Depression. The New Deal created new meaning to two old worlds. Liberal, a supporter of the New Deal, and conservative, an opponent. 1933, many called the first New Deal, represented a cross-section, a broad consensus. Roosevelt reached out to business, labor, farmers, consumers, city and countryside. 10 million unemployed. 1934, after making some gains and trying to reach across the aisle, he moved to go direct and challenge his opponents. After making gains in governorships and Congress in '34, Roosevelt created what was then called the New Deal. It was characterized by building up labor unions, nationalizing welfare, by the WPA setting up Social Security, developing more regulations, particularly in transportation and communications, industry, raising taxes on business profits, signed GI Bill in 1944. This New Deal focused on job creation through public works projects as well as social welfare programs during this time. The Golden Gate Bridge was built. Social Security got moving. Reforms on the banking system, work regulations, transportation, communications, and stock markets, as well as attempts to regulate prices occurred. His policies paid off by uniting a diverse coalition of Democratic voters called the New Deal Coalition, included labor unions, Southerners, minorities, Catholics, Jews, and liberals. This voting bloc allowed Democrats to be elected to Congress and the presidency for almost the next 30 years. Along comes later on John F. Kennedy, Peace Corps, emphasis, Lyndon Johnson, Great Society, Eleanor Roosevelt, A. Philip Randolph, Martin King, Joe Lowry, Jesse Jackson, and many others. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of '64, Voting Rights Act of '65, Fair Housing Act of '68, Civil Rights Act of '68, Medicaid, Medicare '65, War on Poverty '64, Public Broadcast Act '67, first trip to the moon through NASA '69. Bill Clinton comes along. Family and Medical Leave, 1993, Omnibus Budget and Reconciliation Act. It passed Congress without a single Republican vote, cutting taxes for 15 million low-income families, made tax cuts available to 90% of small businesses, raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% to 2% of taxpayers, left the surplus nearly $500 billion, and along comes a Bush who got us stuck in the bushes. Along comes $2 trillion deficit, a war in the wrong place, another war in another place, over $10 trillion in expenses, the lowest level of respect around the world since we've been keeping records, deregulating of industry, deregulations of the banking system, deregulation of the military contracts, dismantling of civil rights division, low appointments to the highest court in the land, a vice president out of control. In comes a Democrat, a community organizer from the south side of Chicago. I'm just talking about knowing who we are and how we got here and what we have done and what we must do. In comes a Democrat from the south side of Chicago, a community organizer, south side of Chicago, national health care program for everybody in the country, consumer finance laws, regulations of the banking industry, higher funding for student aid, regulation of the oil industry, bringing troops home from the right place at the right time, reaching out to minorities at every level, reopening the civil rights division for the nation, appointment to the highest level, sensitive people to the highest court in the land, getting ready to leave another place, fighting another war to fight the real war of economic injustice right here at home, saving the U.S. auto industry, tax relief, unemployment insurance, authorizing Land Job Creation Act, Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Dodd-Frank, Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, Don't Ask, Don't Tell, Repeal Act, Budget Control Act, got Osama bin Laden, got al-Awlaki, got Gaddafi, moving the American Jobs Act through the Democrats. What the hell else do you want us to do? And so, I ain't through. I ain't through. I ain't through. See, you need to know who you are. You need to know and understand what we have done. We don't need to apologize for being who we are. We don't need to apologize for being for the people. And along comes 2016, and in comes a cat by the name of Donald J. Trump. Dr. King said that a piece of freedom is no longer enough for human beings. Unlike bread, a slice of liberty does not finish hunger. Freedom is like life. Donna, it cannot be had in installments. Freedom is indivisible. We have it all or we are not free. I say we cannot depend upon who occupies the White House every 4 or 8 years for us to hope to get another slice or another installment on the substance of freedom. No, Sojourner Truth didn't tell the truth for no piece of freedom. Harriet Tubman didn't free 1,000 enslaved Africans for no piece of freedom. Frederick Douglass, who, by the way, died in February of 20th, 1895, didn't say that if there is no struggle, there's no progress for a piece of freedom. Mary McLeod Bethune did not build a school on top of a trash heap in Florida for no piece of freedom. 5 million women did not march 2 Saturdays ago for no piece of freedom. And you and I are not sitting here today for no piece of freedom. Thomas Jefferson said, the high price of liberty, Democrats, is eternal vigilance. The high price of liberty is eternal vigilance. Even though my folk were enslaved when he said it, it is still a truism. It is because of their vigilance that we are free today. Even in this George Orwellian, Rod Serling Twilight Zone era of today, even in this outer limited experience, when 1984 seems to have arrived in 2017, we must not be confused. But it was George Orwell who said, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. When the leader of the nation spends more time talking about non-existing voter fraud with no evidence, calling for a national investigation rather than addressing a foreign nation which has interfered in our democracy with actual documentation and demanding no investigation, something is wrong in America. There is fraud. There is skullduggery on voters. It's called voter suppression. If you want to fix something, then start in your own cabinet and get your nominee for Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Mnuchin, to register in one state. Get your chief political strategist, Mr. Bannon, who is helping you to craft this witch hunt, to register in one state. Get Sean Spicer, your press secretary, to register in one state. Get Jared Kushner, your son-in-law, to register in one state. Get your own daughter, Tiffany Trump, to register in one state. You can end phony voter ID laws. You can launch early voting and same-day registration. You can end the illegal purging of eligible voters. Stop gerrymandering to control congressional districts. Eliminate bad voting machines and inefficient management. Create better training and voter outreach programs. Certainly, you must reinstate Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which puts teeth in the act. If you want to investigate something, investigate that. Let's fix that system. Let's not waste our time on things like my inauguration was bigger than your inauguration, when everybody knows who saw it. It was just your imagination running away with me. It was just your imagination running away with you. I'm from Detroit. This is the home of Motown. And so, see, we got some serious business here, Sam Riddle. We got some serious business. It's called Jeff Sessions at the Department of Justice. It's called Betsy DeVos at the Department of Education. It's called Ben Carson at HUD. It's called Scott Pruitt at EPA. It's called Stephen Price at Health and Human Services, and Steve Bannon as your national political chief strategist, to name only a few. These are not alternative facts. This is the real deal right here. Everybody in the world is just about mad at us. In 2 weeks, from Mexico to Australia, from Canada to the UK, from China to Germany, everybody is pissed off at America. And we ain't done nothing. Our leader has done it. If you continue to piss off your friends, then what will your enemies do? We cannot keep doing the same stuff in the same way. We cannot expect a new result playing the same old games. Let's not play each other. Let's not take each other for granted. Let's share our talents and let's share our resources. We should not be waiting until the end of the campaign to get involved in local communities. We cannot do the same stuff in the same way. We are committed, and we got to learn how to use local folk to engage in local issues and stop playing us. Some of us been in the game a long time. Use the folk who've been in the game, not those who got to learn the game from the folk who've been in the game to show them how to do the game, and then they lose the game. We are not going to stop demanding excellence in public health and private education. We believe that health care is worth fighting for. It should not be a right in mostly every other Western nation in the world and reduced to a privilege for some by the leader of the free world. So let's stay ready. Let's stay focused. We got much more work to do. But I'm a preacher. I walk by faith and not by sight. I know that we serve a mighty God. We've been here before, Mayor. Our hope is not diminished, for the scriptures teach us. For we have been saved by hope. But hope that is seen is not hope. For who hopes for that which he sees? But if we hope for what we do not yet have, we wait for it with perseverance. That means we work and we struggle and we plan and we do and we believe. We know that God has given us angels of inspiration throughout the years who have added hope to our lives and power to our spirit. The poet Margaret Walker speaks to us from the grave. She proudly proclaims, "Let a new earth rise. Let another world be born. Let a bloody peace be written in the sky. Let a second generation full of courage issue forth. Let a people loving freedom come to growth. Let a beauty full of healing and a strength of final clenching be the pulsing in our spirits and our blood. Let the martial songs be written. Let the dirges disappear. Let a race of men and women now rise up and take control." God bless you. Thank you for listening.
Let's give Reverend Wendell Anthony another great round of applause. Thank you, Reverend Anthony. Woo. Thank you, Reverend Anthony. Thank you for your prophetic voice, your vision, and thank you for reminding us of all of the great victories of our Democratic leaders. It is now my great honor to introduce and recognize the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, my good friend Brandon Dillon, who has served as a champion for Michigan Democrats for a mighty long time. And then since 2005, he has been the chair of the Michigan Party. In the past, he's represented Kent County as a commissioner and Grand Rapids as a state representative. Dylan Brandon has been a leading voice and advocate for progressive causes, public education, labor, women's issues, LGBT rights, and Michigan's middle class. So Brandon, I know it's hard to follow a preacher. I'm Catholic. I know all about it. But please come and join us and bring greetings so that we can continue our forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. I want to thank Reverend Anthony for warming up the crowd for me. Thank you for asking me to speak after Reverend Anthony. So, I am Brandon Dillon. I'm the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, and I am going to be much briefer and shorter than Reverend Anthony, but definitely not as profound. I just want to welcome you to Michigan. As you can see, we have great Democrats in Michigan. We have people like Reverend Wendell Anthony, who represents the largest chapter of the NAACP in the world. We have great United States senators like Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, who are fighting every day in the Senate to make sure that we protect health care, we protect immigrant rights, we protect the things that make this country and this state the place that people want to come and want to live. We have an incredible congressional delegation led by the Dean of the United States Congress, Representative John Conyers from here in Detroit. We have Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Congressman Dan Kildee, Congressman Sandy Levin, and Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, who are an incredibly strong voice for Democrats and everyone in Michigan. And I just want to say it is an honor to have this DNC forum here in Detroit. There was an article written recently by the former chairman of the California Democratic Party who suggested that the DNC, if it wants to be successful, should just pack up and move to Michigan and be in Detroit. We'll take this forum as a down payment on that commitment at some point, Madam Chair, and we want our candidates for vice chair, chair, and all the other party offices to know that we are happy to have you in Detroit, the greatest city in not only the United States, but in the world, a city on the move, a state that represents the best of this country. I am honored to be the chairman of this party, and I am honored to have you here today, and I want to welcome you and thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so now it's time to turn this forum back over to Pulitzer Prize winning columnist, commentator Stephen Henderson. Before I do that, I just want to once again thank all of the DNC members who are here. Why don't you stand up, DNC members? Let me acknowledge all of you, officers. Thank you. These are our members from across the region and across the country. And they have an important job to do in 3 weeks. We will be electing new officers for the Democratic Party. I've been honored to serve as your interim chair, also your vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation over my 40 years as a Democratic Party activist. I have been able to work on 19 state and local campaigns, 56 senatorial, that's House and Senate campaigns, 7 presidential campaigns. I've campaigned in 49 states. One more state, I will become Miss USA without the bikini. So it is my great honor to turn this over to the next generation of leaders in the Democratic Party. And joining me this afternoon to moderate this session is none other than Stephen Henderson. He will moderate the afternoon candidates forum featuring chair and vice chair of the Democratic Party. Also the vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation. And on that note, I'm going to say this before I bring Stephen up. Being vice chair of the party is a very awesome responsibility. But being the vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation, a position really created because there was a woman who dared to make a difference in the Democratic Party, who said that she was going to come and find her seat. That was Fannie Lou Hamer back in the 1964 convention. And it's been my great honor to hold that seat, that position for the last 8 years. So once again, I want to echo what Reverend Anthony said. There's no place in our democracy for long lines. There's no place for broken machines. There's no place in our democracy of denying people the right to vote simply because they don't have the proper identification. As Democrats, it is our obligation, our moral obligation, to continue to work with Fannie Lou Hamer and to call upon Congress and, yes, this president to restore the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So please join me now, and I want to thank him once again, Stephen Henderson from the Detroit Free Press, who will moderate this afternoon session. Thank you so much, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so our first panel is going to be candidates for vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation. Go ahead, yeah, you can clap. Our first candidate is Yasmin Tayeb, and the second candidate is Chris Reeves. All right, I'm going to go over the rules one more time. Each candidate, we actually discussed how things went this morning with the flow of things. We got a couple little changes, just minor tweaks. Instead of just 1 minute for their opening statements, each candidate will be given 2 minutes for their opening statement. I think 1 minute was just not quite enough for people to say who they were and why they were running. But the rest of it will be pretty much the same. After their opening statements, I'll ask a few questions of my own of the panelists, and then we will get to audience questions. DNC members seated here up front will ask their questions into a microphone. Do we have the microphone? Yeah, there we go, over there. And then if you have a question out in the audience, you need to write it down on one of the slips of paper that are provided here and hand it in, and then they'll hand it up to me, and then I will ask it. Each candidate will get 2 minutes, opening statement, and 2 minutes to answer questions. And since we only have 2, I won't alter the order in which they're answering. So with that, let's get started with Yasmin Tayeb. I don't think her mic is working. Can we, and we'll start over too when we fix it. No. Chris, is yours working? No. Neither microphone is working. Are they on? There we go. No. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on. This one is.
Okay, let's just try this one.
Okay, there we go.
Great.
You get your full 2 minutes back.
Great, thank you so much,
Okay.
Stephen. Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. I'm Yasmin Tayeb. As a Virginia DNC member, a lifelong activist whose passion has been social justice and advancing the rights of all citizens, I'm excited to have the opportunity to run for DNC Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation. As Vice Chair, I will work to expand the scope of our party, openness to new ideas and accessibility, and support efforts to invest more resources in state and local Democratic committees in order to build strong and diverse farm teams to boost voter registration and reverse voter drop-off during off-year elections. I sit before you today at the end of a very distressing week for my community. My community is under attack right now. As an Iranian American, a Muslim, and a formerly undocumented immigrant who fled war and turmoil to come to the U.S. as a child, my family is now banned from visiting me in the U.S. I want the DNC to be at the forefront in defending all of our communities, including immigrants and refugees. The DNC needs to be amplifying the voices of local activists, grassroots leaders, and community organizers, and provide them with the tools and resources to get their message out to a broader audience. As Vice Chair for Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, I will resist, fight, and will continue to organize in my community and look forward to working with all of you.
Okay. Chris, if you want to try the other mic, I think the other mic is working, but if it's not.
Is it working?
Yeah,
Okay.
that one works.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, Chris Reeves, you are up next.
Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. My name is Chris Reeves. I come from the bright red state of Kansas. I am a writer. I write for Daily Coast Front Page in a series called Nuts and Bolts, which is developing candidates at the state and local level. I have been an activist and a campaigner. But I want to tell you a brief story about why I'm running for this post. Many people were able to spend their election night in environments of Democrats where we were able to celebrate or hope to celebrate the evening. But 4 days before the election, in a small community in Kansas, there was a bomb threat in which immigrants were threatened with their lives in order to prevent them from participating. Rather than be around the people who were there or in communities where I could celebrate wins, of which Kansas had 13, I instead spent my night in a restaurant where we had to hide out and not advertise that we were meeting for fear of someone being shot or killed. This is the Trump's America of today. Over the last few years, I have spent my time traveling the country trying to develop Democratic candidates in areas where Democratic candidates have traditionally not been successful. And occasionally, we do succeed. But most importantly, we tell them that we value their participation, and we value the participation of voters within those districts. 2 years ago, Bob Zellner, Al McShirley, and Reverend William Barber told me that wasn't enough, and I doubled down and decided it was time to do more. I'm running for the position of civic engagement and voter participation because I believe that this office must be a continuous outreach that goes everywhere in the country, all of the time, to talk to voters and welcome them into the process. Thank you.
Okay, just a reminder to the candidates, when I tap on the podium the first time, that means you've got about 20 seconds left. Second time means time is up and we need to move on. All right, my first question is about the title of this position, civic engagement and voter participation. Certainly those two things are linked, or they should be linked, but they're very different as well. Each of you talk some about how you see the relationship between those two functions and how one might lead to the other in your execution of the job. We'll start with Yasmin Tayeb.
Sure. So, I mean, that's a great question, and I definitely see the importance of linking the two, simply because if we want to expand the scope of our party, if we want to increase voter participation, voter registration, in order to be able to do all of those things, we need to be continuously engaging these communities, right? On a day-to-day basis, organizing in these communities, making sure that they are effectively organizing, making sure that we're providing them with the necessary tools and resources, trainings, being able to identify strong grassroots leaders in these communities to be able to organize effectively in their own constituency groups or in their own communities at large. And by doing so, right, I mean, that itself leads to better engagement with our communities, and hopefully that would lead to better voter turnouts, voter registrations, et cetera. So for me, obviously the two are strongly linked, but if we're serious about expanding the scope of our party and making sure that we're engaging in communities that we haven't been there before, and communities that have felt ignored or taken for granted by our party, we need to be continuously organizing in those communities if we want them to be more actively involved and voting and participating.
Okay, Chris Reeves.
So to me, there are two words that define this office, and those two words are show up. The thing about this is that voters will participate in a party if it believes that the party will engage with them. And that's something that has often really been missing. And I want to give a couple examples of where we've helped facilitate that. So a few years ago, several of you may be familiar with what happened in Ferguson, Missouri. We had several of us who ran running like our hair was on fire to make sure that we were in Ferguson the next day, not only to support them, but to show that we were going to help them power a way forward. And that meant getting people to run for their local city council, overturn laws that aggressively punished the members of the community, and to stand out and say, you know what, we stand for you. And one of the things we heard from that experience is something I've heard in multiple states, and that was this was the first time they had ever had anyone come to them and say, we want to help. They often felt very neglected. And this doesn't just exist within communities. Remember, voter participation is also about recruiting candidates and making candidates feel welcome. I'm someone who some people have joked that I tend to be a patron saint of hopeless candidates because I find people in districts that are very unlikely to win. And I found someone who had run for Congress 4 times in a district where a Democrat had never managed to get more than 30% of the vote, and I asked him, why do you keep running? And he said, I'm running until the day when I can call the national party and they will send me a letter that says thank you. And I thought that was very sad. But how do we get those voters to participate? Well, we get more of those candidates to tell the story that we support them. We show up in their communities and we show that we care about their issues. And if we do those things, then voters are more likely to engage with us.
Okay, we have an audience question that is similar to my second question, so I'm just going to ask it on behalf of me and on behalf of Linda in Detroit. How are you going to work to engage voters who stayed home this election? Here in Detroit, for instance, some 20,000 people who normally turn out for presidential year elections didn't vote this time. That's double the margin by which Donald Trump was able to win Michigan. How do you go specifically to those kinds of folks and say that the Democratic Party needs them to show up? Yasmin, you are first.
So, I mean, this is a conversation we're having in all of our communities, right? Even in Northern Virginia, where I live, unfortunately, there are a ton of folks that I knew that that voted in the primary but decided to stay home on election day. And for me, in having these conversations with them, it was very apparent that they didn't see the Democratic Party as representing their interests. They didn't understand why they needed to go vote if they felt as though neither candidate on the ballot really represented their interests and was going to be working for them. So I think, first of all, we need to make sure that, again, we represent the Democratic Party. We represent the interests of the American people, making sure that we make this process as inclusive and as open and transparent as possible. Opening up the entire party is what we should be doing, right? Making sure that we try to widen the tent of our party. I think some of the things that I would like the DNC in particular to do when we have our DNC meetings, we should be live streaming these meetings. And if anyone has questions, we should be entertaining those questions at the meetings. We should be actually providing information about specifically what the DNC is doing on our website, or if there are individuals that are interested in starting their own constituency groups, caucuses, or councils, we should provide that information on the website so they're able to, we should be empowering folks in their own community so they're able to take that step and feel part of the process. So I think the thing I would just say is making sure that they know that the party stands with them, supports them, and is invested in them.
Okay, Chris Reeves, reaching out to voters who stayed home.
So 3 years ago, I was here in Michigan for Netroots Nation, and one of the things that we brought up in that forum where we talked about engaging local candidates was also, of course, the water issue, which we were dealing with at the time. But in the years since, many of the people that I've spoken to, and I've tried to keep contact with several of the people here, have told me they felt like this was used as a prop, or there wasn't enough attention to their issues personally beyond a water issue. No one was able to delve directly into their community and talk to them as an individual instead of a broad group. This was especially true in many of the Hispanic Latino communities where we walked into, where many said the first thing that a candidate talked to me was about immigration, and I've been in this country I'm a 5th generation member. I want to talk about wages and jobs. And what we've got to do if we want to engage these people is we've got to realize that it doesn't start at the top. It starts with someone running locally there that's going to address their issues, that they may say, you know what, I'm not super excited about the presidential candidate, but boy, am I excited about this school board, county, whatever officer, and I really like them because they've met me 2 or 3 times. If we give more people a reason to invest, and if we treat our grassroots better, that is, if we make them feel as though the grassroots organizer, that their voice is heard and we listen to them and we take their information, we say, I got it, you know, we've got to talk to your community different or address specific issues, we get a lot farther. We had in a couple of races throughout the Midwest and through North Carolina issues where we were able to be successful because we were able to go to the voter with very specific details of, hey, we've heard this is a problem in your community. Let's talk about this. We can't always talk big picture. You know, a voter once told me, stop being eggheads. Talk in a simple sentence, and I think that does matter.
Okay. I want to open up to questions from the audience. We'll start with DNC members up front here. Questions from the committee? There's one there.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for deciding to run. I know running for stuff is hard, so I want to thank you guys. My name is Ellen. I'm a CDA vice president, and we all know that, you know, we have voter suppression all over the place, but especially with college students. There's an extra level of voter suppression. I was wondering if you guys have any ideas or tactics about how we can help our students vote.
Yasmin?
Sure. So is your question specifically about the lower turnout in college campuses, voter turnout?
I think it has a lot to do with voter apathy. A lot of college students didn't turn out this time. I think we were all just very disillusioned with our choices, unfortunately. But it's a lot to do with, you know, not accepting student IDs, or I know in Michigan, they will threaten that you'll lose your financial aid if you register to vote at a different address than your parents, and I know that's happening in other places around the country as well. So, yeah, just wondering what you guys would suggest as messaging, or how you'd like to help us attack this issue.
Sure. So one thing, I mean, as a millennial, one of the things that I would like the Democratic Party to do is invest more resources in organizations such as the College Democrats of America, so you're able to actually have you know, the funding and resources to be able to effectively message to students and student organizations. That, to me, is priority, because I don't think that you'll be able to do an effective job if you don't have the resources to be able to do so. The other thing I wanted to highlight was in terms of, and I wanted to specifically address kind of voter apathy and lower voter turnout amongst college students. And I think the way to go around that, or to try to overcome that, would be for college students who, college students are generally very interested in you know, joining different organizations, rallying around a specific issue advocacy, right? So, so what I've seen is that organizations that that organize around, for example, you know, healthcare or immigration reform, you know, animal rights. These are organizations that are doing a really great job in terms of reaching out to the student body and organizing events, but also they do quite a bit of civic engagement and voter registration efforts as part of their organization's mission. So I think that's another creative way to go around the challenges that you may face in terms of voter apathy, is by trying to do voter education, voter registrations through those issue-based campaigns and issue-based groups.
Okay, Chris?
So, the really tough truth about apathy is this. I managed to go through a couple states during the caucus and primary season, helping to campaign for certain candidates. And I have never seen more excitement in an election than I saw in spring of 2016. I saw college sites where a caucus site would pack full 5,000 people. I saw a caucus site that had never exceeded 1,500 people break 4,000. college students were amped up. They were ready to go there. And whether you say, well, this is all for Bernie, or whether this was they were excited about a message, but they were wanting to connect to something specific. And that's not just true of a presidential race, that's true of the down ballot races as well. We've got to understand that in these communities, we have to connect to them. I think the other thing that we have to address that's really significant is going to happen on Tuesday. I will be giving some testimony in the Kansas State House on an issue where I'm from the state of Chris Kobach, for people who don't know, who's of course horrible on voting rights, and one of his proposals is what's called dual track registration, which means you would register once to be able to vote for federal office, and you would need to register again to vote for state offices with a different form. Otherwise, you could just vote in one, or anyway. And so we're going to try and stop that. But one of the people who really that influences are college voters, who they go to the DMV and they register to vote, and they think that they're registered to vote, and they go vote and find out, oh, they can't vote in the right races. So I think part of this is protecting their vote, and part of this is giving them localized candidates that excite them. And we've got to work on both. You can't just work on one or the other.
Okay, we've actually only got time for one more question. This one is from Catherine in Ypsilanti. What benchmarks would you set for yourself and your team to evaluate progress? Do they differ between what you do in red states or what you would do in blue states? Jasmine?
Wow. So in terms of setting benchmarks, I mean, the way I envision this position, or the person that assumes the role of the Vice Chair for Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, is making sure that we are engaging communities in every state across the country. So, and whether it's making sure that we are reaching out to college students or millennials or the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, or meeting with community leaders in the Latino community, or the Arab American community, the Muslim community, or immigrants. For me, really this position is about coalition building and being in constant communication with grassroots leaders and community leaders, and talking with them on a regular basis, and figuring out what challenges they're facing in their communities and how the DNC can address that, and how the DNC can be involved, and how the DNC can help. For me, in terms of, I mean, and that's why it's hard for me to set benchmarks, because, I mean, for this position, I see it as a 24/7 full-time position, that the person needs to be actively engaged in as many communities and in as many states across the country as possible, and making sure that we are effectively addressing the needs of our local communities and making sure that the DNC is present there.
Okay, Chris Reeves.
Okay, so for people who have seen, I put up a plan for what I believe civic engagement is, and it has one specific benchmark right off the top, and that is that I believe that this office must commit to at least 60,000 miles of travel every year. It must commit to appear in all 50 states at least once in the next 4 years, and that includes some of the ancillary state parties. And it has to have a focus on getting out to the areas that we don't often turn out. Again, to me, the heart of this office is 2 words: show up. And part of what has been really lacking is the idea and the belief of potential candidates that the DNC will be there. We're not going to be able to tell a candidate in a district that they're unlikely to win that we're going to run with tons of money and funding. And I will tell you, as somebody who's tried to do fundraising into some of those districts, it is difficult. It can be done, but it's difficult. But what we can do is say, you know what, we're going to acknowledge you if you run. We're going to value you if you run. If you have an issue and it's in some area and your state chair calls and says, we need somebody to come and be on site, that's important to us. You know, this last Thursday in Missouri, they held a day of action on behalf of the Labor Council to mark that state instituting right to work and removing prevailing wage. And again, this is one where they needed the coverage, they needed the support, they needed people to appear, and those are the kind of things we can do. I fundamentally believe that this is an office that's going to be very difficult to do from behind a desk or in a single location. I think unless you're really committed to put in the drive time, the fly time, the meetings on the ground, that this office doesn't succeed. And so I set that milestone so that members at every meeting can say, how many meetings have you had? Where have you been? And evaluate this as to whether or not we're meeting our milestones and we're actually doing what we say.
Okay, that concludes the amount of time we have for this panel. Let's thank our participants. Up next will be the vice chair candidates in about 5 or 10 minutes, I think.
I have a little announcement to make, and I want to thank the candidates who are here today. Before we start the at-large candidates for vice chair, I would like to acknowledge Lorna Johnson. Is Lorna in the room? Thank you, Lorna. Lorna was a candidate for vice chair, but she intends to file for the office of treasurer. She will be in Baltimore and will participate in the forum next week. So I just wanted to acknowledge Ms. Lorna Johnson. We'll be back in less than 5 minutes. We have to bring in more chairs. Before I bring back Stephen Henderson, let me acknowledge Sam Singh, who is the House Minority Leader, the House Democratic Leader in the great state of Michigan. Mr. Singh, thank you for being here. And also Sheldon Neely, State Representative Sheldon Neely, the Assistant Democratic Whip, who represents Flint, a great leader, a great voice here in the state of Michigan. So it's my great honor to bring back Stephen Henderson, who will moderate the at-large, the position of at-large Vice Chair for the Democratic National Committee. Stephen, thank you.
All right. Now we get to the big panels, not just in stature, but in size. All right, we have 9 candidates for Vice Chair at Large. They are Grace Hung, Mike Blake, Rick Palacio, Mitch Caesar, Liz Joff, Adam Parkomenko, Melissa Byrne, Maria Elena Durazo, and LaToya Jones. Okay, so the rules are a little different for this one. I'm going to start with a question. There will be no opening statements, but the first question will give them a chance to introduce themselves, talk about why they're running. I may follow up with a question depending on where we are with time. There are 9 candidates, 2 minutes each, 18 minutes per question. I want to make sure we get to your questions. They'll each have 2 minutes to answer those questions. And then at the end, they will each give a 2-minute closing statement. And again, the process for questions is that DNC members seated up front, raise your hand and we'll get the microphone to you. The public, the audience here, if you want to write down a question on the slips that are provided and hand it to the folks, they will hand it up here to me, and then I will ask it. I also try to alter the order in which we have them answering questions. We'll start on this end and go that way. The second question will go to that end and come this way, and we'll probably then start somewhere in the middle and try to mix it up. The goal, of course, is to get everybody the opportunity, an equal opportunity, to talk about who they are and why they want to do this job. So let's start with the first question. The idea of getting Democrats elected is at the center of your work. Talk about how you would do that differently than perhaps it's being done now, and talk about your experience having done that before you've run for this position. Grace Ming, you are first.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you to all the DNC members and the members of the public who took time to spend time with us here today, and how to get the public more involved and how to improve our party. In these tough times, I'm very honored to be up here with so many of my colleagues who all of us want to serve and volunteer to make sure that our party can be the most accessible party and the most effective party that it can be. I'm very excited to be here in Michigan, where I spent my college years and many of my formative years here. I think it's more important than ever for us to find new ways and to build upon what has been successful to reach out to people. The DNC's, one of its primary roles should be to have an infrastructure and to give the tools and the resources to state parties, to candidates running at the local levels, to make sure that they know how to run for office. When I first ran for local office, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know who to call. I didn't have a political rabbi, and I was just not sure. And so we need to make sure, whatever part of the country we're in, whatever community we're in, that the DNC is there to provide the support. I formed an organization called At the Table, where I literally try to recruit and help candidates from underrepresented communities, African American community, Latino community, Asian American community, LGBT, and especially important are women candidates. We help raise money for them. We have already elected many women to go to Congress, for example, and we need to make sure that people have the tools and the resources to run for office, and that helps us increase the vote up and down the ballot.
Okay, go ahead. I just want to remind the candidates, when I tap the podium for the first time, you have 20 seconds left. When I tap it the second time, it's time to wrap it up. Michael Blake, you're next.
Good afternoon. Buenos tardes, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Miguel Blake. I am an assembly member from the state of New York. I'm a candidate for vice chair for the Democratic Party, but Michigan is an adopted home for me. It's in Michigan where we started out in 2006, and we were told that we wouldn't have a chance to win races, and we won 3 state house races, and we flipped the House blue in Michigan. It was in Michigan where we continued to organize in 2008, and we won all 7 races we were focused on for the coordinated campaign to make sure we brought victories here. It's throughout the Midwest where my career has been embodied, in Iowa, where we won the Iowa caucus, and going all across the Midwest in Ohio and Minnesota. I am here because we have to fight. We have to stand up and we have to do things differently. We cannot sit on the sidelines right now and be quiet of what's going on. When we see that we are a part of a party where people don't believe that we are listening to them and embracing their ideas, but we have to make sure that we fight against a xenophobic demagogue at the White House right now who is bringing in Betsy DeVos, who has no business being education secretary at all, for all the damage that she has done to the state of Michigan. I am a child of labor. 1199 SEIU brought me here, and we are here to say 3 things. Number 1, how do we build our bench? We have to get more Democrats elected up and down the ballot. We have to make sure we're focused on that. Number 2, how do we strengthen our party? Making sure we have increase in SPP funding, making sure they have media training, making sure that we empower communities on the ground. And number 3, how do we embrace our future so that all of our communities be a part of the process? We refuse to be a Democratic Party where someone is kicking us out and making sure that we are not a part of this. We are the party that stands up for everyone. We are the party that opposes and rejects anyone that's saying they won't stand up for our community. So my name is Michael Blake. I'm a candidate vice chair because leadership for tomorrow begins today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rick Palacio.
Rick Palacio. Go ahead.
I'm the chair of the Colorado Democratic Party, and I'm a candidate for vice chair of the DNC. You may have heard of us in Colorado. We were one of the only battleground states that actually sent our electoral votes to Hillary Clinton, our Democratic nominee. We also re-elected our Democratic United States Senator and expanded our majorities in the State House of Representatives. I have the experience that's necessary to revamp and rebuild this party. We need to make sure that we're focused on lower offices. We need to make sure that we're recruiting for our state legislative races like we've done in Colorado. We need to make sure that we are building our bench the way that we're doing in Colorado. We need to make sure that we're winning our gubernatorial elections as well. We need to, at the DNC, be able to chew gum and walk at the same time. There is a lot of conversation and there's a lot of rhetoric about fighting back against Donald Trump, which we must do. But ultimately, our backstop is going to be in the states. And it's not just the East Coast and it's not just the West Coast. It's everything in the middle that is going to take to get our party back into our majorities that we need in our gubernatorial elections, our legislative races, and across the board. And that has to happen in states like Colorado. It has to happen in states like Michigan and states like Wisconsin. And I bring experience to this race that no one else up here can bring. I've won these races in my state. I've run a successful state party, and I understand we need to rebuild our state parties, not just leave them there out to dry the way that much of has happened over the last several years. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Mitch Caesar.
How are you this afternoon? Thank you for hanging in, first of all. Let me answer the question specifically and narrowly. First, from an experience perspective, I started out many years ago as a young Democrat, as an activist, and worked my way through that organization. Over the years, I was a longtime county chair in South Florida. I was also a chair of Florida and have served some time on the DNC in different capacities. I guess my experience, in answer to the exact question, is what have we done to elect Democrats? What have I done? When I took over as county chairman in South Florida, we were a Democratic-leaning county. My county now is considered nationally the strongest Democratic county in Florida and one of the strongest in the entire nation. That was 20 years of hard work coming up through the system. I've played a part in every single role, whether it was recruiting, whether it was training, whether it was raising money, whether it was doing media. Whatever the case was, I've been able to produce that consistently for the Democratic Party, from the county to the state to the national. Let me talk about one other thing, and that is, how do we win back? How do we climb out of the hole we're in now? That's why I'm running. I'm running because we're in the deepest hole we've ever been. And one key component, which everybody kind of dances around a little bit, is districting. And in Florida, we just passed something a few years ago called fair districts. We have a Republican legislature. They have both houses and the governor. We passed an amendment in Florida which required 60%. We passed it with almost 70. In a bad Democratic cycle, in a purple state like Florida, we still picked up several congressional seats and legislative seats. That's how you do it. The Republicans have done this for 10 years. We are behind the times. We need to get out there. There needs to be a program for every state, red, blue, or purple. It works especially well in purple and red. And build a bench, start with legislative and lower, and build up. It's not a long-term project. It's a forever project. Districting is one of the keys to help us climb out of the hole, beat Donald Trump, and have the American people begin to embrace us again. Thank you.
Next is Liz Jaff.
Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Jaff. I'd like to see a show of hands. How many of you have run for office before? First of all, congratulations. I feel your pain. Second of all, that's not enough, all right? We need to be very clear. We all need to run for office. Now, you asked a very specific question. How? Let's go. Open the data. Most people don't even know how to run for office. What positions are out there? When do you able to file? How do you sign a petition? How do you raise money? Open the data. People want to know around the how do you run for DNC member? People are asking me questions. Do you want to run for office? Tell us how. That's the first thing. That's what I work in because I come from technology. I come from Silicon Valley, where we try and get more people to run for office, and I've had hundreds of people run for office. Number two, Run for Something just launched 2 weeks ago, right? It's a combined group. They put a Google Doc up. 1,500 people signed up from every single state. And what I'm doing is I'm connecting Amanda Lippman with each of the states because people want to run and they need to be connected. Now you ask us another question. Ohio launched something, right? They said, you're for Ohio. 2,000 people signed up. People want to run, but they need the resources and they need to be connected with the states. They have no idea who's getting what races. We're not sharing data. They can't get engaged. So what I'm here to do is open up that platform. If you know when to run and you know how to engage and you know what resources are coming in from the states, you're going to do it. This is what I do every single day. We help raise money, we help build confidence, and we help get everybody to run for office. So something I'm asking people to do right now, if you're in Michigan, this is critical. 2018 is critical. Tell people who you want to be for your governor. Tell them. Let them crowdsource you. You have a part in the process. We should be engaged in every single race, and we can. That's what the Democrats.org should be doing. Tomorrow they should put out a list of every single race. Please ask them to do that. That's why I'm here. My name's Liz Jaff, and I'm running for vice chair.
Okay, next is Adam Parkomenko.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of you being here today. Thank you to the chair, Brandon Dillon, for hosting us here, Michigan Democrats. Thank you to Donna Brazil for holding this forum and making sure that this forum is open to the public. Thank you to all of those of you that are watching through the live feed today. Incredibly grateful to make sure that not only are you able to join us, but it is accessible. I'm Adam Parkomenko. I am running for DNC Vice Chair. I have spent my career investing and growing the grassroots of our party. I have spent a ton of time on a big project that I cared deeply about, which was being the co-founder of Ready for Hillary, which was a grassroots organization that provided materials to volunteers and supporters that they needed in the states. And we made sure that it was something that provided everything that was needed as opposed to spending money on TV. We had a grassroots super PAC. We never made a single independent expenditure, and I'm very proud of the model that we built. I think it's something that we need to move forward towards the DNC. The DNC should be the best resource to the states. I've had a lot of conversations over the past couple weeks with DNC members, and I've heard a lot from you. I've heard that you want to see more respect and funding for state parties, for the state party partnerships, which is really important, and to make sure that we actually raise the money to do that. I've heard that you want to start winning a lot more down-ballot elections. We've lost almost 1,000 seats over the last 8 years, and we have to start winning those. And the only way to do that is to make sure that we are supporting our state parties and investing in every single corner of the state, DC territories, and abroad. And I've heard that you want a partner at the DNC. You want someone who is going to help you get to yes and not start out saying no. I want to be that partner. I'm proud to be here in Detroit today. I think the fact that we're here in Detroit and we're at Wayne State, home of Walter Reuther, is an incredible moment for all of us.
Okay, Adam.
And I'm so proud to be up here with everyone on this stage. Thank you for your time. I hope to earn your support.
Okay, again, a reminder to the panelists, when I tap on the lectern the first time, it's 20 seconds. After that, need to wrap it up. Okay, next is Melissa Byrne.
Hello, my name is Melissa Byrne, and I am running to be Vice President of the Resistance because the Democratic National Committee needs to be the first in the front line to resisting Donald Trump and building a winnable Democratic Party. And we're here in Detroit, where I was proud to march to call for an end to turning off people's water, because water is life. And we must talk about Flint, because our neighbors to the north in Flint still don't have clean water, and that's a shame. So I am an organizer. I'm a proud alum of Bernie Sanders' campaign, and I want to bring good old-fashioned organizing back to the Democratic Party. And we are also here in Detroit, where the phenomenal Grace Lee Boggs taught us about organizing. And she told us that you don't get to choose the time in which you live, you only get to choose how you live and how you behave. And right now for the Democratic Party, we need to go back to organizing. And we need to show our members in Congress and in the Senate that as long as they're fighting hard against Trump, we will have their backs. So that way when Grace is out there fighting in the House, we have her back so she can be the best possible congresswoman that she can be. And you in the state of Michigan and all your counties, that you're getting the money and the organizers that you need so that you can win. And it's not just about recruiting people for office, it's about recruiting the best people for office, the people who will say unequivocally that Black Lives Matter, and who will unequivocally say no to right to work. Because all too often we recruit people for office who, when the shit hits the fan, will walk away from our values. And that it's about values first, and through good values, we win. And I'll respect the moderator's time, and I'll make sure you hear more from me as we go on. So make sure you vote for Melissa for vice chair.
Okay, next is Maria Elena Durazo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, as a union organizer, I'm especially proud to be in Michigan, the home of the labor movement across this country. I'm proud to be with my sisters and brothers in the labor movement, whether it's the United Auto Workers, whether it's AFSCME, whether it's the steel workers, whether it's nurses. The labor movement is the backbone of this country to build a middle class and to bring those who are in poverty into the middle class. You know, I think the party needs to stop talking about working people and let working people speak up for themselves. We don't do enough of that. We talk about workers as if it was them detached from us. We've got to let and give them the platform because they know better than anybody else what they're going through. They know better than anybody else what it takes to raise a family, to feed the family, to pay the bills. And we need to let them speak up for themselves and make space for themselves. We need to let Latinos speak up for themselves, African Americans, API, LGBTQ, religious leaders. They all know how to carry the message for the Democratic Party. Let's let them, empower them to do that. We did that in California. California was not a blue state 20 years ago. We had to work really, really hard. And we turned it around so blue that no Republican can get elected statewide in California. We did that in Nevada. We did that in Nevada because housekeepers who fought Donald Trump at the Trump Hotel was the ones knocking on the doors, and they're the ones who turned Nevada blue.
Maria, that's time.
And you know what? We're doing it in Arizona. We can do it everywhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next is LaToya Jones.
Good morning, well, good afternoon now. I'm LaToya Jones, and I'm running for vice chair. And I'm running because I have a clear understanding of the party, the state party, grassroots, and millennial activists. I was a DNC member as College Democrats vice president. I was a CDA, yes. I was a DNC staffer, executive director of College Democrats of America. I was also on the state party program. Everybody loves SEP now, right? But that was a hard job to get that working. I worked on that. I understand what it's like to work and win in states. I understand what it's like to work with labor leaders. I am a member of AFT, and I have the endorsement of my union. I also have the endorsement of Governor Howard Dean. I understand what it's like to win and to win hard. I understand what it's like to come back from losses. I am what you have when a party invests in young people early. And what you're going to learn about LaToya Jones is that I am not new to this, I am true to this, and I'm true to the Democratic Party. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go in reverse order this time. I'm going to ask another question, but it is a question that's reflected here in the audience. Steve in Ann Arbor wants to know, how do you propose to build coalitions between the white working class voters who believe Trump and the Republicans represent their interests and the interest groups who are traditionally more inside the Democratic Party? Are there opportunities to reach out to voters who might be Democrats, but who consider themselves Republicans right now? We'll start on that end with LaToya Jones.
As I said, can you all hear me? As I said last week, you can't win where you don't go. I think we've lost a lot of those voters because we stopped talking to those voters. The reality is that we assumed a lot of things in the last election. But it's not just the last election. We assumed them in the midterms before that. We assumed them in the off-cycle elections. Those voters are our voters, but we have to talk to them. We have to go back to the grassroots and back to the basics. Tell them why they're important. Tell them why we have a vision and why our vision works. It's also about training them and engaging them. The reality is that I've worked in 42 states across this country. I didn't just talk to young people. I didn't just talk to black people. I'll talk to everybody, and I'll talk to everybody because I wanted to make sure everyone saw my passion and why I was involved. So going back to it, when we start talking to these people and engaging them, hear their issues. We cannot turn them off because we assume they're voting for us or we assume they're voting for Trump. We have to go back to being a party of everybody. When Governor Dean came up with the 50-state strategy, he told us that we have to win in the red states just like in the blue states. We have to go to the purple states just like the light pink states. We have to be back there in their face. So what we have to do is show them our values, be our values. We have to make sure they understand that the Democratic Party is not just Washington insider. I was born in Chicago, raised in Atlanta, grew up poor. There should be no reason why I'm here, but I had a Democratic activist talking to me and engaging with me. That is why I'm here, and we have to do that with other members of the middle class, of the lower working class. If they see our vision and see our heart, they will vote for us.
Okay. Next is Maria Elena Durazo.
Yeah, I think, we've got to talk to everyone, organize it regardless of where they live. The Democratic Party should not redline people because doing that only creates red states. We have got to talk to everybody. And when we talk to that group that we think is our base already, that's only going to get smaller. We have got to expand that. And I'll tell you from the experience of labor, when we in labor only talk to our members and don't talk to anyone else, don't talk about the issues to anybody else, then we shrink. And the same thing goes for the Democratic Party. If we only talk to those who are, you know, the true blues, then we will shrink when we see that happening. We have got to talk beyond our base, every single one. Even if they don't like us, we talk to them. We talk to them because we know what are the issues that ties us all together. We know that we could do that. We did it when we elected Barack Obama. We won across this nation in places where we were talking to people. That's why we won. And we've got to continue to do that, and that's how we won in other states. That's been my experience, both as a union leader. It's been my experience electing Democrats. That's how we're going to do it across the country. Thank you.
Next is Melissa Byrne.
So one thing that I learned on Bernie's campaign is that if you talk to everybody, people show up and they start working and supporting across lines. So in New Hampshire, in a very rural community in northern New Hampshire that was mostly white, we were able to get thousands of people on the floor cheering for police reform, cheering for immigration reform. Because when you talk to people about the issues and you respect people, they respond and we build power. So that's what we need to do around the country. We need to be engaging on the doors. We need to be engaging in people's places of worship. We need to be engaging at PTA, PTO meetings, and talking about the Democratic Party, talking about the issues that matter, and bring up everybody. Somebody in DC decided, like, oh, we're just gonna play the demographics game and as a way to cut corners. But no matter, it's not about numbers in terms of like looking at percentage of a poll or percentage here or percentage there. It's about all of our people coming together and building back that power. And as an organizer, I have done that. I have gone around the country and organized with groups, whether you're in a rural community or you're in a city, and when you build the power, you win. And in 2006, I was very lucky to be working in Ohio for the AFL, where we won almost every election there, in the rural communities and in cities. But that goes back to hard work. I think a lot of times people want to create, well, an app for this or an app for that, but you only win through hard work. And that's about bringing back organizers, putting back money into the states, getting rid of programs that are siphoning money out of the Democratic Party and putting that money back in. We don't need outside groups creating messaging strategies when that money can be employing real organizers to be on the ground doing real work. So let's bring back the organizers, let's put them in all communities, and let's build power in rural communities. So it's not just Michelle by herself winning in a rural community, that we can win people around the country.
Okay, next is Adam Parkomenko.
Thank you for the opportunity to answer this question. I think this is pretty straightforward, and it comes down to the infrastructure in the states. I think we all need to be very realistic about what the DNC's mission is and not try to boil the ocean here. It does a couple things. It does a couple things well, and there's a couple things that we really need to fix. Number one, it does presidential campaigns. Number two, it does conventions. But one of the things that it's supposed to be doing is supporting state and local parties. When we talk about the state party partnership, the reason that is so important is if we're going to be able to reach out to new voters, have a conversation, make sure that everyone feels heard, even if we disagree sometimes, the states know how best to organize within their own states, both on the organizing side, both on the political side. We can talk about rural organizing, we can talk about all sorts of different organizing, but the fact is the DNC needs to be the best resource to the states to make sure that we can accomplish that. I see Martha Lanning from Wisconsin here, who's the chair, and they're doing some really interesting things there. And they have lots of great lessons that they can share in other areas within their region. And, you know, I hear all the time on the phone from DNC members, we don't want to just go to a national meeting where nothing gets done. We'd rather talk about lessons learned, how we can work together, and so forth. This all comes back to the state party partnership funding. We must provide the resources to the state parties equally. And when I say equally, we talk about 50, but it's 57. It is DC, the territories, and abroad, and make sure that they have what they need to accomplish that in the state. And then we'll get to it, but on the messaging piece, you know, we saw some states this time that didn't have some really bad messaging coming into them, and they did really well. Alaska took the House back. Kansas won more states than they've won in 30 years. So the states can do this. They just need the support.
Okay. Next is Liz Jaff.
Thank you. So I'm very focused on deliverables, and the question was how we could go and talk to these people, right, and bring them back. So I want to get back to that for a second. Let's imagine this is sales, and we've just lost our entire clientele base. It's called the voters. What you do is you don't go and talk to them about how great your product is. You sit down and you say, what do you need? What can we do differently? We have to stop talking at people about how great the Democratic Party is and ask what you need. Then we need to provide. So I'm going to tell you what I've been talking to people and asking, what should we provide? Remember MyBo? It was My Barack Obama, 2008. I would put in my zip code and it would say, there are 50 people in your location organizing a house party. Go speak with them. Let's bring it back. It's not rocket science, it's technology from 2008. Let's bring it back. Remember we talked about how we used to give talking points to people locally. And we would say, here's what Donald Trump did today, here's how you talk about it. Now let's be very honest. What you're gonna say in New York is very different than what you're gonna say in Michigan, which is very different than what you're gonna say in the South. I'm not going to pretend that. That's why talking points are different, and they always will be different. You should be the spokespeople for the Democratic Party. Everybody in here should be getting talking points about how to talk to their neighbors and say what went wrong, how can we fix it? How can we get you, if you did vote for Trump, to get back with us? And we need to listen. The final thing that we have to do, and I think that's very important, is listen to each other. I sat down with someone from College Dems, and I said, what do you need to change? And she said, I need people to return my emails. And that's talking to the Democratic Party, people who are very involved. So you know what? We've got to change internally. We have to really look in and bring back those tools. And that means opening up technology, being honest with everybody about how we're engaging. And just to be clear, not all women are the same. Not all black voters are the same. Not all gay voters are the same. We're all different. So I think we need to start talking to each other like individuals.
Okay, next is Mitch Caesar.
Again, I'm going to try to be specific. I think it's been a while. I think the question was, how do we bring back folks who voted for Donald Trump and build and expand our coalition?
How do you build bridges with the
it's been a while. I thought that was a question. It's a long day. First, let me say, as a former state chair, I'm in favor of funding. I think everybody up here is in favor of funding. I don't think that's a tough issue. I mean, we are a political group. But let me say this. How do we bring back those voters? And you do bring in coalitions. As a county chair for 20 years in an urban county with 2 million people, I built coalitions by doing several things. Obviously bringing in our stakeholders, where they're the gay community, the minority community. I also brought in the business community, because that's how you build and bring things together. I also held forums that were very, very difficult to do, and I was told not to do them, specifically on gun violence and a lot of folks who are getting killed for no particular reason in urban areas. And I brought all the stakeholders into that meeting, had enormous press, had 450 people show up, which was way more than the room allowed. That's how you bring in the community. It's also another thing. It's language. It's language. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and not getting a different result. We're getting the same result, and we have found that doesn't work. There is language to use in this time. You know, everybody talks about the new normal. This isn't the new normal. This is the new abnormal. That's what this is. That's what we're in. And we have to deal very delicately with language in which we reach out. We cannot attack Trump on every tweet, every cabinet appointment. We'll be doing it all day and they'll tune us out. We have to do this with precision. We have to go after them very specifically and use a trick from his book. Use the media cycle against him. There is a way to do that. We build coalitions, we appeal to the base, and our language is economics. We can appeal to all of our base and still appeal to the folks that vote for us. It's not a persuasion election. It's not a GOTV election. It's always both. That's our mistake. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Rick Palacio.
I think that we need to battle this again on multiple fronts here. I think One, we need to make sure that as Democrats, we're meeting people where they are, not where we want them to be. So when we talk to them, we're not talking about the issues on our terms. We need to make sure that we're talking to people in a way that they understand, in a place that they understand, and a mechanism in which they understand. So I grew up in rural southern Colorado, and I understand that this party needs to be more than just about coasts. It needs to be more than just about big cities. We need to make sure that we're attracting and talking to people in rural parts of America as well, because these are our natural constituents. These are the people that care very much about making sure that they have a quality education for their children. They want to make sure that they have quality health care for their families. They want to make sure that they have an economy that works for everyone, not just for those at the top. That's not just a big city ideal. And one of the problems that we've had as Democrats is we are talking too much to a very segmented portion of our society instead of to the broader, wider masses. So we need to make sure that as we're out in communities and building these coalitions, that we're recruiting great candidates that look, talk, that act like people in these communities, in rural communities, in suburban communities, in city-dwelling communities as well. And then as a party, we need to do what we've done in Colorado, which is make sure that we're not just recruiting, but training these folks as well. There are way too many examples of going out and finding amazing recruits, and then we leave them out to basically be on their own. So what are we doing at the DNC to make sure that we're training good candidates to be successful? Are we providing campaign 101s, which we should be doing? And those campaign 101s need to include ways to communicate with people in all parts, a broad spectrum of our electorate. So this is, again, one of the fronts that we need to be fighting this war, because this next 4 years is going to be incredibly long. But we've got to do it by building coalitions, by working together, and really making sure that we're united as we move into the future.
Next is Mike Blake.
The first step in how you build coalitions is that you don't just show up and talk to the base 3 weeks before an election. And you don't just engage with rural communities when you think it's advantageous. We have to listen to what's going on in the ground and actually engage and have a responsiveness in what we're doing. How do you build coalitions? You understand what's going on in our country right now. 218. That's the number of counties that voted for Barack Obama twice that voted for Donald Trump. 20% of African-American men did not vote for the Democratic candidate. 29% of Latinos did not vote for the Democratic candidate. Lowest union household turnout since 1980. People don't feel that we're listening right now. They don't feel like we're being responsive. Why? Because we're not talking about the issues that they care about. Do you have a job? Do you have security? Do you have health care? Is someone actually giving me the opportunities that I need to be successful? So when we talk about what's happening here, you build a coalition by making sure that people understand who you are. You want to talk about poverty? I understand it very clearly. When my mama was homeless in Jamaica and we had to sell dinners on a Saturday to be able to pay our rent. You want to talk about housing issues? I understand it very clearly. 21% of my constituents live in public housing. Make the connection to the person. That's how you build that relationship and grow from there. How do you tactically do it? Number one, make sure you have messaging campaigns so that you're consistently communicating. You can't just talk to Democrats and those that may be leaning Democratic a month before the election. It has to be all of the time. Number two, how do you have daily message points and also weekly message points and surrogates that get out to the states? The Republicans have been masterful of telling lie after lie after lie every single day. How do we make sure we're out there regularly to push back, to educate people and make sure they understand what's actually going on in that way? You want to talk about a track record? With all due respect, I have won more states and more races than other male candidates on this stage combined. So when we talk about what's happening, whether it be in Iowa and Minnesota and Michigan and Ohio and Indiana, we have built something powerful. And you look at what's happening in Michigan, we built the coalition in Michigan, we built it in 2012 across the country. That's the kind of vision we would have if you give the chance to be vice chair of the party.
Okay, next is Grace Ming.
Thank you. I would break this question into two parts. One is to build coalitions. When I was in the state legislature, I was the only Asian American legislator, so obviously I couldn't have my own Asian caucus. But what I did, and my colleagues were kind enough to allow me to join their Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asian, they changed the name for me, caucus. And by building coalitions and working together, we were able to have a lot of leverage on opposing and supporting policies that were of interest to our communities. Right now, I am chair of the Asian American Pacific PAC in Congress, which helps to elect more Asian Americans to Congress. And one of the silver linings of this past election were that we elected 5 new Asian Americans to the House and to the Senate. But more important than that is my work in Congress with the Hispanic Caucus, with the CBC, with the CPC, the Progressive Caucus, and the Equality Caucus. And because of that, when we work together, again, we are able to leverage and make sure that our communities are well represented and heard. We saw recently in the Women's March, and I was in DC, many of you were all over the country, we saw another example of building coalitions. We saw this past weekend when the president, I still have a hard time saying his name, came out with his Muslim executive order, Muslim ban, let's call it what it is, that people build coalitions all throughout the country to make sure to fight for people who did not have a voice. I was proud to be the first Democrat to propose legislation to defund, make sure that Congress could not put money to ban fellow Americans from coming back to this country. Just to piggyback off what many of my colleagues said, listening is important. I'm proposing a continuation of what we do every single presidential election when we send surrogates out to the communities, make sure that people in Congress, my colleagues, and so many local elected officials and candidates, they are hungry to go out to rural communities, suburban communities, urban areas, to make sure that they are able to spread the message and that we need to unite. The DNC needs to talk to the House Democrats, because that's not what we're doing right now.
Okay. Let's go to audience questions. DNC members up front, you get first crack at them. Right here.
So it was written recently that the focus of the vice chairs usually, they focus on something related to their abilities and interests, usually one thing, such as raising money, outreach, or organizing. So my question to you is, if you are to win, what is the first thing that you will focus on, the first thing that you will do, and what will you do, what's the first step you'll do in furthering that goal, or getting you to your goals?
I'm sorry. Let's go to, we're going to start in the middle this time. Liz Jaff.
I'm so glad you asked that, because I really only have one thing I want to do. So hopefully I get it done, and if I don't get it done, somebody's got to get it done. We need to open up the platform. This is basic technology. Day one, we need to go in and make Democrats.org a basic open online platform, which means that you go on, you log in, you get an account, and it says, what do you care about? Getting people to run for office, diverse candidates, funding, redistricting, what do you care about? Then it'll take you over to all of the states. We would have met with each of the states, and we will have tagged you, and you would have said, here are my top 5 projects. I need to raise $50,000 for this. I need to do $100K for this. I need 20,000 volunteers. I need to register. You say what you want, your wish list. People can then go over and invest. We need to get back to people being investors. I'm talking about like an Amazon shopping cart. It is not hard. It's a community online platform. Organizing tools coming back up. We will show a list of every single race. Let me be clear, this takes 3 weeks, and I have 40 engineers ready to do it in New York for free. I'm literally coming to you with the deliverables right now. That is day one for me. I want to come in and bring in the technology, because here's the deal. Movements are happening outside the DNC, and for us to say, come to us, that's unrealistic. We need to go to them, and then we need to say, what do you need, and we need to give it to them. That is what I am going to do. I know how to do that. I'm the only one who's coming up from Silicon Valley. I've done the tech. I know who to bring in. I'm working with them right now. And guess what? I'm going to do it anyway, because we don't have any time to wait. So you asked me what I want to do. I've given you my deliverables. I'm Liz Jaff. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go that way and then this way. So Adam Parkomenko is next.
Thank you for that question. I think every single person sitting on this stage and many in this room know that we can't wait, and so we're out there fighting every fight that we can today, not just with the march and the Electoral College, but there's a lot of things that are happening right now that we all have to stand up, amplify, support, and stand by. As for the vice chair role, I like to be very honest and straightforward. There's the things that you can do, it's free, because if you look at the rules in the charter, ultimately the chair is going to have the decision on things that are associated costs. The second piece is the things that are tied to money. So what I want to do immediately, and I'm doing this as I'm speaking to members and I'm putting together a coalition in my campaign, is my friends in the back and the media might not like this, but there is no redux of the 2016 primary. DNC members and Democrats are ready to move forward in a united front in a very big way. With that said, we need to restore the trust in the DNC. And with all due respect to everyone running for chair, most people are not going to spend $1,000 to go see them. So we're going to have to rely on small dollars and large donors. I want to go out there. I want to help raise that money for the state party partnerships. I want to make sure that the DNC has a full-time surrogate program, not just 6 months out from a presidential election. There's tons of great surrogates, both local and national, that want to get out there continually. And that is something that we can provide to states, DC territories, and abroad for them to be able to not only raise money in state and keep it in state, which would be in addition to the SPP, but also to utilize them for organizing. And then the last piece is free, customer service. You know, folks naturally pick up the phone and they call the DNC, they call the Democratic Party, because they may not be tied in locally, or if we look at where we're at right now with our party, there's a ton of local vacancies and there's not folks to answer those calls. So the DNC has got to make sure on a customer service standpoint that we are a one-stop shop. So if you call and you say that you're running for county executive or county sheriff, or you're inspired to run, not only can we provide you the materials that you need to get tied in locally, but we can help you with the packets and the free materials that should be downloadable and providable, so that you know this is what it's like to be a Democrat, this is what it's like to run a campaign, and that we don't have any of those holes for people to fall through.
Okay, Melissa Byrne is next.
So, as I've said, I'm an organizer, but unlike most organizers, I have a special talent where I am an expert at organizing both digitally and offline. And what I want to do as vice chair is fuse together all of the great work that we do online with the boots on the ground organizing we have to do offline. Because as I said before, this isn't about creating a fancy app. It's about getting everybody to do the hard work that it takes to win. There's no shortcuts to winning back and rebuilding the Democratic Party. It's about doing the work. First question, is everybody here ready to do the work that it takes to win? Can I get some hands in the air? You're great, because as a leader, if I am elected to be your vice chair, I can't wave a magic wand and all of a sudden have us win every single election. So I want to be able to hear from you. So part of organizing is going to our key members and listening to them, so that way we are able to build up a program that wins. And digitally, how many of you guys get those horrible emails from DCCC that say the sky is falling or that all hope is lost? Do you feel like we're going to win when you get an all hope is lost message? So, because all hope isn't lost, because we are here and we're going to be able to win. So I would want to use my influence to fire all of those email writers and I want to end all of those horrible email programs and take what we learned on the Bernie campaign, which is strong, powerful language based on common values, not only builds a huge list, it raises like $200 million. So we can take what we did on the Bernie campaign and make it work for the whole Democratic Party when we run on good values. So what I bring is a commitment to progressive values, and I bring that and I fuse that with good organizing online and offline, and that is how we win for everybody.
Okay, next is Maria Elena Durazo.
Well, I think I would do what I've always done in the labor movement. One of the first things would be to start organizer trainings. and to do it in as big a way and as exciting a way as possible. You know, last Saturday I was in Houston, went to the airport because one of the staff picked me up and said, we're all going out there. And then I arrived, took the flight into LA, went to LAX, there was another one going on there. And those are all extraordinary moments of inspiration, no doubt about it. We all need it as people who devote our lives to social justice for everyone, for equality for everyone. We need those moments of inspiration. So I would definitely make sure that the Democrats are associated with all of those marches and all of those rallies, and make sure that people see that we're out there fighting, not just from on high in some part of the country, but in the trenches. But I also believe that the only way to success is a multi-year plan with real targets, with real viable targets, and to win those and create more success as to what works and maybe what doesn't work. But we've got places that have been successful. We have places that have won. Why are we not taking those lessons and using them so that other parts we can learn from them? We don't have to adopt them letter for letter, but we do have to learn from them. And I don't want us merely to be reacting to what's going on. You know, we've had races before Trump come along, you know. We've had people discriminate against Muslims and immigrants and African Americans, but, you know, and he's doing it in a way that really angers us. We have got to think beyond the moment and really plan what we're going to do over the next several years. Thank you.
Okay, next is LaToya Jones.
I will expand who's at the table. There's an old saying that says, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Well, our communities feel like they're on the menu right now. We have to make sure that they have a seat at the table. And what that means, we have to start talking to them and engaging them. In my platform, there's a section called Pipeline 2050. So I'm not just looking at 2020, 2024. I'm looking at engaging young people and young activists right now. And I'm already doing that. Last year, a group of friends and I started Black and Engaged. And the purpose for that was to get the Black Lives Matter activists engaged in the political process. We went to 4 cities on our own dime, and we trained them how to do public engagement, community engagement, and issue advocacy. That worked. We trained over 200 BLM activists. Right now, those activists are working in St. Louis, Atlanta, LA, and Philadelphia. Right now, they're working. They're engaging. It works if you go there. So I will bring them to the table, because the reality is that they're not fighting against us. They're fighting for a better us. So if we don't start talking to them, and not just them, we have to talk to Standing Rock activists. We have to talk to Flip activists. We have to bring them at the table. Regular people at the table talk about regular values, democratic values. I've done it. I'm going to keep doing it. So that's what I will do first day, first year, year after that, because that's who I am. Thank you.
Okay, next is Grace Ming.
That's a great question. So I was elected to be vice chair all of 5 months ago. So in my 5 months tenure, I can share a little bit of what we worked on, what I felt like I brought to the table. I focused on a lot of minority communities, a lot of new and emerging communities. These are folks who probably have registered to vote for the very first time in their lives. These are folks who don't necessarily read or watch mainstream media. And so what we did was reach out and send folks, volunteers. This can be done at a very low cost or even no cost in many instances, to reach out to these communities to make sure they're registered to vote, to make sure that the first people that they hear from to get involved in politics and elections are Democrats and not Republicans, because the Republicans are putting resources in these new and emerging communities. They have dedicated and paid staff to make sure that they're hearing their Republican message. So the time is urgent. It's very important. I would like also to work on a surrogate program like we've talked about, that people do just during the elections, weeks before and a month or two before. But this is something that we need to make sure that our communities across the country are hearing from us during the year, that they are hearing our message, that they're working with us to craft a message as to make sure that they feel that the Democratic Party is on their side. I would also work, I have a task force that I co-founded in Congress to work with millennials. I've already written a letter to all the chair candidates to make sure that there's a line item in the budget to make sure that it's dedicated to outreach to millennials and to make sure that we are working on increasing technology to make sure that millennials' voices are being heard. And lastly is transparency. I would like to work with the new chairperson to make sure that there's transparency in where our money is being spent. We need weekly or periodic reports to make sure field, messaging, finance, and what the status of those are.
Okay, Mike Blake, you are next.
So we need to listen, and I think one thing we're realizing is many of the DNC members feel like we don't engage with the DNC members and we don't communicate and that we don't not listening to what's happening. And one thing we need to listen and pay attention to and I want to focus on is how do we build our bench? And I want to have that as a clear priority if I'm elected as vice chair. Why? Because we're 3 state houses away from Republicans being able to make constitutional amendments. Why? Because we've lost 1,000 state legislative seats over the last 8 years. Why? Because we only have 7 Democratic elected secretaries of state in the country. Why? Because 1/3 of our Democratic congressional members come out of 3 states. We are at an electoral crisis right now where we have to get focused on what's happening on the ground. And as a sitting elected official, I think about this all the time. Look at what I've done with the New Leaders Council. 44 chapters, 4,100 alumni, getting young people and women and communities of color and rural Americans involved in the process and saying we want you to be a part of what's happening, to be just not just candidates, but also the staff and what's out there. How do we concretely do this? Look at what I did here in Michigan in 2006 when we got Mary Valentine and Robert Dean and Barb Byram elected to the state house, when we got engaged and made sure we mobilized in that way, when we continue to move forward in 2008 and making sure that we had election victories all across the country by saying we need to focus and making sure we have local talent engaged in that process. So concretely, how do you do that? First, you have to go out and actually have conversations with people across the country so they can be excited about the process on why to run. People clearly want to be involved. When 3 million people are getting involved when we talk about the Women's March, then they understand that more people want to be a part of the process. But you have to listen to what's going on the ground so you have candidates that are paying attention on the ground. The immigration ban and the Muslim ban that's happening, it's not just on the coast, it's going on in Michigan when you think about what's happening in Dearborn and how people are constantly attacking our communities and being very clear about that. The same anger that we have in what's going on in Flint, have the exact same anger as it comes to the Dakota Access Pipeline. Make sure we're staying consistent and finding candidates that be engaged in that way. So I want to have a very clear focus of how do we build our bench, identifying candidates to be focused on the ground. You can learn more about our plan at michaelblakefordnc.com.
Okay, next is Rick Palacio.
This is a pretty common question that I would imagine that all of us get when we're making our telephone calls to our DNC members is what is the role of a vice chair? I think that whatever the role of the vice chairs has been in the past should basically be out the window because this is sort of the Wild West now. With no one in charge, with no president to really focus on the DNC, we have an ability to really redefine the roles that we have going on at the DNC. My primary focus would be ensuring that we're rebuilding our state parties. I think that the DNC needs to be more than just a conduit by which millions of dollars moves through state parties every 4 years to elect a president. This party needs to be about making sure that we're building and building up and strengthening the operations that we have in our states, like what we have here in the Midwest, like in the West, in all states. We need to make sure that as state parties are electing new chairs and they have new staff, that the DNC is providing guidance for those staff members and for those chairs as well, that there's training opportunities so they understand what coalitions they can take advantage of in their states that maybe the DNC has but they're unaware of. We can't just leave state party chairs, new state party chairs, out there to do work that they're not aware that even needs to be done. So the DNC needs to take responsibility for that as well. And additionally, there's a lot of money for state party chairs out there. There's a lot of money that flows through your state that we may or may not have a voice in where that money goes. We need to make sure that we have an advocate at the DNC to ensure that as money is moving in through our transfer down programs, that state parties have a voice in how those resources are being spent. We need to move past the idea that the DNC or the DCCC or the DSCC has all of the answers. We need to rely a lot more on state parties once we begin to invest in them and strengthen them from where they are right now. Thank you.
Okay, Next is Mitch Caesar.
As a former county chair and state chair, I, like some of the people up here, have done my share of recruitment. But the thing we have to remember is you're not going to be successful in recruiting people, and this is especially true in red states and purple states, unless those folks think there's a chance they can win. We can recruit candidates. We want to recruit quality candidates. And the way to do that is to give them a belief that's well-grounded that there's a chance to win. The answer is 3143. Let's all repeat that, 3143. Don't all jump in at once. And that is the number of counties there are in the United States. That's my twist on the 50-state strategy. Just to go back for a second, because it's what's the first thing I would do, I want to implement a permanent structure in the DNC that's then administered through state parties for districting programs, just like Florida did. Each state varies. We went through that in Florida. As I said, we were tested by the Republicans that control both houses and the governor, like some of the states we've all dealt with. One of 25 states the Republicans control like that. Democrats control 5. Talk about bleeding in the last 8 years or more. And what we have to do is we've established some law in Florida, federal and state, that could be used and is a little of the heavy lifting for the other states. We passed it with almost 70%. And even with a bad legislative plan that the courts accepted in a bad cycle, we picked up congressional and state seats. Folks, the Republicans, have been doing this for 10 years. We have not discussed it. We're first discussing it now. The implementation is going to be not long-term. The implementation is forever. We must dedicate resources to districting programs across the country. If we do that, we begin the slow road. We build up the bench from school board to mayors to legislators. How are you going to win back Congress if you don't win legislative seats? That's nuts. That, again, is a definition of insanity. We need to get into districting. It's one of the ways to pull us out of the House permanently, and it encompasses all the other ideas everybody here has just said. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close to time here, so we're going to go to our 2-minute closing statements. We're going to start at that end of the table and come this way. So, LaToya Jones, you are up first.
Well, that went fast. So thank you, Wayne State, for having us. Thank you for the DNC members that's traveled to be here. Thank you for the community activists, and most importantly, thank you for the DNC staff. This is a huge undertaking. What's clear from this weekend and the last few forums is that the Democratic Party is not broken, but it's evolving. And we have to take ownership of that evolution. Believe it or not, we have a gift in 45, because I'm not going to say his name. But we can't focus on him alone. Focusing on him will not win us back the White House. It won't win us back the Senate. It won't bring us back state houses, and show will not win us back the people. We have to focus on us and our values and start talking about our values and talking to the community. And we can do that. Just look at this crowd right here. It shows that we have passion, we have the energy. But right now we have to make sure we have that connection. And I bring that passion, that connection. I've worked with millennial activists, seasoned staff, volunteers, and Democrats all across this country. 42 states to be exact, and I keep saying 42 because I'm trying to get that last 8 states. But 42 states. I understand Midwest values, Southern values, rural values, because I've worked there. So the reality is that you want to make sure you have somebody who can connect to the community, connect to the values of the Democratic Party, and connect to the grassroots. I keep talking about Black and Engaged because that was a passion of mine. I saw people who were fighting in the streets and who were upset, and no one was listening to their screams. But I heard them, and we brought them into the fold. We brought them into the party. And that is something that we can continue to do if we talk to people and engage on a deeper level. Right? You look at me, you see a young Black girl from Georgia, but you also see somebody who can relate to the rural South, because I have friends in the rural South, can relate to the West. I have friends in the West. I go from black tie to fish fry, and that's what the Democratic Party needs to do. So thank you. I am LaToya Jones. Please go to my website, LaToya Jones for DNC. I am the person you need. And again, I am not new to this. I am very true to this. Thank you.
Next is Maria Elena Durazo.
Yes, I didn't get a chance to say much about myself, but I'm a migrant farm worker from California, parents from Mexico. And all of us work up and down the state of California and Oregon, picking whatever crop we needed to be able to buy food and, survive. Fast forward, I get elected in a local union that was stale and weak and useless. And we turned it all around. And we made it one of the most powerful, vibrant local unions in all of California. Then I was elected to run the AFL-CIO Central Labor Council of Los Angeles. 300 unions, 800,000 workers. And we in that labor council helped to turn and make California the deep blue state that it is. It's a deep blue state. The similar kinds of strategies and tactics were used in Nevada, where housekeepers and hotel workers and community leaders joined forces, the Democratic Party, and we took over as a blue state in Nevada. And we are doing the same thing in Arizona. Sisters and brothers, I know how to do this, and I know how to do it successfully. I know how to do it because I believe in working people. Because I believe the most powerful, inspirational people are the factory workers and the construction workers and the hotel housekeepers and the recreation workers and the nurses, and we could go on and on and on. I brought African American leaders into the fight for immigrant rights. I organized Latino workers to stand up for marriage equality. I organized Hollywood unions to fight against racial profiling. I organized white working class men to go with me to Phoenix, Arizona, and defeat the terrorizing Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We did it in Arizona.
Okay. Maria, that's time, Maria. Maria, we're going to need to move on.
And you know what? Those are the same lessons that we're going to take in state
Maria,
after state after state.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Vote for Maria Elena Durazo for vice chair.
Okay, next we have Melissa Byrne.
Hello. So this morning, Little Miss Flint kicked off our program here with the Pledge of Allegiance. And then she stopped by my table and made me a little sign to remind us that clean water for Flint is important. And what I took from talking with her, talking to this very amazing young 8-year-old, is that everybody is really ready to take action. If an 8-year-old girl is able to lead her community to stand up to Rick Snyder's polluting and killing people in Flint, we can all stand up. And just as our water protectors in Standing Rock say that water is life, I believe that organizing is our water. It is how we bring back power and how we build power. It's how Barry will be able to get the organizers that he needs on the ground in Michigan, so that way you can win on all parts of the hand and the Upper Peninsula. It's how Alyssa, who is a young organizer, will be able to stay involved in the movement. And it is how we get more rural people elected. And it's not, I know we talk a lot about millennials, but we also need our not so millennials involved. Because it's not just about expanding Social Security, it's about making sure that our seniors are heard at the table and that there's never a point where you age out of being engaged, and that we get everybody involved in the table and not just the points that we want to have that might be the trendy talking point for the day. So I'm sorry, I've been sick, so my voice is faltering a bit. But what I'm gonna keep doing is I'm gonna keep listening, I'm gonna keep fighting, and I wanna make sure that it's not just me out there fighting, that I'm standing behind while everybody here has the tools that they need to push forward, to lead and win. And that's how we do that, and that's how we resist Trump and make sure that him and Rick Snyder and everybody goes home and never comes back again.
Next is Adam Parkomenko.
Well, thank you all again for being here today, and thank you to the Michigan Democrats and to the DNC team for hosting this forum, and again for those that are joining on the live feed. What is the Democratic Party? The party is where a 31-year-old Ukrainian American whose father was born in a German refugee camp came through in the back of a cargo ship through a newly reopened Ellis Island and made his way to spend his entire career working in the U.S. intelligence community with distinctions, his son can stand up here and run before you today for vice chair, and I'm proud to be part of this party. I'm running because I want to make sure that state parties receive the respect that they deserve. I want to make sure they receive the funding that they deserve, and that the DNC, as in the DNC headquarters in Washington, serves as the best resource possible to state parties in the states, DC, the territories, and abroad. I want to make sure that we have a vibrant campaign in all of those areas. I want to make sure that we are winning down-ballot elections. I want to make sure that we do not have a competing outside party apparatus, but our party apparatus is our parties. I'm grateful to stand here before you today and to ask for your support. I want to be your partner at the DNC, and I hope you will consider supporting me. Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Liz Jaff.
Hi. So, I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, but I grew up in South Africa because my parents moved away during apartheid. My great aunt was the first female member of parliament to fight against apartheid and fight for Madiba's freedom. Then I faked my press credentials and got a one-on-one interview with Barack Obama in 2007. Yes, they let me interview him one-on-one. And I bought a one-way ticket to Des Moines, Iowa, because you gotta have a little crazy to do this job right. I did grassroots organizing for 10 years. I know grassroots. I've worked in purple counties and I've worked in blue counties, and I know it all. Then I went off and I worked in technology, and I raised millions of dollars for local candidates because I get it done. Now, I'm gonna be very honest, this is gonna be a tough race. There are a lot of safe bets at this table. There are people you know and you feel comfortable with, and I get that. But DNC members, I'm asking you, take a risk. This is not a typical president, and I am not a typical candidate. And I am saying I will come in and I will do this 100% for you. But you need to vote for me. Because it's gonna change, right? Politics have gotta change. We've gotta stop having one message for the members and one message for everybody else. I can bring people together. So yeah, I'm telling you to maybe forget some of your allegiances. I'm telling you to maybe take that risk. I will absolutely deliver. People have very strong feelings about me. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes not so much. But I will tell you one thing. Everybody will tell you, I will out-organize, I will out-hustle, and I am relentless. I will always have your back, and the Republicans do not want me in this seat because I am unbelievably dangerous. I will raise for everybody. I will talk to every state party. We'll do Skype calls because we can get it done now. I will raise money, and we will get people running for office. They're running right now. They need to be plugged in. We need to connect with the movements. It's happening. We should not be obsolete. We should be the new party of the future. Thank you.
Okay. Next up. Next up is Mitch Caesar. Go ahead, Mitch.
Thank you for allowing me to follow that. I've spent my entire life since college, when I started again in the Young Democrats, in the Democratic Party, working my way up from the bottom to the county, to the state, to the national level. I had one foot in that world. I had another foot in the other world of issues, being involved in civil rights situations, voter suppression, voting rights cases. I was one of the originators of the Florida presidential recount of 2000. I'm also the person who uncovered voting schemes in South Florida that earned the disrespect publicly of Rush Limbaugh attacking me for uncovering some of the Republican voting scandals. It is a resume entry. But you know, I'm dedicated to the party, and we're in the deepest hole we've ever been into. And one of the things we've talked about, and I do want to reiterate in my close, is the fact that we as a party, with no Democrat in the White House, need to go to places we are uncomfortable in. We must do that. We can't get out of the hole otherwise. And what that means specifically is we have to work in a way we've never worked before. This is a difficult time. We have the 18th cycle coming up, and it's poised to be more difficult predicted by the pundits. We have to go out there. I think we need to have a blend. We're going to have a new chair. I think it's relevant to have someone who has the experience, the dedication to help whoever that chair is become successful. That way we are all successful. I seek your vote as vice chair of the DNC. I have the time to devote. I have the drive to devote. I have the history of devotion. Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Rick Palacio.
My name is Rick Palacio again. I'm the chair of the Colorado Democratic Party. I want to say thank you to our moderator. Thank you to Wayne State. Thank you to the DNC staff who worked incredibly hard to put this together and all of the other forums together as well. I come from a strong labor family. My great-grandfather was a coal miner. He helped to form and build the Coal Miners Union in Colorado that both of my grandfathers later worked in. My dad was a steel worker in Pueblo, Colorado, my hometown, one of the other steel cities of the Americas. You know, they understand that that when working people stand up for one another, there's nothing that can stand in our way. And I think we as Democrats also understand that as well, that we need to make sure that we have one another's back as we move into a very long period of 4 years. We have to make sure that we're fighting not just in Washington, D.C. against Donald Trump, but we have to make sure that we're building and rebuilding our states and our state parties, that we're recruiting and electing gubernatorial candidates, that we're recruiting and electing state legislative candidates as well, and that we're making sure that our state parties are strong as we move into the future. As Democrats, we need to make sure that we're standing together. There has been too much division amongst our own ranks, and we've got to get through that and move forward in order to be successful in the future. We also need to make sure that we are building from the ground up. The DNC for too long has been driven from top down, and that's not how we're going to win as we move forward. So I would certainly appreciate your vote for vice chair, and thank you again very much for being here.
Okay, next is Michael Blake.
Thank you to Wayne State, to the DNC staff, and to all of you for being here for us in this critical moment right now. We have to come together as a party. We can't just continue to say, I'm an Obama Democrat, a Clinton Democrat, a Bernie Democrat. We have to come together as a party right now because we are going against a racist, sexist, misogynistic demagogue at the White House that is putting in policies that are trying to rip us apart. Midwest, you know me. You know me because I went to school in the Midwest at Northwestern University. You know me because we won races in Michigan in 2006 and 2008. You know me from the work that we did in the Iowa caucus by putting a coalition together when people didn't believe what could occur. All the organizing we did throughout the Midwest and the Midwestern states, the time that we spent in St. Louis and Kansas City to organize, the time we would go out to Kenosha and let people know that a brother does go out to Kenosha. That does happen as well right now. We want them to understand that we can organize in a very concrete way. I am running to be your male vice chair candidate very clearly to do 3 things. Build our bench, strengthen our party, embrace our future. We need you right now to understand we are at a critical juncture as a party. I am asking for you to believe in what we're building right now. That is the reason why many leaders across this country are joining with this campaign. That's why the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party has endorsed our candidacy. The Ohio chair and vice chair have endorsed our candidacy. The sitting male vice chair, R.T. Ryback of Minnesota, has endorsed our candidacy. We are serious about bringing real change right now. So I'm asking you to join us. Join us in the movement that is happening with Leadership for Tomorrow. Understanding that we cannot sit on the sidelines and make sure that this is our time, this is our moment. So if you believe in Build Our Bench, join with us. If you believe in Strengthen Our Party, join with us. If you believe in Embrace Our Future, join with us. Because my name is Michael Alexander Blake, a child of Jamaican immigrants, a son of labor, and I hope to be your next male vice chair of the Democratic National Committee.
Okay, next we have Grace Ming. Next we have Grace Ming. Go ahead, Grace.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to once again thank all of you for taking time, for spending money to be here with all of us today. All of you are here because you care for our party. All of us are here because we have something to offer, and we want to make sure that our party, that our DNC is as effective as it will ever be. I'm so appreciative for this opportunity. I, as a daughter of immigrants, as a mom of 2 young kids in public schools, I've spent my career being a voice for the voiceless. This is personal to me. What we are seeing right now across the country, it worries me as a parent. I want to make sure that our party is as effective as ever because the risk is high. We've talked about all that we've done. I've spent my career fighting for people who don't always have the ability to speak up for themselves, from helping people register to vote when I was here in college, to making sure that we are investing in our immigrant communities, to making sure that people understand what the Democratic Party is all about, to making sure that everyone has equal opportunity to success and to education. We need to make sure that people feel that they are being heard. We need to create and make sure that we have a sustaining and long-term surrogate program, whether it's our rural communities, suburban communities, even our Democrats abroad, and not just in swing states, in every state throughout our country. It's only been 2 weeks since the president has been in office. The voiceless has increased day by day, hour by hour. Our work together, the coalitions that we have to continue to build, is more important and more crucial than ever. Lives are at stake. My children come to me asking me why people are so scared, why things are happening, why people are protesting. They've never seen this before. So I look forward to continuing to fight for you in Washington, D.C., and working together with everyone here on this dais and all of you to make sure that we have a better party than ever before.
Okay, so that concludes our discussion with the candidates for Vice Chair at Large of the Democratic National Committee. The next forum is for candidates for Chair of the Democratic National Committee. We'll get it set up and get it started. Thank you, guys. National Committee, Sally Boynton Brown, Peter Pekarsky, Jamie Harrison, Jamu Green, Ray Buckley, Sam Ronan, Keith Ellison, Tom Perez, and Pete Buttigieg. Okay. All right. A lot of enthusiasm. That's good. That's good. Okay. You guys can sit down. Okay. So this forum will work identically to the previous forum for vice chair. I will start off with a question for the candidates. They'll each have 2 minutes to respond. Then we will go to questions more generally. I may ask one depending on what time is looking like. Then we'll go to questions from the audience. DNC members seated up front here are first, and then people in the audience will be able to ask you to write those questions down and send them to somebody on the sides. They will send the questions up to me and I will ask them. Each candidate will also be given 2 minutes at the end to give a closing statement. And we're going to start at this end, go down that way, we'll go back this way, and then we'll go out from the middle. Candidates, I'll remind you when I tap on the lectern here, the first time you have about 20 seconds left. When I do it a second time, it means you're out of time and we need to wrap it up. Let's start with the idea of helping to get Democrats elected. That is the job, the main job, I would say, of the chair of the Democratic National Committee. I'd like each of you to talk about how you would do that and be specific about how you have done that in the past. What have you done to get Democrats elected where you live, for instance, or where you work? Be really specific about your experiences helping the party to win. So let's start on this end with Sally Boynton Brown.
I love this question because to me it's so elementary that we start with our state parties, and by investing in our state parties. I've been president of the National Executive Directors Association for the last 6 months and served for 4.5 years before that in leadership. And it's very sad to me that this week alone we got 10 resignations of EDs from around the country. And so we've all talked about investing in the 57 states, but the thing that I have focused on my whole time in national politics is investing in our executive directors. The lifespan of a national executive director is about 18 months. And you tell me how we elect people when you've got a new person coming in every 18 months. And so it's very important that the DNC has a training program so when new executive directors come in, they have resources and training to turn to. You'd think that that exists, and when I tell people that it doesn't, when a new ED comes in, there's absolutely nothing that they're provided aside from what their individual state provides them. People are appalled. That's something that we have to change. We need to make sure that when a new executive director comes in, or a new chair or a new vice chair, that the DNC first of all calls them and welcomes them, second of all gives them an orientation packet, and then third of all signs them up and provides training for them. This is especially important for the CEOs of the 57 state parties that we have. I would estimate by July, 2/3 of our states will have new executive directors, and we cannot afford to waste any time in making sure that day one that they come on, they have the resources that they need. I've been doing that myself as leadership in the EDs Association, calling and welcoming people and giving them those resources the best I can as one individual. It would be so amazing and incredible to see the DNC take this on, and as DNC chair, that's exactly what I would do.
Okay. Peter Pekarsky.
I think that the critical thing is to, sorry, I think the
Hold that
critical
up.
thing
There you go.
is to reorganize the party. We talk about a 50-state plan. I think the goal has got to be to get the resources there for what amounts to 185,000 precinct plan. That's the way this party used to work. There are about 185,000 precincts in this country, and I think we've got to get to the point where we've got a precinct leader in every one of those precincts, which does a lot for us, both in terms of organizing, in terms of developing people to run for office, in terms of staying in touch with the community, in terms of knowing what is happening during an election, particularly during an election year, and in terms of election protection. I think that the effort has got to be local. The DNC can provide guidance, but I think that we really have to get to the point where the local parties, the state parties, are determining what's going to happen in their state, and to, as best we can, support that. There's some things that have to be done on a national level, but I think we've really got to get the local state parties organized again. In terms of what I've done in the past, it's mainly been, I've helped out a number of candidates, campaigning and other things. I'm not going to go into all the campaigning I've done for candidates, but tried to raise resources for them to help them campaign, and principally I've helped out with election protection, both before the election, during the election, and in certain circumstances after the election. But I think I want to underline that the critical thing here is to get organized. We're not that far away from another set of two-year elections, and this party has got to get itself organized. Many of the people I talk to are asking what the leadership is going to be, and to my way of thinking, that's got to happen.
Okay, next is Jamie Harrison.
Hello, everybody. Thank you again for having me. It's so great to be on this panel with such great Democratic talent. My name is Jamie Harrison. I'm the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Thanks. And I appreciate the applause, because being the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party is a lot of work. Listen, if we want to win again, first and foremost, get rid of gerrymandering. It is killing, absolutely killing Democrats, but our democracy. It is so, so bad. And I say this all the time, and I said this in a number of forums before. You know, if Jesus Christ came back in South Carolina and ran as a Democrat in some of the congressional districts that we have, he would not win. That is how bad it is right now. But we've been, despite all of that, we've been trying to make sure that we equip all of our candidates with the tools in order to win. In South Carolina, one of the first things you got to do is you got to build a bench. And well, we've been doing that. We started the James E. Clyburn Political Fellowship with the goal of training 250 young people representing all 46 counties in South Carolina, training them to run campaigns, training them to be county party leaders, but most importantly, training them to be good candidates. We're not only talking about the X's and O's of running for office, but we're talking about being a good leader and how to avoid those traps that so many of our leaders have fallen into, from campaign finance issues to ethical issues. That is part of the training that we're doing in South Carolina to build the next generation of candidates. And so training them is very important, and making sure that they are equipped with the skills and the tools that they need in order to be successful. I know time's up, so we'll talk about it some more.
Okay. Next is Jamu Green.
Thank you. This 3-week journey has just been amazing. I'm embracing the joy of rebuilding our party, and I think for us as Democrats to win again, we have to focus on 3 things. We have to rebuild, we have to rebrand, and we have to re-engage. And I want to share a little bit about my history, because I think that in many of the conversations we've been having, the focus has been on the fact that I've been a Fox News political analyst for almost 7 years, fighting the lies that conservatives tell for a living and winning with the truth. But the reality is, I was baptized in the Democratic Party, starting off as the executive director of Texas Young Democrats, so I've worked at a state party. I moved on to the Democratic National Committee and ran the women's office and was Southern political director. And I left the Democratic National Committee to help build a progressive institution at Rock the Vote and make sure that we were engaging young people and the next generation by innovating with technology and connecting with young people on the issues they care about and not necessarily just around a personality of a candidate. So how have I helped Democrats win? It's increasing young voter turnout by 11% at Rock the Vote in 2004 when we didn't have a charismatic candidate. I've also helped to co-found Vote Run Lead, where we've trained over 15,000 women to enter the process of running for office. And as Democrats, we need to find those more diverse candidates and make sure we are doing everything we can to build that pipeline. But as the chair of the Democratic National Committee, I think it's very important that the 50-state strategy that we developed over a decade ago, we understand that it's not going to cut it in this unprecedented political reality. So to connect with Americans of every hue, gender, generation, background, and zip code, here's what I would do. I would certainly invest $10,000 in each state party and make sure monthly, make sure that they are also making a requirement of publishing their diversity data and doing diversity training. I would start state party innovation hubs,
that's all the time you have for
$100,000
opening.
to incubate ideas coming from entrepreneurial minds. I'll talk to you about the other three because I think it's very important that this is a campaign of ideas.
Okay, next is Ray Buckley.
Thank you for that question. That question is the perfect question to start off. So much of the questions that we've been getting at these last dozen forums have to do with somebody running for president more than being the DNC chair. And let me tell you, I love all the guys and ladies up here, but when it comes to winning elections, no one at this table comes close. I started volunteering 40 years ago. 40 years ago. I came from a Republican state where not even close. When I came from a Republican state where Democrats never even dreamed of winning elections. And I've been recruiting candidates and winning elections my entire life. The last 10 years as state party chair, we've won 11 out of the last 13 statewide races. This is a state that today is still a 50-50 state. This is a swing state, a purple state. Every Democrat, every Republican has a shot at winning. 11 out of 13. We've won all 3 of the last presidential elections. We've won 5 out of the last 6 gubernatorial elections. We've won 3 out of the last U.S. Senate races, 9 out of the last 12 congressional races, and we have elected more Democratic state senators and legislators in the last 10 years than ever before in New Hampshire's history. In fact, today, despite 2014 and 2016 being a bad year, New Hampshire has an entirely Democratic congressional delegation for the first time in its history. If you want to win elections, you hire the guy that knows how to win elections in tough races. That's what I've done. That's what I'll do as your chair.
Next is Sam Ronan.
All right, it looks like it's my turn. So, how have I helped the party in the past? Well, unfortunately, being active duty, you're not allowed to. So I can't actually answer that question. I can say what I would do as chairman with my own experiences. I ran for state representative in the state of Ohio in one of the most Republican counties in the country, Warren County. And I can tell you from personal experience, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. For one, we don't have a presence in rural America. For another, we don't have the tools and the resources or the mentorship, which I believe Jamu was talking about. We need to be led. We also need to have the opportunities to succeed. I believe it was Liz Jaff that said, concerning millennials running for office, we're already here, we're already fired up. We just need a chance to go and move forward, and we're living proof of that. There's 2 of us here, me and Pete. You know, the thing about moving forward and getting people elected isn't necessarily how to get people elected the way we've been doing it. Right now, we are divided, and it's getting worse and worse with each passing day. And I want to point out another thing. We can get people to be inclusive. Why aren't more youth being involved? Well, when a dinner ticket is $100 a piece and a $75 entry fee, and you got students that are 25 years or younger who have to pay bills, rent, and tuition, they can't have a seat at the table. That's the biggest issue we face right now. And as chairman, I would make it more available to people who can't otherwise join. We need to open the doors, we need to listen, and we need to be respectful of those who come before us. It's not about me, it's about you guys in the auditorium. And that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Keith Ellison.
Well, it's awesome to be back in Detroit and at my alma mater, Wayne State University, everybody. So how do we get Democrats elected? We start with the idea that the Democratic Party is the party that fights for working people all the time and never lets up, making sure that working people all over this country can earn a living, can retire in dignity, can get a good education no matter what color they are, and that the Democratic Party fights for equality and justice and inclusion for all Americans. And we have to always be on that, whether we're talking about trade, whether we're talking about the minimum wage, whether we're talking about retirement. We've got to always be clear that we're fighting for the people of this country. Now, after we do that, we've got to talk to all of the people. And that means, yes, we do have to go to 50 states. We got to go to 3,143 counties. We got to talk to everybody all over the country. That's why I'm calling for a summer canvass and asking all of you here to help the DNC knock every door in this country if we can. This is the kind of work that will get us to win. Now, let me tell you, I have gotten myself elected 13 times in primaries and general elections. When I was elected in 2006, nobody of my background had ever been elected in Minnesota before. But we organized and we unified people all over on what we all share, which is why I won all those elections straight in a row at the state legislature and in Congress. But I didn't stop there. In fact, there are no statewide Republicans in Minnesota, not any. Our governor is a great Democrat, Mark Dayton. He's an awesome guy, and Mark Dayton is protecting the people of Minnesota, and he is advancing everything from college tuition to all-day kindergarten, to increasing the minimum wage, to increasing the state process, taxing the rich. And this is what it means to elect the governor of your state as a Democrat. We used to have him. Tim Pawlenty was a governor, but in 2006, I increased voter turnout to the degree that no statewide Republican could crack into statewide office in Minnesota anymore. And how do we do it? We increase voter turnout. We increase voter. I have the highest voter turnout right now. In 2006, my congressional district had the lowest. And let me just give you one quick example. An awesome guy who's the Secretary of State of the state of Minnesota, Steve Simon, had lost 5 of 8 congressional districts, but he won because we turned out the vote in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you all very much.
Okay, next is Tom Perez.
Good afternoon. Great to be here in Detroit. How do we get Democrats elected? We start by organizing, recognizing that, you know what, data analytics is important, but there's no substitute for house calls. If we had made more house calls and persuasion in Michigan, in Ohio, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, we would have won these elections. We ignored the basics. We have to make sure we're partnering with our nonprofit partners. In Maryland, I helped to build, through grassroots organizing, a nonprofit into one of the most powerful nonprofits in the Mid-Atlantic. So we've got to make sure we take advantage of our partners in the progressive community. We've got to make sure we understand the threats to democracy. The biggest threat to democracy right now is voter suppression. And we need to make sure that the Democratic National Committee is playing a more prominent role. That's why I've called for the creation of a voter protection and empowerment unit. We saw what happened in Indiana this cycle, where they were trying to register voters and your Secretary of State was trying to suppress voters. We've seen this thing elsewhere. We have people like Barry Goodman out there who are filing lawsuits against partisan gerrymandering. We've got to support those lawsuits at the DNC. We've got to make sure that we are helping people with training so that we don't have the situation we had in Wyoming where you had 62 Democrats recruited, they go to the DNC for help, and the DNC says, sorry, we can't help. If we're going to have a 50-state plus 7 plus Democrats abroad strategy, we've got to help everybody to get elected. We can't just help the few chosen. And finally, folks, If we're going to do this and get Democrats elected, we need a turnaround specialist because we must change the culture of the DNC so that we are equal partners with states. And that is what I have done at the Labor Department and before that at the Department of Justice, is turn that around. Thank you very much.
Next is Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you. Well, let me begin by bringing progressive greetings from Mike Pence's Indiana. Look, if winning elections in red territory is my bread and butter, not just getting myself elected, and I'm proud that we got an 80% result on my last re-election, but supporting others getting elected too. Even in marginal districts like Joe Taylor, a UAW leader in our community, first African American in a very long time to represent us in the State House. And we were proud to get him elected even in the face of the Trump wave in 2016. We know how to do local organizing. It strikes me that, especially when you're 9th out of 9 on a question like this, there's a lot of convergence around what a lot of us have to say. We're all talking about building the bench and fighting voter suppression and getting back to the grassroots and paying attention to redistricting. What's really going to matter in this race is which among us is best positioned to actually deliver that. And the case that I'm making is, if we're all saying we got to reach out to the next generation, let's put in the millennium. If we're all saying we got to organize in the grassroots, let's put in the one candidate who went out to the Women's March. If we're all saying... If we're all saying we got to be tough enough to fight voter suppression, put in the war veteran. If we're all saying we got to fight in red and purple states, put in somebody from Indiana. If we're saying we got to pay attention to the top, from the top of the ticket on down, put in a mayor, somebody whose bread and butter is local office. If we're saying that we don't want to devolve into factional struggle, put in somebody who doesn't belong to any faction within the party. If we're saying that we want a turnaround, put in somebody who's helped turn around a city that was on the brink. And if we're all saying that the solutions for our party are not going to come from Washington, put in somebody who does not get up in the morning and go to work in Washington every day. We're all good Democrats. We all have similar values. I'm making the case that what I bring to the table is a little bit different, and I hope to earn your support as DNC chair.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more question. We're going to come back this way. We'll start at that end. We've seen this enormous groundswell of progressive activism take hold over the last 2 weeks in particular. And I think one of the things that's become sort of obvious is that these are people who feel somewhat disconnected from the Democratic Party, the party that they would naturally, I think, fit into. Talk about what you would do specifically to get those people more involved in the party. How do you reach out to people who are engaged but don't feel like this party is the way for them to express that engagement? Pete Buttigieg, you are up first this time.
One of the things I got to work on in college was research on young people and their political attitudes. We did a poll of people aged 18 to 24. We were just starting to call them millennials at the time. Call us millennials, I guess. And the assumption was there's something wrong with young people, that they want nothing to do with politics. We did surveys, and we found that actually community activism was at an all-time high, even as political involvement was at an all-time low. And that revealed that the question wasn't what's wrong with our young people. The question was what's wrong with our politics, that young people want nothing to do with it. What we're seeing right now is extraordinary. It's not just the Women's March. It was the airport protest that some of us were participating in Houston. It's spontaneous demonstrations in front of congressional offices throughout this country. We've got to recognize that not all of that has to funnel through the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has to understand where we fit in the tapestry of grassroots organizing rather than the other way around. Now, we have got allies and partners in every part of the movement, every part of what is coming to be called the resistance. What we've got to do is recognize that there's an organic quality to this. This is grassroots work, but we got to be there for them, and not just in October when we're calling them up saying, hey, you got to come out and turn out in our elections. We have to do it day in and day out. We have to be fighting the lies. We have to be fighting the insults to our American values, like this immigration order. You know, somebody who served in Afghanistan with people, civilians, who put their lives on the line to support U.S. troops. I got to tell you, it would be difficult to look some of those same people in the eye right now, knowing that we turned away Iraqi refugees and immigrants who had qualified for visas by virtue of the danger they put themselves in by helping us out. We can't wait till 2018 to point out why that is wrong and take to the streets and send a different message.
Okay. Next up is Tom Perez. Yeah,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom Perez.
This question is not simply about the engagement of millennials. This is a question about the engagement of so many people who were once Democrats and decided not to vote Democrat, who have never been Democrats because they don't identify, and we need to get them to identify as Democrats. And what we all have in common here is our values are those shared values. When I was in the Houston airport and the San Francisco airport the following day, what I saw was those values are our values. You may not be a member of the Democratic Party. The challenge for us is that we need to build those bridges. We need to persuade folks that if you care about climate, so do we. If you care about immigrant rights, so do we. If you care about collective bargaining, so do we. And we've got to build those bridges. And we also have to make sure that we're out there protecting our partners in the progressive movement. There are existential threats right now to the labor movement, existential threats to Planned Parenthood. Why are Republicans going after these organizations? Because they know that this is part of the heart and soul of our grassroots organizing capacity in this country. The labor movement brought us the middle class in this country, and our party must always support them. And so as we move forward, we need to do a better job of making house calls, because we've got to be honest, we lost some of those labor union voters. That's why I'm going out to rural America next week, to Wisconsin and Kansas, to talk to them about what was it about our message that didn't resonate with you. We have to make house calls in this job. We have to make sure we make not only financial investments to millennials, but more importantly, the attitudinal investment, which says, not only do you have a seat at the table, you will always have a voice. Not only, my friends in the labor movement, do you have a seat at the table, you will always have a voice. When we do that, we can turn this moment into the movement that it needs to be.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, next is Keith Ellison.
Well, look, in order for the Democratic Party to coalesce and partner with this absolutely wonderful energy that's going on all over this country, we have to understand one simple idea, and that is if you want a friend, you have to be one. We have to connect with people and build, support them, back them up. The Democratic Party, if I'm the DNC chair, we will be asking Democrats all over this country, bring coffee to the marchers. Be in the march yourself. Carry a sign. Identify with the Democratic Party. Say you're here and you're supporting. Like you take Black Lives Matter movement, they have a legislative agenda. And its agenda for the visioning of black lives. The Democratic Party, if you look at our agenda and their agenda, it's very, very similar. We should lift that agenda up and tell them that we share their agenda. You know, I'm so proud to have the support of the AFL-CIO. And I'm so proud to support for the nurses, the teachers, the communication workers, the CWA. You know, I got a lot of labor support because I have always been there. If they got a strike vote, I'm at the strike vote. If they're carrying picket signs, I'm carrying the picket sign with them. And that's how come, and let me tell you, it's not only that we knock on every door in the 5th Congressional District, it's that we fight with our people, which is why they're willing to fight with us. So, you know, this has got to be, it's not just a mechanical thing. We've got to talk about what the Democratic Party stands for. This weekend, tonight, I got to go to Baltimore because the Progressive Caucus, of which I am a co-chair, is having its annual summit. And when I started there, me and my buddy Raul Grijalva, who's the co-chair, we made an agreement. We are going to partner with the progressive movement. That is our strength. That is how we win, and that's how we're going to win these elections, because we got in this mess because we lost elections. We're going to get out of it because we win elections, and we're going to need the progressive movement to do it.
Okay. Next is Sam Ronan.
Well, I gotta say, Keith Ellison makes a very strong argument, and for the right reasons. We do need to reach out together. We do need to build those bridges because they were burned, and they were burned deliberately. Because so many of those people that are disenfranchised thought the primaries were rigged against them and their candidates. And the fact of the matter is, it's true. The Democratic Party has not been open to outsiders and new members in our entire history. And if we want to bring those people back, we need to prove to them that we're willing to open the doors. Secondly, and most importantly, we have to have accountability. If we're going to be Democrats, if we're going to be congressional leaders, if we're going to be secretaries of labor, and if we're going to be mayors, and we're going to call ourselves Democrats, we damn well better own up to that. Because right now, we have senators, we got congressmen who called themselves Democrats who are rubber stamping Trump cabinet appointees, and that is unacceptable. Now, I might not have enough clout or all these different, people supporting me, but what I do have, thank you, Keith, Team Ronan. What I do have is conviction. I was in the military too. I know what a good leader looks like, and I know that it's easy to say that we will fight against the opposition. Everybody in this room is and has been doing that. That goes without saying. But the hard part, the truth, the reality, is that we messed up as a party. We need to own that, and we need to hold our fellow Democrats responsible. As your DNC chairman, that's exactly what I would do. I would offer those olive branches. I would build those bridges. I would give millennials, progressives, and Bernie-crats the opportunities, the resources, and the tools to succeed, but I would also hold our members accountable. Because if we don't, we lose what little credibility we have left, and that is the fight we must win.
Okay. Next is Ray Buckley.
Thank you. The question was, what is it that we're going to do to bring together the progressive energy that's going on out there? I think that's exactly what we need to do as a party, and we need to take a look at what we've all done, at what our record is. And I just want to point once again to my record. A lot of people can talk about talking points, but I actually have a record. When the turnout across the country was down in 2014, 3%. In New Hampshire, it was up almost 4%. We did that because we have a grassroots organization. We have communities that are actually neighbors talking to neighbors. We invested in that community. And if we had continued the 50-state strategy, the strength of when Governor Howard Dean was chair, we would not be in this situation today. And we would be able to marshal all of this energy and actually be able to be a lot farther ahead. We can do that. Each one of us became Democrats because we so deeply care about progressive causes. Nobody woke up one morning and said, oh, I want to be a Democrat. You woke up and said, I care about this issue, or I care about that issue. That's why we're Democrats. And when the Democratic Party stops caring about those issues, we'll stop being Democrats. This is our vehicle to get progressive legislation passed into law and make the world a better place, the country a better place, our community a better place. Now, millennial votes around the country was down. In New Hampshire, it was up. In fact, some are suggesting it was the margin of victory for when we were the only purple state to defeat an incumbent Republican U.S. Senator when Kelly Ayotte lost to Maggie Hassan. And if you read yesterday's op-ed in New York Times when Senator Maggie Hassan went after Ms. DeVos about being Secretary of Education and the disability children, that's a difference. 1,000 votes. 1,000 votes she won that U.S. Senate race. That's about grassroots organizing, and that's what we have to do. We have a vibrant high school Democrats organization, college Democrats, and young Democrats organization in New Hampshire. we need to make sure that that happens in
Right.
every state
Okay.
across the country.
Thank you. Okay, up next is Jammu Green.
We have to start walking the talk of our values. It's really great to be back in Detroit, and I think back to the last time I was here for a Democratic National Committee event, and that was 2006, when I was National Director of Project Vote. And I stood in front of a crowd of Democratic Party leaders, and I said that we needed to look within how we could improve ourselves as a party. For too long, the Democratic Party and the DNC has been mired in a system that is old school. We have become insular and out of touch. And if all of the talk about transformation that has happened in this campaign is true, true transformation requires radical candor, willingness, and strong change management. We need a leader who is going to be a fierce champion of intersectionality. But we also need a leader who is going to address the sexism, racism, classism, and bigotry within our own party. We need a leader who is going to say, Democrats, there are people knocking on our door, and they want us to open up the process. They want us to reject the old super delegate model. They want us to stop embracing caucuses that disenfranchise shift workers and the disabled and the seniors and the values that we say that we are as Democrats. When we are not operating our systems, our meetings, our processes in those same way, those folks who are marching and yearning and looking for a home for the resistance will not end up here. So we need true transformation, but it's going to take not platitudes and promises. It is going to take a specific set of ideas that will deliver real results. We need to look within first so that we can open our doors and bring down those barriers.
Okay. Next is Jamie Harrison.
Listen, if we want to bring people back into this party has to start showing and stop telling. You know, we tell everybody all the time that we are fighting for you. The question is, are we showing that? Are we demonstrating that through our actions? We lost a lot of trust in this past election. We lost a lot of trust with Democrats because they felt as if the campaign, for whatever reason, was not fair. We lost a lot of trust there. And the question is, how do we bring that back? We lost a lot of trust with voters. How do we bring that back? This party has to go where the people are instead of hoping that people will come to where we are. We have to move this party from a 20th century political party that just begs for votes every 2 or 4 years to a party that is going back to our grassroots, going back to what we used to be, which is going into the communities, helping people address the issues that they're facing on a day-to-day basis. In South Carolina, that's what we've been trying to do. When I was handed the keys to run the Democratic Party in South Carolina, there was very little organization. And so we had to create an organization that is large enough, flexible enough, to bring people in based on the things that they're interested in. There are some people who don't want to knock on doors. There are some people who don't want to pick up phones. And so therefore, you got to create space for them to do that. There are some people who want to do advocacy and who want to learn more about advocacy. Create a space for them to do that. We have done that in South Carolina. There are some people who want to dedicate their lives to service. And we created South Carolina Democrats Care, helping people address those issues that they're dealing with. Those are the things that we have to do, what we've done in South Carolina for our state party, but what we need to do for this national party as well.
Okay. Next is Peter Pekarski.
Thank you very much. The question, as I understood it, was how do we appeal to the grassroots? I'm running a grassroots campaign for chair of the DNC. There are volunteers supporting me all over the country, and I'm very thankful for them and grateful to them. The first thing to restore trust that this party has to do, as far as I'm concerned, is tell everybody that the fiasco of last spring will not be repeated. Our charter, Article 5, Section 4, sorry, and take a look at my website, please. It's peter4dnc.com. Peter, the numeral 4, dnc.com. It's right on the front page. The first thing we have to do, and I'm telling you I will do as chair, is follow this charter. And the charter says that in the selection of a nominee for President of the United States, this party, all the officers, all the staff, will be impartial and even-handed. If I'm chair, that is exactly what's going to happen. It's right on my website. It's been there since we put the website up. I will be impartial. All the staff will be impartial. If it turns out they're not impartial, as far as I'm concerned, as the chair and CEO, they will no longer be working for the DNC. And all the officers over whom I have no control will also be impartial. It's my obligation to ensure that they are. And it's also my obligation under the charter to bring any impartial conduct to the attention of the Democratic National Committee, so the National Committee can take the action it deems appropriate under the charter, if it deems it appropriate, to remove someone. We have to talk to the grassroots. We have to open up this party, as far as I'm concerned, to convince them that we're being transparent. There was a Mr. Murakami, who's a member of the Democratic National Committee, asked a question in Phoenix: why can't we get a budget? I spoke with Mr. Murakami this week. I wasn't happy with what I heard, but if I'm chair, the profit and loss statement and the budget will be available to the members of the DNC, and I expect that they will protect it.
Okay. Up next is Sally Boynton-Brown.
On Wednesday, November 9th, I woke up after having slept just a few hours and looked at my emails, and I had over 200 emails from people pouring in that had obviously gone to sleep much earlier than I had the night before and woke up to the news and were shocked. And I made a promise to myself that anybody that came to me with an idea who was under 35, I would help them with support services and resources to make that idea come true. No judgment from my part, no saying, oh, we've tried that before, it didn't work. Oh, that's not how we do things. Just let them know what information they needed to go make that idea a reality. And I love how the good Lord provides. 2 hours later, I was going through my emails and got an email from two young women, two high school ladies who woke up and thought, how in the world is our generation going to survive with Trump as president? And they started contacting all their friends, and they wanted to plan a march, and they didn't really know how to do it. And so 4 hours later, I met with them in our office and had the conversation with them about what we could do to help. We gave them the database, we gave them an email list, we gave them a media list so that they could start organizing. And those two young women had 5,000 people show up at the Women's March in Boise. The focus of my campaign has been about making sure that the people of our country know that they have power. Democracy is the power that they have, and it is our job at the DNC to make sure to remind them of that and to make sure that we take every single wall down. We talk about not putting walls up. We need to take every single wall down that exists in the DNC to make sure that anybody in the party recognizes they absolutely have the power, and we're a partner with them in that, and give them the support services and resources that they need to organize in whichever way they want.
Okay. Reminder, we're going to go to the audience now. A reminder that DNC members up front can put your hand up. We'll get a microphone to you. Audience members, write your questions down on a slip. They'll bring them up to me. Let's start here.
Thank you. My name is John Zodi. I'm the state Democratic chair from Indiana. I think we've got some Hoosiers in the audience today. Appreciate you all being up here. And one question I asked the three candidates that were in the race back in Denver when we were there in December for the state chairs meeting is, you know, as the chair of a state party, my job is to look at my 92 counties and figure out how I can help them and what the best way I can help them is. And it's not always financial resources as much as it is a toolbox of things that a red county or a swing county or a blue county can use that the state party can provide. And so my question to all of you is, what do you have in your toolbox that you can offer state parties? Because I appreciate, need, and want to be accountable for the state party partnership program, the money. But as a traditional non-battleground state, hope to be a battleground once again, but as a traditional non-battleground, resources and best practices and partnerships are things that can help besides money. And so if you could, please offer the audience your thoughts and those watching at home what you would have in your toolbox for states.
Okay.
Thanks.
Basically, the relationship between the national party and state parties. We're going to start in the middle this time and go that way. So, Ray Buckley, you are first.
Thank you. This is a terrific question. The importance of the structure of the state parties cannot be discounted. We won elections in 2006 and 2008 when we were investing heavily into state parties. While Howard Dean was chair, we received about $250,000 on average for every state party. It went down to some years as low as $60,000 of support, and maybe up to a little over $100,000. And we saw the results of that in 2010. In 2012, in races below the presidential race, in 2014 and 2016. It is time to heavily reinvest back into the state parties. But it's about respect. It's about respect. You know, if we're going to go out there and organize our communities, the people need to know that they're being respected and appreciated. The fact is, the DNC doesn't even know who the county chairs are across the country. We don't have that list in the building. We don't know who all the state legislators are. The DNC chair could not communicate to our grassroots organizers because we simply don't have that information. That's wrong. It needs to go the other way around. Now, if you go on to rayfordnc.com, you'll see a 15-point plan that I put together. I've been state party chair for 10 years, and now for the last 8 years, been president of the State Chairs Association. So this is really my wheel well of what it is that we need to do to build. Because I've taken a state that went from a solid red state to a purple state, and it's on its way to being a blue state. And that's what needs to be done in Indiana. It needs to be done in Wyoming and Idaho and every other state as well. We can win if we organize and we respect the individuals that are out there doing that volunteer work. It is about providing the tools and the training, and that's exactly what the DNC needs to be doing.
Okay. Second here is Sam Ronan.
All right, well, I actually got to agree with Raymond. One of my major talking points is that our infrastructure is extremely hard to navigate, and it isn't very transparent at all. You go to democrats.org, and you can't find a directory for nothing. That was actually part of the reason why you didn't hear me in Phoenix. I was trying to figure out who to talk to. I couldn't. In fact, it took going to my county chair and finally getting a phone call through the 11th person at my state level before I even got an answer. That's not helping grassroots, and that's certainly not helping first-time Democrats getting elected or participating. So what I would do directly for you, sir, and what I think we should be doing regardless, is making our processes simpler and easier to understand, and we need to have a directory. We need to have a directory with your names, because I don't think anybody in this room knows who you guys are or how to get a hold of you either, and you guys do play a very important and viable role in the future of this party. And the same thing with the states. I personally believe that most of our finances, at least half of the financial resources, should be dedicated to the county level. Why? Because those are the ground people. Those are the people that are out there knocking on doors, canvassing, and getting things done. But they're also helping the statewide races, and they're also helping the presidential races. So our focus would have to be at the county level, and I don't mean to take that away from you. But you asked about tools specifically. What's in my toolbox? Well, one thing I did for my fellow candidates, even though I was brand new to the whole thing, fresh out of the military, running for state representative, I came up with a packet, so to speak, a candidate's 101. I made flyers, I made handouts, I made trifolds. I kind of put together a list of who to contact, who's local, who has those union printers, who should we be reaching out to. That's what we need. We need a politician's 101 and an activist's 101, a volunteer's 101, and we need to centralize our processes. Why do 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 county races have just as many campaign managers, financial advisors, and communications directors? It's siphoning talent that could otherwise be put towards getting people elected. We need one campaign, one financial, and one comm director running the show for everybody in the county so we can make the biggest difference.
Thanks, Sam. Good job.
Okay, next is Keith Ellison.
Our basic strategic shift relative to the DNC and state parties must be that we want resources closest to the voter. That should be our presumption and our default position. This is why, if you look at my materials, we do have something called a toolkit, and the basic idea is power to the people. So, one, we will have communications much more accelerated than we have right now. We'll have at least one DNC call per month, one regional call, so we can have a smaller, tighter conversation. We'll have at least one live stream, which will be for the Democratic rank and file all over the country. And we will have a county call so that we are engaging our county leaders. Sam's right, people experience the Democratic Party at the county level, and we've got to get resources there. We've also got to move technology resources, provide technology tools like website templates, standard apps, and ensure presidential campaign innovation get used at every level, not just up there, and fundraising. We have to help with donor research. We have to help with small donor. We have to help make sure that every donor has its own capacity. And I do commit to an SPP program of at least $10,000 per month per state, including Democrats abroad and the territories, and a grant program where if you have an innovative program, the DNC will raise money to help you pursue that innovative program as well. And then vendors. So many vendors, you know, trying to sell stuff to your state parties and your county parties. We need to have an Angie's list of Democratic vendors so that you can go and make sure you're getting the best quality at the best price. And then training. We got to train people to organize, train people to run for candidates so that we can take all this awesome energy we were talking about and urge these folks to run for office and train them how to do it. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Next is Tom Perez.
Let me try to go warp speed. 7 ideas that come to mind. Number 1, we need a Center for Best Practices. Nevada kicked butt in 2016. The House of Representatives in Alaska flipped Democratic. Why don't we have a center that takes those lessons and gives that assistance to you? They might be transferable. We need a chief technology officer because we saw what happened when we didn't have our cyber situation under order, and we need to do better there. And you know what? We can guard the front door at DNC headquarters, but if we don't guard the 57 windows and Democrats abroad, we could have breaches the other way. So we need to be providing that help to you. That's number 2. Number 3, making sure we're training organizers, we're training candidates. And then when you win, like they do in Ohio in the Main Street Alliance, helping you with governance. That's what they were doing. That's how that works. That is a great idea. And that was Ohio, and that was a really successful idea. Number 4, help with voter protection and empowerment. Indiana was ground zero on the voter ID law. We need to do more to make sure we're empowering states to learn those lessons. We need to help Democrats abroad because the MOVE Act is a very important piece of legislation that protects their right to vote. That's number 4. Number 5, the messaging assistance that is so critical, making sure that everybody at the state level, DNC, the mayors, the chairs, etc., have access to those messages for the day so that you can get that message out and we can have message discipline. Making sure that we're taking visits out there. You got to make house calls in this job, and that's what I would commit to do. And perhaps most importantly, I think, is the attitudinal adjustments. What I've heard as much as anything from DNC voters is that nobody from the DNC asks the question, what do you think? Good leaders are good listeners. And when good leaders are calling you and asking you, what do you think? We get much better. We help more people. We elect more people. Those are 7 concrete items I would do.
Okay. Next is
First of all, thank you
next
for
is Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you for what you do fighting the good fight in a red state like Indiana. And thanks to all the folks who are out there and in that sometimes unenviable job of state chair. I view the DNC as a resource for the state parties, not as the command and control mothership that is telling state parties what to do and how to do it. Now, again, there's going to be a lot of convergence. We're all going to promise more money for the SPP and everything we can do to up the resources. Some of us will offer a specific number. Some of us will wait till we know what the finances are like before we make a promise. But all of us want to do that. I think, though, it's important to recognize that the structure matters. It's not enough to just have money flowing out to the states. We all want to do that. But how is it set up? There's a difference between how it was at one period when the state chairs were able to fashion a plan and then get the resources to execute that plan in partnership with the DNC, versus other models we've seen where dollars or boots on the ground are deployed out to the states, but they're all reporting back to the mothership. I want the people who are supported by the DNC who are in your state to be accountable to the state party leadership. Yes, we work on the plan together, and I've committed to visit every one of our 57 states and territories to fashion that plan in partnership with the states. But it's about a lot more than the dollars. Now, we also got to be smart about what belongs in headquarters and what belongs in the DNC and what belongs in the states. So it's clear that some of the backbone infrastructure, digital infrastructure, training infrastructure, data, we still haven't figured out as a party. We like to think of ourselves as the smart ones, but the reality is we've been outclassed when it comes to data and data sharing at the different levels. We've got to get over that hump, and we've got to be supporting each other the way it has to. And we've got to recognize that we must show up in every corner of the country. Even in the counties where we're going to be chipping away at them for years before we win. It matters in a county that we're going to lose, whether we lose 80-20 or whether we lose 60-40, because that's going to decide whether the blue counties can put us over the top and win those states.
Okay, next is Sally Boynton Brown.
So in Idaho, we actually created a toolbox for our counties and for our candidates, and the DNC needs to do the same thing. I think fundamentally, we can talk about all the things the DNC needs to do. The question is, will the DNC do that, right? Who on stage is actually going to be the person who's going to fight the power structure and make the cultural shift and transition the purpose of the DNC to be a service organization? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about fundamentally changing the mindset of every single person in this country so that when they think of the DNC, they think of, what can the DNC give me? What can they provide me? How can they help me? And that is just as important for state parties as it is for general activists. And if every person in that building has that mindset, has the mindset of a service representative who's providing service, then all of a sudden the possibilities are really endless of how many services we can provide and what tools we can provide. I have an 11-page blueprint. You can find it at wethednc.org. We also have some out front. And everything in it is talking about what services we provide state parties and what services we provide activists. The reality is that there is very little of the 21st century technology the DNC is currently using because they haven't been a service organization. And so no fault to them, no judgment there, but that's not what we need now. In this place and time, so crucially, to involve all of the 2.5 million people who showed up for the marches and who are out protesting and interacting, we need hard services. And so a couple of those things that I think are important. One is contracts. There's so many more national contracts that we can do that every single state party does. For instance, Maestro Conference is a conferencing tool that every county organization could take advantage of, that every state could provide those county organizations, that every caucus could take advantage of, and frankly, any activist that wanted to organize a meeting could take advantage of. The DNC could give that contract, to state parties, and there's a ton of other examples like that. So please do go to my blueprint, wethednc.org, because there's a lot of different ideas, and I talk specifically about the different services we can provide state parties.
Okay, next is Peter Pekarsky.
In my view, the DNC has to provide the resources to the local parties to put one or more organizers on the ground in each of these states. And we've got some very good organizers in the party. To the extent the local parties need help, I think the local parties are best suited to determine what they're going to need. I think it is our job to try and provide the resources to put the organizers on the ground who, in conjunction with the local parties and the local Democrats, can figure out what they want to do. As far as the blocking and tackling of an election, I think we understand that. We certainly do in Wisconsin. I think you understand it over most of the country. And I really think it's an issue of being organized to do that and getting the support. And if the support isn't available locally, I hope that the DNC can provide that to each of the local parties. It's a matter of getting organized on a local level and just making the program work and putting your program in place, seeing what your locality wants, and meeting the needs, I think, of the people in each of your states. I mean, that's my view of what the DNC has to do. In terms of all the specific techniques and technicalities which the DNC could provide, I expect we'll continue to provide them. But I think it's up to each of the state parties, with the support of the DNC, to do that. There's certain things that are going to have to come from a national level, but I really don't think that it can be imposed from the top. I think this is a matter of providing the resources to the states, having the states figure out what they need and get it done. I mean, I thoroughly agree with what Sally said about a number of ways to do this, but that's my view of what has to happen here.
Okay. Next is Jamie Harrison.
Listen, the success and failure of the DNC lies on where the state parties are. State parties are the basic foundation in which we build this party. So if state parties are broken, then therefore the DNC will be broken. And so the organization itself has to relay, and how you organize the DNC also gives you an indication of what you value. So for most people, for the longest time, the DNC has been the Democratic National Presidential Committee. It has only been, its single focus has been on winning the presidency. Well, let me tell you, just because you have a president doesn't mean that the people in the states are not suffering. We had President Obama, we had a Democratic Congress, and in South Carolina, we still had a Republican governor, a Republican state house, and therefore hundreds of thousands of people didn't have the Affordable Care Act. So therefore, we have to change how we think about things and how we approach things. First and foremost, we need to professionalize the staff. We have some great staff at the DNC now, but we need to make sure that there's professional staff not only on the DNC level, but in the state levels. And that means a systematized training. Most people think of the DNC and they think, well, this is sort of the franchisee model, right? Sort of like McDonald's. The national headquarters will go to these franchises and say, well, this is what the uniforms look like, this is what the trainings look like, and so any McDonald's you go into the country, you expect to see the same thing. Not that you don't tinker with it. You know, there's grits at some McDonald's in South Carolina, right? You can tinker around and make it your own, but there's a certain level of professionalization that you know is across the board. That is not the DNC. That is not the DNC's relationship with state parties. So you need to professionalize that. You need to create a national fellowship program so that you help build a bench on a national level, but also on a state level. You also need to make sure we do economies of scale. Ray talked about this earlier. Make sure that the health insurance, why can't every single state party person be on the DNC's health insurance? Why can't we have a universal 401k across the board? So we got to think about innovative ways taking this organization into the 21st century instead of the 20th century where we've been mired.
Amen.
Okay. Next is Jamu Green.
So I think this conversation in so many ways revolves around how much money is going to go to state parties. And that is certainly a conversation that is important. And I think there are absolute ways, as DNC chair, to funnel more resources. It doesn't end with the state partnership program. And of course, I would make sure that we're sending $10,000 a month to each state party. But because we are looking at this unique moment in time, how we transform our party, I want to also put requirements on our state parties that they need to share diversity data about your staff and about your contractors, that you also need to do diversity training so that we are not closing the doors when young people and new people come into our party. I know that as someone who understands brand management, that the one thing that the DNC chair can do for state parties and county parties is to make our brand whole again. You are on the front lines fighting for the party, and we have some damage to fix, but we also need to figure out how we innovate, how we communicate, connect, and organize. So I want to give $100,000 to each state party exclusively dedicated to innovation hubs. And those hubs would be for young people, entrepreneurial minded, to experiment, to disrupt, and to learn the concept of failing up. Also, Operation Indigo is something I'm really proud of because $5 million a year should go into states where our base is growing, even if the electoral impact is not immediate. Arizona, Texas, Georgia, and others. I think we need to revamp the DNC Training Institute. If you build it, they won't come. We have to deploy the Training Institute into our states and make sure that we also have a very immersive media training academy, and we start with the 30,000 Democratic City Council members who are on the front lines, and so that we are not just giving you messages, but we are training you how to push back against conservatives who lie for a living, and all of y'all, just like I have at Fox, can win with the truth. We need to do an endowment for internships, not just paying interns at the DNC,
Okay,
but
that's
paying
time,
interns
Jimmy.
at your state parties and at the county levels. And I will guarantee that 50% of the DNC
Okay, Jimmy,
staff is
that's
not
time.
based in DC, is based in the states, and you will be able to also
Jimmy.
evaluate their performance.
That's time. We're going to come back this way anyway, so you could just probably keep talking. Next question, right here. You had your hand up.
A short question that calls for a brief answer. Will you be full-time as DNC chair and have no other paying job?
Okay, well, we can do that quickly. Jamu, you go first.
Absolutely, I will be full-time, and I think one of the really important things we have to understand about this moment is that we have a unique opportunity to put an organizer in this position, not just another politician, and if we don't embrace that opportunity, that is going to reflect on us as a party. And this is meant in no disrespect, I am not someone who will take a position or run for an office and then within a matter of hours or a week, then look for what that next opportunity is. And that is why we have to stop looking at this from a perspective of putting a politician in this office and putting someone who is an organizer fully committed to transforming this party.
Okay. Next is Jamie Harrison.
Yes, I will be full-time.
Okay. Peter Pekarski.
Yes, I will be full-time.
Sally Boynton Brown.
I have for years on my evaluations had people come back and say that I need to work less and that I need more work-life balance. And my husband probably really wishes that I would listen to them. I will say that I tried that and I was very unhappy. And so what I have started saying is, this is my life. I do this because this is what I was put on this planet to do, is to save democracy and make sure that everybody recognizes they have the power. I absolutely would put my entire life into this job for the next 4 years because that's what this job demands.
Okay. Pete Buttigieg, you're next. Pete, you're next. No, Pete. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Tom Perez, you're next.
I will relinquish my job as labor secretary and commit full-time to this job, Jim. It will not be easy to leave the Trump administration and watch the nominee, who has been the plaintiff in the lawsuit to attack our overtime rule, which is trying to lift wages, watch someone who would preside over a department that's all about lifting wages and lifting working standards, and is instead someone who is a low-road employer who says that his workers are the worst of the worst. That's what he did. That's what he said.
Okay.
So, you know what?
I think that's a yes.
I think that's a yes.
Keith Ellison, you're next.
Oh, this one? I absolutely will be full-time. But I just want to say this to folks. You know, I represent a district in Minnesota that I really, really love. It is awesome to just be able to serve my neighbors and fight for them in Congress. And I just want to say that it's a decision that I came to after listening to all of you and talking to you about the real demands. Virgie, you and I talked about this, and I just want to say that, you know, I listened to you. I listened to you, Barry. I listened to you. Yeah, I'm going to go full time. And I just want to say this about Tom. To think that we would go from Hilda Solis and Tom Perez to this labor secretary is an outrage. And we have got to fight tooth and nail every day. And Tom, thank you for the work you've done at the Secretary of Labor.
Okay, Sam Ronan.
I absolutely would make this my full-time job. You know, I have dedicated my entire adult life to service to my country. I don't see why I should stop now. We do need to fight. We do need to stand together, and we need to hold not only the Trump administration accountable, we need to hold our own accountable, and that is going to be even more work. So absolutely, my pledge is to work full-time, have your voices heard full-time, and give us the chance to fight back full-time for the next 4 years.
Okay. Ray Buckley.
I've been a full-time state party chair for the last 10 years. I believe if a state party chair should be full-time, certainly the DNC chair should be full-time. But I want to touch on something that Jamu said, which is very important. What I found as chair of the state party is that you have to be the person that's willing to take the incoming. You have to throw yourself on the bombs. You have to be able to say, you know what, this might be a situation where I never am able to win another election, but I'm going to go after that Republican. I'm going to stand up for that cause. And that's what you need. And it absolutely means that we need to have a chair that is not looking out of the side eye, running for president or running for governor, or running for Congress, or running for U.S. Senate or any other position. It really has to be somebody who is committed that this is their life. Because standing up to Donald Trump, the Republican majority in Congress, those Republican governors and the Republican legislators needs 100% of their attention and their focus. It cannot be on your own reputation. You've got to be willing to take anything that they send at you. You know, and I learned that in New Hampshire, and that's what I'll do as National Party Chair.
Another question? Right there. Right here. Right here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ellen. I am the CDA Vice President. As I'm sure you're aware, millennials are now the largest age group in the country. We overwhelmingly, sorry, baby boomers. We overwhelmingly supported Hillary Clinton and Democrats up and down the ballot, and we all wanted a different future. And unfortunately, some of our own left us behind. But my question for you guys is, if you were elected chair, would you right now commit to hiring a full-time youth and college Dems chair who would be a senior staff to help lead this generation and to help amplify our voice? And would you also commit to making sure there is a line in our budget for college Democrats?
Okay, we're gonna come back to this way and go that way. Sally Boynton Brown, you are first.
So I think that question's not quite broad enough, and so I want to address it seriously. So first of all, we need to make sure that we don't look at young people as a box to check, that we're just trying to get a young person present, right? We need to make sure that we recognize young people are the majority and they should be the majority of our party. So we need to do much more at making positive that we are going out actively engaging young people. And by that I mean going to social media, going to campuses, going to high schools, going to trade schools, and making sure that we're engaging them at every level. So that means having staff that are young, not just a person who's charged with that who's young, but having a staff that is young. At the IDP, I am the oldest person there, and I'm not that old, but I feel old a lot of days. So our staff is like 35 and under. This has really been important because it gets lots more young people involved. We absolutely need to look at funding all of our caucuses. So that includes high school Democrats, college Democrats, YDA, Latino caucus. All of the caucuses need a staff person and they need funding. We can't continue to say that these are our values and then not put them as line item priorities in our budget. We also need to make sure that all of our old people are talking to our young people and not talking at them, having conversations that say, what is it like? What's your life? How do I keep up on technology. Teach me how to Snapchat. Like, those are the conversations we need to be having, right? Because we need to learn. We need to stop thinking that we have all the answers and that we know everything. At 41, I can already feel my brain not having the capacity to keep up with the technology, right? That's a little scary because I hopefully have a long life to live. But like, I need to be open and present and having those conversations. And so I need to have young people all around me. And as DNC chair, that's absolutely what I would commit to. I also have a lot of ideas about pipeline on candidate recruitment and internship programs. So again, go to my blueprint, wedidthednc.org.
Okay. Peter Pekarsky.
Thank you. I spoke about this last week. I got a letter from 23 millennial members of the United States House of Representatives who have sponsored this democracy, the DNC Future Forum. And I wrote back to them, and I said that I thought that among the things we had to do were address the needs of millennials, and the two that I think which they raised a question about and which I answered was we've got to do something about lifting the crushing debt burden, which many have been foisted off on many students who are out of school now. They're millennials, but they're stuck with a whopping debt, which is a real drag on their future, on their plans, on buying a house, on doing all kinds of things. And secondly, we've got to establish an economy with a living wage at a minimum of $15 an hour and an infrastructure that will support a new, modern, high-tech economy. In terms of a line item for college Dems, as I understand it, we're being vastly outspent by the college Republicans, so it seems to me like a line item for college Democrats is a good idea. And I think that supporting the goals and aspirations of millennials is a good idea, mainly by asking them what it is they want. I mean, I think the way to go at this is ask people what they see as their needs, rather than trying to sort of arbitrarily say, well, this must be what you want. That is the way I would approach it, and that is, I think that is what I would do on this issue as DNC chair.
Okay. Next is Jamie Harrison.
You know, anytime anybody says anything about student loan debt, my eye starts to twitch. As someone who has $160,000 worth of it right here, and who married a woman who also has her own set, so we could buy a nice house in South Carolina for the amount of student loan debt we have. But as it relates to your question, so at 23 years old, I was the COO of a nonprofit that helped thousands of low-income kids get into school called College Summit. At 29 years old, I was the youngest person and the first African-American to become the executive director of the House Democratic Caucus. At 30 years old, I was the first African-American and the youngest person to become the floor director of the House Democratic Whip Operation. At 36, I was the first African-American and the first and the youngest person to be elected chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Tomorrow, I turn 41. So I know about being that one young person that's in the room, that's at the table. So yesterday, and this is what I said from the very start that I was going to do, that we need young people, not just that we need a young person who is the staffer for the college Dems or the high school Dems or the college Democrats. They need to be at the leadership table. So yesterday, I submitted a resolution to the DNC to create a vice chair position for someone under the age of 35. And I hope all of my colleagues up here on the stage will support and join and co-sponsor that resolution, because young people have to be at the table. It's necessary that they are, because that perspective is so important as we decide where we're going as a nation and where we should go as a party. As we talk about budgeting, in the South Carolina Democratic budget, we just passed it this year, there's money in there for our young Democrats and our college Democrats. That is something that I fundamentally believe in. You can ask any of my young Dems in that state. That is what I fight for each and every day. Because if they are empowered, if they are given the tools, then I can rest assured that when I do apply for Social Security a long time from now, that the world and the place will be in a good place. Thank you.
Okay, next is Jamu Green.
I'm going to stand up for this because this is an important question. They all have been, but this is the most important to me. I went to vote for the first time at 18 for Ann Richards. I was turned away. I was told that my name was not on the polling roster. I swore in that moment as I cried at that polling place that no other young person was going to experience the same thing. So when it comes to millennial engagement, we need to dream bigger. We need to think bigger than resolutions. This has to be bigger than just hire a millennial to turn out millennials. Let me tell you something. You are the party now. $40 million in 2017 for millennial engagement under my administration. $65 million in 2018. $75 million in 2019 and $100 million in 2020. The millennial generation is our party now. I'm not talking about funding one person for college Democrats or young Democrats. You need an entire operation, an executive director, an organizing director, a communications director. And you know what? You need a budget in which to operate your organization. So a minimum of $1 million would go to both college Democrats and young Democrats. It's not about talking about these issues. It is about putting hard facts and hard numbers behind this generation. The innovation hubs I talked about, that is specifically targeted so that state parties do not have barriers up against young people who want to come in, who want to experiment, who want to learn and engage with our party. So that $100,000, I know it sounds sweet. I'm looking at the DNC members and the state party chairs. That is for young people to come into our party and to help make us better. That is the core, my bread and butter of why I'm doing this race. It is to make sure that as Democrats, in the same way that I was turned away from that polling place, that when young people come into our party, that we do not turn our backs on them. We empower them, we lift them up, we give them resources, and we understand that if this generation does not embrace the Democratic Party, we will not win.
Okay, next is Ray Buckley.
When I was a young person as a volunteer in campaigns, I decided to do that because it touched me as a young poor kid that was very concerned about income inequality and racial equality. And I was embraced by the Democratic Party. I had the opposite reaction. When I was 18, I was actually elected my county chair. And when I was 21, I was elected the treasurer of my state party. I've been involved in the Democratic Party my entire life. And I was brought in, and I have worked hard to make sure that that welcoming of all young people has happened over the last 40 years. And that's really been my record. And you can ask the folks in New Hampshire. You know, New Hampshire has the only full-time executive director of the Young Democrats. We have a full-time executive director at the New Hampshire Democratic Party for the Young Democrats. As I mentioned earlier, millennial turnout in New Hampshire was up while it was down around the country. We're about to elect a 20-year-old as an officer of the New Hampshire Democratic Party. It is about embracing and encouraging and making sure. The fact that the RNC invests $6 million a year and we invest zero with our young Democrats, that's just not right. And we have to make sure that we build that next generation. We open up. When I travel around the country, and I go to the different state parties and speak at their state conventions and state committee meetings, and I said, I should not be the youngest person in the room. And that's what happens far too often. We need to be a welcoming party. We need to make sure that we are making room for people, and we empower them, and we engage them, and we train them, and we allow them to take leadership posts at every level of this party. That is really the way we're going to move forward as a party, and it's really, I think, the key to our success in the future.
Okay, next is Sam Ronan.
Well, I think I can weigh in on that. I am the youngest candidate up here. I'm a ripe old age of 27 years old, and I am a millennial. I am the young people at the table. So it's not so much, do we need a specific, like she was saying, line item, checkbox being there. No. What we need is the opportunity. We need the doors to open. And you know what? I have to walk next to Pete here, too, because he's the other millennial, and I'm going to steal a little bit of his thunder. But more than that, my military service has given me this whole new outlook on what it means to be a part of a team. The Airman's Creed is, I'm an American airman, wingman, leader, warrior. I will never leave an airman behind. I will never falter, and I will not fail. That is how we bring millennials into our fold. That's how we give them the opportunities. We give them the opportunities to succeed. And then we take our senior generation, experienced generation, the members who are already at the table, the ones who have done the things, who have led for decades, and we put them in a position of mentorship. Because although I might be up here making a little bit of fun, poking the tiger, so to speak, and wasting my time, the point is, we are already energized. We already are doing the things that need to be done. We just need to be recognized and have the opportunities. But that doesn't mean we have all the answers. I most certainly don't have all the answers. That's why I'm trying to be DNC chair, because I'm going to ask you, what do I need to do? And we need to also look to our leaders that have came before us to tell us as well. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks again,
next
Sam.
is Keith Ellison.
You know, Ellen, I absolutely agree with you that engaging millennials in the Democratic Party is absolutely one of the most important discussion points we're having right now. And I can tell you that, you know, whether at the airport rallies or at the women's rallies or at Standing Rock, or whether you are at the immigration rallies or at Next Up, which is a youth-oriented program at the AFL-CIO, you know, it is literally young people who are so often leading the way and at the front of the line and fighting passionately for these things that they believe in. You know, people fighting this Muslim ban. You know, so many of them are young people. So many of them are so passionate about what they're doing. And so if we want to be in partnership, we have got to make sure that they are cut in as full partners. And that means I absolutely will pledge to your challenge to us. We have to have a major, significant line item at high school Democrats, college Democrats, and YDA. And I am absolutely believing that it is a matter of money and resources, because if you only rely on volunteer energy, you're not going to be able to organize the way that we have to. But I also think Sally's right. We got to go beyond just that. We've got to make sure that we are hiring staff in leadership, putting DNC members on the at-large positions and others who are helping to guide the party, going to them for advice and ambassadors to and from the DNC. And I will tell you, I absolutely believe we got to train, recruit, and get some of those young people to run for office. You know, my own son, Jeremiah Ellison, he's 28 years old. He was at the 4th precinct when Jamar Clark was shot and killed, and he was so upset that this officer-involved shooting happened right in his neighborhood. And he was out there night after night protesting. And some of you may have seen the picture of the officer aiming a gun at him when he had his hands up. Let me tell you, he's running for city council right now. We got to convert that youth energy to electoral office to help us lead the way.
Okay. Next up, Tom Perez.
Thank you. Hey, Sam, with all due respect, I'm 26, okay? That may not seem true to you, but it's an alternative fact. So, Ellen, let me know. Speaking of running for office, I have a feeling you're going to be in the state legislature from Michigan, from the good old city of Marquette, Michigan, because you are a star in the making. And you know what? Here's the drill that I've learned. We don't think long term as a Democratic Party. The Republicans thought long term. They had a 20-year plan to get them in at state legislatures everywhere else, and they have accomplished much of that. We need to think long term as well on every aspect of what we do. We need a strategic plan for millennial engagement, and we need to involve our youth council in that. We have folks who are millennials on the DNC. They shouldn't be the only ones who are involved in that. And what it starts with, and what you taught me, and so many others taught me, it starts with attitudinal reform. Because this isn't just put you at the table, pat you on the head, and say, just shut up and be happy that you're at the table. I talk about diversity and inclusion. Diversity is being invited to the dance. Inclusion is being asked to dance. We've got to make sure that everybody in this party is not simply invited to the dance, but you're asked to dance. We've got to remember that budgets are moral documents. They reflect the priorities of a community. They reflect the priorities of a party. If you say millennial engagement is a priority at the DNC, but then you look at our budget, it does not reflect that. And so we've got to make sure that our actions reflect our values. And I would like to see a lot more actions. I think we should have a dreamer on the DNC. We don't currently have one. I think we should have a high school student on the DNC. We don't currently have one. I think we should make sure that because Young Democrats does partisan organizing, I don't want to just organize people to vote. I want to organize and persuade people. And it's harder for folks who are doing the partisan persuasion to get funding. We got to recognize that. So when we do all these things, and then when we're out there at these rallies showing them who we are, that's how we succeed.
Thank you. Okay, next is Pete Buttigieg.
Well, it's easy for me to promise that you'll have a young Democrat in a senior position with a full-time salary because I'd like a full-time salary when I'm chairman of the DNC. I just make it by 1 year. I made the cut. No, but seriously, yes, we need to make sure that we are investing in the coming generation and recognizing the good work that you and the college Dems do, young Democrats, even high school Democrats. I'm always telling high schoolers in South Bend, you don't even have to be old enough to vote to make a difference. You just have to be ready to show up. Now, our friends on the other side of the aisle have been patient and they have been clever, executing not a cycle-by-cycle approach, but a multi-decade plan to prepare the pipeline for the next generation of leadership. There's that estimate of 6 million that the Republican Party puts into youth development and training, and that's just from the party. There's a whole conservative machine that is cultivating the next generation of talent. We've got to be prepared to do the same thing, not only working toward parity in what we invest so that we can have the right kind of force level among young people, but also it's a matter of justice and a matter of putting our money where our mouth is in the diversity of our party. Because not everybody can afford an unpaid internship on their own dime. Now, I'm used to engaging young people in direct action. Just ask the young people who came up today from South Bend. And by the way, they didn't just come here to tell you how great their candidate was. They're fresh back from the Rosa Parks Transit Center where they were registering people to vote and walking the walk and doing what we say we want to do. You know, so often young people are politely told, you are the future of the party. I would argue that we are the present. Every important social movement, every major change, every great social change, like the civil rights movement, some of the bad ones too, like the Iranian Revolution, was powered by young people. And I'm not saying that we've got to, I'm just going to borrow back that minute from that yes or no question earlier, if that's cool.
No, we can't do that.
It's not just about a party that's by, of, and for young people. You know, when I was first running for mayor, seniors were part of our base.
That's time.
All right.
Yeah. You're first up next round. Okay. That's all. We're running out of time here, so we're not going to be able to have any more questions. We're going to go to closing statements. But before we do that, I have two announcements. One, candidates, when we're done, you need to exit backstage and greet your many supporters at your tables in the foyer. And also, all of the signs need to be removed from the walls before we leave here today. So, Pete, you have 2 more minutes. You're up
Can I
first.
have 3?
Keep going.
Well, the other thing I was about to say, and it ties into my closing remarks. See, now that thing says 1 minute. That's very
No, it's 2
suspicious.
minutes.
All right.
Close it.
I'm just going to trust you. You don't just go to young people and talk about young people stuff. You talk about our values. Because every constituency in the Democratic Party, whether it's young people or people of color or the LGBT community, I don't care who it is, we all touch back to the same values. In my view, that is freedom, fairness, families, and the future. And yes, we tweak the way we talk about our common values when we're reaching out in different parts of the country. Yes, the vocabulary that we use may sound a little bit different when we're campaigning in Alabama than when we're campaigning in Oregon, but we will never say anything to one constituency that we would be embarrassed to have repeated to another, because we're Democrats for a deeper reason. Now look, the reality is, even had we won the White House, we'd be in trouble as a party right now. We are at our lowest point of influence in nearly 100 years, and if you do what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always got. We have to make sure that we reject the false choices that are being laid at the feet of party leaders right now. If we come out of this DNC chair election process with a sense that half the party just got defeated or rejected, we're going to have a very hard time taking it to the real opposition and the Republicans. The wolf isn't just at the gates. The wolf has gotten through the gates. We know what we are up against, and it is not each other. We've got to come together as a party. We've got to support each other. What was so inspiring about things like the Women's March wasn't just the scale and the scope of it and the energy of it. It was the tone of it. It was the character of it. It was that it was not only fierce and morally grounded. It was not only that it drew a red moral line in the sand. It was that it was fun. It was people supporting each other. This is the season for happy warriors. And that's what we are in the Democratic Party. True to our values, turning out our base and winning over hearts and minds. That's what it means to be a Democrat. That's why I want to be your next DNC chair. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Tom Perez. Okay. Next up is Tom Perez.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to give one shout out to one person that I've not met in person till today, and that's Keith's mother, Clyda Ellison. She's got game, and you raise kids very well. So thank you. It's been an honor looking at you out there. You know, folks, this is, a few weeks ago when we had our first forum, Donald Trump wasn't in office. We were talking about the specter of Donald Trump. Now we are talking about the reality of Donald Trump 15 days into it. And we have seen a frontal assault on our democracy. We've seen economic injustice. One of his first acts was to make it harder for first-time homeowners to buy a home. One of his acts yesterday was to make it harder for people to retire. What we have seen in what he's done with the ban on refugees, he should be vetting his own nominees half as much as refugees are vetted. That would be helpful. And so we've seen this existential threat, folks. It is here. And we need a leader who's going to take the fight to Donald Trump. Someone who understands we should treat Donald Trump the same way Mitch McConnell treated Barack Obama, which is we've got to take the fight to him. And it's not only someone who will take the fight to him, it's someone who can unite the party, someone who has a proven track record at scale, leading a department like the Department of Labor, $45 billion, 16,000 plus employees, leading that at scale, because this job, among other things, is about culture change. When I talk to DNC members, what I hear most frequently is, nobody's listened to me. Good leaders are good listeners. When I talk to rank and file Democrats, when I talk to union members who voted Republican, I hear the same thing. Nobody's listening to me. We need a listener-in-chief as well as an actor-in-chief, a fighter-in-chief, a transformer-in-chief. And that is why I am running for the DNC chair, and I hope to have your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Keith Ellison.
Tom, I want to thank you for recognizing my mom, my brother, my sister-in-law, so many of my families and friends. Virgie, how you doing over there? How you doing, Miss Diggs? Went to high school with her husband. Let me tell you, when I went to this school a few years ago, I used to work for a city council member named Mel Ravitz. And Mel Y'all remember him? Mel asked me to go to various factories that had been closing down all over our town. You remember Detroit used to have about 1.2 million people. Now we're down about 700,000. And in my opinion, the Democratic Party should have been, must be, will be, if I'm the DNC chair, a fierce fighter for working class people on issues of trade, on issues of the right to organize into a labor union, on the issue of making sure that people can earn a living, can retire, can have a future for their families and their children. The Democratic Party should be the party that Franklin Delano Roosevelt fought for and created this great middle class. The Democratic Party has to be the party that John Lewis fought for to make sure everybody is treated with respect and dignity, which is why I'm so glad he's supporting my campaign. Let me tell you, folks, the AFL-CIO, the Teamsters, you know, all these unions, all these workers, the nurses, the teachers, all these folks aren't supporting me for nothing. They're supporting me because I fought for them every day. And the Democratic Party must be fighting for working people every day. Let me tell you, I got 650,000 people who signed a petition for me to be the DNC chair. That's grassroots support, which I will convert into organizers all over this country. And skip the money. I got 25,000 separate donations, which is a show of support. I can raise the money for this party, y'all. And I just want to tell you, finally, that I have gotten Democrats elected all over this country, got myself elected, and we got nothing but Democrats statewide in Minnesota.
Time.
We can do that across this country if you can give me your support.
Okay. Next is Sam Ronan.
Well, that's one tough act to follow. Here's the thing. We can all talk about what us as individuals bring to the party, but this isn't about us. This isn't about who's going to be in charge of the DNC or how it's going to be structured. It's about how we are going to supply you with wins and victories and give you the opportunities to succeed. They want to call us snowflakes. What I think they fail to realize is that you put enough snowflakes together, you get an avalanche, you get a blizzard, and you bring down states, cities, and countries. We are a force of nature, and we need to show the country what we are all about and that we can come together. That's what we need in our leaders, someone who will embody that, someone who will inspire our fellow Democrats who may be disenfranchised or looking for something to fight for. So as your DNC chair, that's what I bring to the table. We need to hold not just the opposition accountable. We need to not just be fierce warriors and fighters, but we also need to rebuild our integrity and our trust. And that starts by policing ourselves, and then we can focus our full fire and attention against the Trump administration and his horrendous picks for cabinet. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Ray Buckley.
Thank you. For us to move forward as a party, we have to do three things. First, we've got to address the nominating process. We have to make sure that the chair is neutral. Now, I was neutral in the 2008 presidential primary, and I was neutral in the 2016. Nobody suggests otherwise. And that, in order to have that trust to move forward, we have to have that. We need to reform the superdelegate process. We need to make sure that the DNC never again gets involved in a joint fundraising agreement with somebody in a primary. We have to make sure that the caucuses are open and accessible to everybody. We have to make sure that there is transparency up and down the system for the entire nominating process. The DNC needs to be open and accessible to everybody. Our party needs to be welcoming. That means the officers have to be involved and engaged. That means the executive committee of the DNC needs to be engaged and involved. It means the membership needs to be engaged. It means the activists need to be engaged and involved. And we need to strengthen our state parties. We need to make sure that our grassroots is strong in every single state, in every single corner of every single state. Now, I didn't have to hire a DC consulting firm or some other organization to write my plan or put together This is word for word what I said in the very first forum that we had in Denver. Go on to rayfordnc.com, R-A-Y-F-O-R, DNC.com, and you will see word for word, exactly what I have lived this. I know how to get this done. Look, our party is in an unprecedented crisis. The next person to walk in the chair's office can't be somebody who says, now what do I do? I know what has to be done. I know how to get this job done. It's been my life's work. It's been my focus. I know what to do. And I think the first thing that I would do was ask every single person at this table to join me in a meeting with the new officers. I would ask every one of them to join me as a leader of the DNC, and let's all roll up our sleeves, get to work, united, and let's go and take on the Republicans together.
Okay. Next up is Jammu Green.
DNC members, I'm talking to y'all right here. Can y'all stand up if you're a DNC member? Stand up so the audience can see you. Stand up so the eyes of the nation can see you. I sent y'all a letter about a week ago, and I said each one of your votes carries about 150,000 votes from Democratic voters from 2016. That is a great responsibility to bear. The Democratic Party of the future needs to move from simply politics to purpose. And the way that we are going to be able to do that, the way that we can institute true transformational change, is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the eyes of the nation who are watching this process right now. I want each of us to think about your first time as you entered the party, as you were baptized into this party, the values that drove you, the policies that drove you, the struggles, the barriers, the joy, the magic. And we need to remember that as we take this process to its end result and elect our new DNC leadership. Because if we don't remember that, we will not be able to break down those barriers that are within our party. We will not be able to recognize that some of us may need to take a step back so that more people can take a step forward into our home. This is a great responsibility to bear. I don't want to just be DNC chair. I want to be the champion of this transformation because I was also baptized in this party as a young person in the Texas State Party, moving to the DNC. I know from the inside out what this institution actually is. You know what? Young people do work at the DNC. They just don't have the leadership that they need. You know what? We as a party can change that, but it's gonna take knowing that the young people watching right now are more diverse than the ones in this room. And that's the future we need to live up to and rise up to.
Next is Jamie Harrison.
Everybody for coming out today, braving the cold, because I'm from South Carolina and it is cold. But thank you for your commitment to this party. Listen, this election for DNC chair is probably the most important that we've had in a generation. It really is. And the question is, what do we need in a DNC chair? What are the characteristics? We need a builder, someone who understands that the basic building block of our party are state parties. We need an organizer, not just organizing rallies, but organizing the diversity of people that we have in this party. There are Democrats who walk outside and may say the sky is blue, some may say it's Carolina blue, some may even say it's dark blue, but they all believe it's blue, and we got to appreciate them and value them for the experiences and their perspective. We need a visionary, somebody that's looking past the 2-year or the 4-year cycle, but looking down the road. Where do we want this party to be? Who do we want to be in this party? And making sure that we have the mechanisms to bring them in. But most importantly, we need a fighter, someone who's been fighting their entire life. As someone who was born to a teenage mom who had to drop out of high school to take care of her. Someone who understands what it's like to live on food stamps, someone who understands what it's like to have the lights turned off in their house, someone who understands how it feels to lose your home. It's not only fighting against Donald Trump and his rubber stamp Congress. It's fighting about all of the obstacles that we have in our lives here in this country. My friends, Dr. Martin Luther King said in his letter from a Birmingham jail that we are going to have to repent in this generation, not merely for the hateful actions and words of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people. The question I have for you, is this party ready to stand up? Are you ready to speak out? Are you ready to resist? Because that is what we're going to need to do in the next few months. I believe I'm the person to help lead that charge. Thank you all for being here.
Next is Peter Prokarski.
I'm running for DNC chair to continue the good work of this party, and in part because there are a couple of election protection issues where I've done a lot of work for this party that are so far unrecognized. Our State Department observes elections overseas. We send international election observers to observe elections and to issue a ruling as to whether that election was free and fair or whether it was not. They either certify it it's free and fair or it was not. One of those international election observers, and there's an article which went up on my website about it today. I'd like to ask all of you in the live stream audience to read it. It's at peter4dnc.com, peter4dnc.com. An international election observer wrote an article recently in which he said that if the results which we got here on November 8th had been repeated anywhere else in the world in any foreign election, our State Department would have refused to certify the election as a free and fair election. He came to this conclusion because of a difference, a vast difference, between the exit polls and this vote count reported here. The exit poll numbers came from the broadcast of the American networks as the polls closed on an election night here. The vote count numbers were those certified by the Secretaries of State in the United States. We all know about regular polls says the vote is 52 to 48 with a margin error of 3%. And if the vote when it comes in is way outside that 3%, we know there was a problem. And you can figure out how likely it is. In this case, the results in North Carolina can be expected as a matter of chance because sometimes these things can happen by chance. In this case, you could have expected it once every 78,000 years. In Florida, you could have expected the results once every 880 years. Those two states alone would have provided the votes to elect Hillary Clinton. Please read the article. My statistical expert is here to discuss it with any members of the DNC who want to discuss it today. Please call me. We'll discuss it with you now or any other time. I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sally Boynton Brown is next.
So we all like each other so much that whenever somebody has a great idea or a great phrase, it ends up getting incorporated into a lot of our speeches. And I think that's been problematic for all of us. I've talked to lots of candidates about it. I think it's probably also problematic for the audience because how do you take all the greatness on the stage and put it all together and figure out what you're going to do, especially with the great speech that Jamu gave about the gravity of this situation. There is one fundamental thing that I'm talking about that I want to highlight that nobody else on stage is talking about, and that is how we do power in our country in a new way. To move away from the old power structure of a few people making the decisions at the top and the rest of us being told what to do, and getting to a place where everybody in our party has agency. And the DNC has one job and one job alone, and that is to provide services and support to every single Democrat in this country, no matter where they're at and how they want to organize and what they want to talk about. And that is what I am serious about. I do that in this campaign. I spent the last month and a half, I spent about 5 hours a day on social media talking to Democrats throughout our country about what their issues are, what their problems are, and what their needs are. For the last 6 years, I've spent in this party doing the same thing, talking to executive directors and chairs about what they need for their state party and trying to figure out, with limited resources and limited partnership, how we get that. I want to do that as your DNC chair. I want to give the power back to the people in our party because that's where the power is. The Democratic Party, as we have talked about, is the lowest that it's been in a really long time. And the only power we have left, literally the only power that we have left, is the people. And that is the greatest power of all. That is the power that our democracy and our country was founded on, and it is the path forward. So I invite you to join me in supporting my vision for how we get that power back into the hands of the people so that we can move forward and take this country back and save our democracy.
So I'll repeat our two announcements here. One, candidates exit backstage, please, and try to greet your supporters at the tables in the foyer, and make sure that all the signs are down in the hallway before we leave. Let's give our panel a big hand.
DNC members, we have a bus in the back. Please, I shouldn't say that. Our bus is outside the